Spike, and they're coming up there pretty neck and neck at the moment. Just coming up, the water is absolutely beautiful. We cannot complain. Karapiro just like this, bring the sun out, and then we'll just have to put our hats on. But Ron is going really well here. Also a volunteer here. Extraordinary the effort that this man puts in for the rowing, the sport of rowing. Now he's got a little bit of an edge on Spike. Just coming up here, Ron, just not even half a boat length, or maybe that's my eyes. I have got coffee this morning, you'll be pleased to hear. Yeah, Ron just getting more length here, just coming up to the red buoy. So in the last 100 meters, he'll be going, phew, thank goodness. Going well here, just coming through. Spike still going well. But no, Ron is not going to give up that margin. Coming through, a few more strokes to go, and he'll be home and hosed in the Open Para Singles, kindly sponsored by Mobicom. And that is Ron Southerly through now. He'll be delighted with that win. And Spike just coming through now. And that's Spike through. Congratulations to them both. Well done. SL Racing, we've got Laszlo, we've got Goldsmith Jewelleries isn't here. I'm just trying to find the one that I absolutely love, and it's Authentic Ores. They have been a mainstay. They do lots of lovely things, but the special thing that they do is the Authentic Ores are a replica miniature ores, custom painted in your school colours and design. Just like the real thing, but only a little smaller, so you can carry them home in your car. So visit Rob next to, well, he's actually on the bank just below the Podium Cafe, and there's really lots of lovely goodies there. So that's just to get you going. Remember to remain hydrated. Put your slip-slop-slap on. We're also thanking the warehouse for the donation of 20 prizes towards the Best Dressed Cruise, which is amazing. Remember, you can go and get your mole maps checked. And first aid is located in the boat park by Pontoon 5, closest to the Don Roland Centre. So on the water now, we have the C final of the men's Premier Single Sculls. This is sponsored by Fresh Choice Supermarket in Leamington. And these are many of our elite rowers and our up-and-comers. If we just get... Seven boats on the water. In lane 1, we've got Sean Snow from Whakatane. In lane 2, we have Waikato number 3 crew Ben Olifers. In lane 3, we have Wairo number 1 crew Fred Vavasser. In lane 4, we've got Waikato number 2 crew Evan Williams. In lane 5, we have Elite Development and Summer Squad Ben Mason, who's just come back having had surgery. And he qualified the double with Robbie Manson at the World Cup, the World Rowing Championships in Belgrade in September for the Olympics. And then in lane 6, we've got Avon number 1, Oliver Welch, and in lane 7, we've got Ashburton number 1. Now, this is the C final, sponsored by Fresh Choice, but you will see some amazing rowing here. Then we move to the B final, and then we move to the A final. This is of the men's, and then we do press and repeat for the women. So get your eyes in and get down to watch some fairly spectacular racing on Lake Karapiro today. We're going to have the very best of the schools. We're going to have the very best of the elites and of all our up-and-comers, regardless of age and stage. So coming down the water now, we've got some early leaders here. So who's doing it for me at the moment is Evan Williams in lane 4 in Waikato colours. Ben Mason travelling well, and this is great because he's just coming back. He's had some surgery, as I mentioned before, and you know, you do lose some of that fitness and getting back used to your boat. Oliver Welsh travelling well, and then out in the far lane, we have Gerald Ward. I'm not saying anybody's not doing well here. We've got Whakatane Sean Snow, who's coached by Graham Watt from Whakatane, and that is a dynasty. The Whakatane Club. It produces some of our top athletes that go all the way, that really teach many people from being young a great love of this sport. So Whakatane is out in lane 1, and then we've got Ben Olifers from Waikato. I think he actually came out of Whakatane, if my memory serves me well. So this he's travelling well here.
Just sitting back is Wairo Fred Vavasser. Then we've got Evan Williams. Evan Williams is Waikato number 2 crew. Then Ben Mason. For Ben, it will be, is he fit enough? Has he got enough in the tank to keep going? Oliver Wells just sitting a little off Ben's shoulder. And then we go out to Gerard War at from Ashburton. They're through the 1,500 metre mark, well, some of them are. And what you've got now is that lactic acid will really have kicked in, and you're really driving those legs. The drive will be hard, will be tiring. You're coming down here. The only one you've got to play with here is your own head, and you're second guessing who's going to go when. Well, Ben Mason, travelling well here. He's wanting to prove something, that he's coming back to full fitness, and he's giving a good demonstration of it now. Who's going to put him under pressure? Well, I think it's Evan from Waikato. Evan's putting him under a lot of pressure, but they're all putting each other under pressure. So Ben is coached by Gary Roberts and going really well here. As I said earlier, he and Robbie Manson. Robbie Manson is in the A final, the single scull, qualified the double scull for the Olympics at the World Rowing Championship in Belgrade in September. It's the boat that's qualified, not the athlete, but never mind, it's a huge accolade. So Ben's looking as if he's got this sewn up, with Evan Williams coming hot on his heels. Oliver Welsh going well, and Gerald Wall, goodness me, but Ben's just picking up the pace here. Ben's home and hosed, going for the jugular. I'm going to prove a point here. So Ben will take the honours in the C final. Then Evan, and Oliver, and over to Gerard. Back to Sean Snow. No, sorry, beg your pardon, that's Ben Olifers. And then Fred Vavasser. And then back to Sean Snow. Now on the water now, whoops. It is the B final of the Elite Development Squad crew. We've got 6 boats on the water. And in lane 2, Flynn Watson, coached by Tom Stannard. In lane 3, Dunstan Arm 1, Jack Pearson, coached by Simon Smith. In lane 4, Elite Development and Summer, number 6, Jamie Hinder-Daniels, coached by Tom Stannard. In lane 5, Elite Development Summer Squad 7, James Scott, coached by Tom Stannard. In lane 6, Elite Development Summer Squad 9, Jack Reddy, coached by Gary Roberts. And in lane 7, Auckland number 1, Ryan Gass, coached by Peter Mills. And the clear leader here is Jack Reedy, out in lane 6, coached by Gary Roberts. I was privileged to watch Jack compete at World Cup 3, and man with Jordan Parry, he did the race of the one, but don't discount him. Jack Reedy just picking up his pace, coming through. He's put the burners on. Are the others going to respond? I haven't got a stopwatch, but I can tell you that that rating is pretty high by Jack Reedy over in the far lane. Man, he's wanting to prove a point here. gunning for it. The others are responding now. Jamie Hindle-Daniels, and we've got Flynn Watson. Flynn's coming up very fast, very, very fast. Flynn's got the most amazing finish here. Goodness me, I am going to be called into doing something quite fantastic here. Flynn's got it, then over to Jack, and then to Jimmy. Actually, we'll just Jack, then Jamie Hindle-Daniels. Yeah, some amazing racing there. Now, the premier event here, it is the men's premier single scull, sponsored by Fresh Choice. It's the A final, and it will be a ding-dong here. In lane 2, you've got the lightweight athlete, Matt Dunham, who's doing a huge amount, not only in conventional rowing, but also in coastal. In lane 3, we've got Robbie Manson, who I mentioned previously, qualified the double at the World Cup rowing. He's the fastest, holds the record for the fastest boat in a single scull in the world. In lane 4, we've got Tom McIntosh, who is the gold medalist from the Tokyo 8 and has changed from sweeping to sculling and got third in the World Cup Belgrade in 2023 and qualified the boat for the Olympics. Jordan Parry is in lane 5, a very interesting rower here. In 2022, he got 4th in the World Cup in the men's single and then had a bad accident and wrecked his ankle. He's coming back to full fitness. So we've got Jordan Parry in lane 5. In lane 6, we've got Oscar Rushton from Waikato, and in lane 7, we've got Jonty Wright. And goodness me, are we not going back like the clappers coming down here? Who's who in this zoo? Well, lane 1, or 2, we saw how fast that lane can finish, and Matt Dunham is known for his fast finish. Robbie Manson travelling very well in the lane next to him. Tom McIntosh out in front, gunning for a win here. John Parry just sitting back a little. And then we've got Oscar Rushton and Jonty Wright. But it is Tom, T-Mac, as he's affectionately known, really setting the pace here. T-Mac coming down here. Robbie Manson really pushing here, as is Matt Dunham. And I know Matt Dunham's got one of the fastest finishes in the history of rowing here in Lake Karapiro. So watch that. Oscar Rushton travelling well. John Parry just trailing a little bit there with Jonty Wright, but they are all going at a cracking pace. But T-Mac, it's T-Mac's race. He's coming down, probably about 5 more strokes. T-Mac's taken it. Then Robbie. And then Matt. Over to Oscar, then Jordan, and then out to Jonty Wright. Aren't we so privileged to watch these amazing athletes? Thank you all. That was just spectacular. So for those of you who are interested, some really interesting times here. Tom McIntosh took that race out in a time of 7:01:33, Robbie in 7:05:97, and Matt 7:07:82, Oscar 7:17:44, Jordan 7:20:04, and Jonty 7:27:40. So some fascinating times there. B final was 1 in a time by 7:16, and the C final was 1 in a time of 7:18. On the water now, this is the women's premier single sculls. This is the C final. We're in for some really interesting racing here, and it will be spectacular. So we're replicating what we've just seen in the men's C, B, and A final. This is the elite, the best of the best at this stage in New Zealand rowing, and that's from clubs and from the elite program. So in lane 3, we've got Waikato number 3 crew. In lane 5, we've got Cambridge number 1, Rebecca Lee. And in lane 6, we've got Hamilton number 1, Amy Robson, coached by Blair Curry and James Ingham. These races, this next bunch of races, heats, that's the proper word, is sponsored by Laszlo Boats. And Laszlo Boats, New Zealand, is New Zealand's oldest and newest rowing skiff building company. With more than 30 years of boat building industry experience, we understand that it's rowers who make boats go faster, but having a fast boat can help create that fractional advantage that can make the difference between gold and silver. Whether you row competitively, for fun, or both, and whether your rowing habitat is fresh or salt water, Laszlo Boats is keen to work with you, your school, your club, and your rowing facilities in order to understand your goals and to build the boats that surpass your needs and requirements. So just at the base of the tower here, go and have a chat with them. It'll be a good yarn, and you'll learn something. And you can look at spectacular equipment. Also, you've got SL Racing over on the bank and Wintech as well. So there's a fair few for you to go and have a look at. And go and buy your mini oars from Rob. Okay, let's get back to this race. It's Waikato number 3 crew in lane 3. Just there, sitting just to my left, my right, sorry, never could tell the difference between my left and right, of the umpire boat. In the middle, we've got Cambridge number 1, Rebecca Lee, and Rebecca is bringing this race home at the moment. And then we've got Hamilton, Amy Robson, out in lane 6. And Waikato boat, Isabel, is she making some gain here on Rebecca? Well, also keep your eyes peeled for the B final, which is sitting behind this race. It's race 268. In lane 2, you've got Sarah Wooten. In lane 3, watch out for Jackie Kiddle, lightweight, phenomenal athlete, whether it's lightweight, which is her discipline, or full-bodied and normal weight. Elite development, she's number 3 crew. And we've got Auckland number 1, Charlotte Spence in lane 4. West End, Holly Chaff in lane 5. Lane 6, Waikato number 5, Katie Lush. And in lane 7, Sophie Egnott Johnson in lane 7. But let's just watch this closing stages of this race. It is Rebecca Lee. Just when they were coming through the 1500 to 1750 mark, I did wonder if Isabel was making a gain on Rebecca, but Rebecca seems fully in control here. However, saying that, Isabel has just picked up her rating. Amy sticking to her knitting in the outside lane. But this is Rebecca Lee's race. So Rebecca takes it out. Well done. Isabel, and then over to Amy. Now on the water, we've got this B final, and they'll be going like the clappers coming down here. Lane 2, Sarah Wooten from Waikato number 1. In lane 3, Jackie Kiddle, and she'll be going really well here, I imagine. It's lovely to see Charlotte Spence back on the water after some time out. Love watching this athlete compete, and it'd be great to see her come back to full fitness and enjoy the love of the sport. Then we've got Holly Chaff just sitting behind Charlotte, and in front of them both we've got Katie Lush in lane 6 from Waikato number 5, and in lane 7 we've got Waikato number 2, Sophie Egnott-Johnson. I often wonder if I would actually understand what I'm saying if I was just listening to this on the radio. I somehow doubt it. Anyway, so it's Jackie Kiddle really got a strong advantage here, bringing the cruise home well through the 1750 mark. She can sniff home, but as I say, something that you will hear many of us say is this is when your legs, your whole body is really starting to burn. So Jackie Kiddle, Charlotte Spence travelling well, just in behind her. And then we go over to Katie Lush, Sophie Egnott-Johnson out in the far lane, not to be dismissed here. We've got a bit of a race going here, but it is definitely Jackie Kiddle bringing this home in a very convincing fashion. Then we're going out to Sophie, out in lane 7, then to Katie, then back to Charlotte. Charlotte's putting the burners on. Goodness me, Charlotte's coming up quickly. But it is Jackie's race. Congratulations to Jackie. Oh, crikey dick. Right, okay. Well, it's Sophie, then Charlotte, and then Katie. Whew. Well done, some great racing there. And then we're back to Waikato, Sarah Wooten, and then out to Holly Chaff. And now we have the A final of the Women's Premier Single Sculls, sponsored by Laszlo Boats. They are tremendous boats. Go and see them. They're just below us at the back of the tower. Go and have a look at them. So that heat was taken out in 8:32.21, the B final, and that was the C final. We're now on 8:05 was the B final, and now on the A final. So Women's Premier Single Sculls, this is the A final in lane 2 from Waikato number 4, Samantha Voss. In lane 3, Elite Development and Summer Squad number 9, Catherine Glenn. In lane 4, Elite Development Summer Squad number 1, Brooke Francis. In lane 5, Elite Development Summer Squad number 2, Lucy Spores. In lane 6, Elite Development and Summer Squad number 4, Shannon Cox. And out in lane 7, Elite Development and Summer Squad number 7, Veronica Wall. So who's who in the zoo here? Well, we are missing Emma Twigg. I'm not sure. I think somebody told me that she hadn't been well. So I hope that she's recovering quickly. And we've got Brooke and Lucy, who qualified the double at the World Cup for the Olympics, turning mums. So we're all for returning mums to this sport. So we've got Samantha travelling in lane 4, and don't underestimate the speed of Waikato number 4, Samantha Voss in lane 2, sorry. In lane 3, Catherine Glenn travelling well, just a little bit off the pace there. Out in front of the umpire boat, just for you to get your bead, is Brooke Francis, coached by James Coote. Then sitting next to her is her doubles partner, Lucy Spores. Neck and neck here. And then we've got Shannon Cox not giving anything up really. And then just sitting on their shoulder is Veronica Wall. So they are approaching the 1500 metre mark through it, actually. So home is in sniffing distance, albeit it might seem a long way off. Now I'm quite interested in seeing what Shannon Cox is doing in the outside lane there. I think she's made a little bit of a move there. Has Lucy Spurs made a little bit of a move on Brooke Francis? Possibly. And then there's been a bit of a response there. And then I'm keen to watch Sam Voss in the outside lane, because I never ever, inside lane, I never quite get the judge on that. Like my fellow commentators really can pick it a bit quicker than I can. So we've got 3 or 4 boats advancing for first, second and third place. Well, at the moment, if I were to call it, I'd say it was Brooke, Lucy and then Shannon. But goodness knows what's going to happen in this last 150 metres. And they are coming down here. They're all level pegging. They're all lifting their rating. Sammy Voss also going well in lane 2. Goodness me, this is when it gets hard. I think Lucy's just got her nose out. Lucy's just got her nose out in front of Brooke. And Shannon's still sitting in third, but we've got a ding-dong. Now look at this. Brooke Francis just picked up her pace again. These 2 returning mums, back to back, going for the juggler. They're coming down here, racing for all they've got. Goodness me, who's going to get it? Who's going to get it on the momentum? Well, Brooke is going to get it over Lucy. Well done, Brooke, Lucy, Shannon, Sam. Some phenomenal racing there. And then we come back to Catherine Glenn. And then we go over to Veronica Wall. Some spectacular racing to see world-class rowers compete at Lake Karapiro up close and personal. Pretty magic. Oh, goodness me. That's very high pitched. So, on the water now is race 270. It's the men's novice Cock State, sponsored by Defence Force Careers. The Navy, the Army and the Air Force is a place like nowhere else, where epic experiences create unbreakable bonds. Sound like something you'd like to be into? Visit the defence crew at the Regatta to discover how you can build a career and make best mates for life. With over 100 roles available, there is something for everyone, from combat roles to IT and navigation, tradies to medical professionals. So go and have a look, have a chat, and thank you for sponsoring the men's novice Cock State. This could be anybody's race. I think I could be taken back in time and looking at, if you watched Napoleon, you could be watching Napoleon's army of boats coming down the water. I probably offended lots of people there by using the wrong terminology. And I'm not going to get through all the names, so apologies here, but 8 really stretched me, and then somebody gets left out, and then all hell breaks loose. So in lane 1, we have the Mercer crew, and that's coached by Jim Matchett. In lane 2, King's College, one of 2 boats. That's great. That bodes well for the future of rowing at King's College. In lane 2, we have King's College, number 1 boat, coached by Mark Clemo and Ethan Henderson. In lane 3, we have Sacred Heart, number 1, coached by I don't know who. In lane 4, we've got North Shore 11. In lane 5, we've got Hamilton Boys High School, coached by Scott Brownlee, and I watched their 4s yesterday, coached under him, very good. And then we've got Hamilton Boys High School number 2 in lane 6, and that's coached by Scott Brownlee and Robin Clark. In lane 7, we've got Auckland Grammar number 1, coached by Sophia Miko and Tobias Rudkin. And out in lane 8, we've got King's College number 2 crew, coached by TK McLaren and Ethan Henderson. Now, funnily enough, it's those boys in red and black, the Hamilton Boys High School, leading the charge home here in first and second. They've got Auckland Grammar well on their shoulder here. Sacred Heart's not out of the race yet. And North Shore's not out of the race. So this, we're looking for gold, silver and bronze. We're looking at Hamilton Boys. They really are bringing this race down in a cracking pace. And you've got to remember, this is a novice Cox State. So Hamilton Boys have got 2 crews in it. King's College have got 2 crews in it. But it's Hamilton Boys, really quite gifted here. We've got Auckland Grammar, they're in with a chance here. They're just going to have to get a tiger in their tank, because at the moment North Shore has got the march on them. North Shore really coming up quickly here, but it's Hamilton Boys all the way. Hamilton Boys 1 and 2. Hamilton Boys 1 and 2. Is North Shore going to upset them? No, I don't think so. The runway. Hamilton Boys 1, Hamilton Boys 2. North Shore take 3rd. His Sacred Heart into 4th. Auckland Grammar, good 5th. King's College. Number 1 crew. King's College, number 2 crew. And then we're over to Mercer. As many of you know, we've got drones up, so this means that there is live streaming is available for coaches in the Don Rowland Centre. So live streaming is available for coaches in the Don Rowland Centre. Here in this boat, who's going to take the gold medal? Well, it's looking pretty convincing at the moment, but it's the girls from Hamilton. Hamilton 21. St. Kentigern's College travelling well. Star Boating Club number 3 and number 1. Number 1's got the march and number 3, but I wouldn't hold my breath on that, as number 3 seems to be pushing number 1 quite a lot here. But Hamilton's bringing this boat home. They're going to take out gold. West End coming up fast in the inside lane, but nobody is going to catch Hamilton. Well done, girls. You take the honours. Hamilton take the honours. Hope that you're going to raise your hands there. Now, this is a commentator's nightmare. Lane 2's got it. I think lane 2, St. Kentigern's College and Star Boating Club were second and third, but we'll leave it to what comes up on Rowett, because I really don't want to offend athletes, coaches, parents and volunteers by calling that wrong. I do think it was fairly safe in saying it was Star Boating Club, but was it number 1 or was it number 3? Anyhow, now we are on to some more racing, funnily enough. Just got to work out my alphabet. Wintec Racing. So Wintec Racing are sponsoring the Women's Novice Double Sculls to be a fast race. Wintec Racing's mission is to promote the growth of rowing by making it easier and more affordable to buy quality rowing boats and products that improve performance at all levels of rowing, from novice to elite. They are just below the Podium Cafe. Branding's black, red and white. Go and have a chat with them. So Aotearoa Boat Company is the new exclusive distributor for Wintec Racing, bringing some of the world's top performing rowing products to Aotearoa, New Zealand. I always have a problem pronouncing that, so apologies. Contact Nick from Aotearoa Boat Company to learn more about the new Wintec Cobra model and the FLX Elite Racing design, and row the future today. Just giving you the results of that. Yeah, it was what I thought, actually. So Hamilton won it in 8:07:71, St. Kentigern's in 8:18:43, and it was Star Boating Club number 3 that beat Star Boating Club number 1, 8:19:20, and Star Boating Club number 1 was 8:19:60. So some great racing there. Now we are on to the B final of the Women's Novice Double Sculls. Eight boats on the water. In lane 1, we have Clifton 3, Tabitha George, Bella Neal, coached by Gus Bergam. In lane 2, we have Epsom Girls Grammar, Caitlin Jagger and Jager, Kimberly Twiddle, coached by Brendan Borum. In lane 3, we've got Cambridge 21, Kylie Bennett and Abby Wilson, coached by Kaylin Wren and Sam Voss. In lane 4, we have Waikato Diocesan School number 1, Maria Simoncelli Oliveri, Maeve Barnard, coached by the Dio coaching team. In lane 5, we've got St George's 32, Isabel Taylor Campbell and Matilda Birkin, coached by Hayden Shaw and Emily Warren. Lane 6, St George's 31, Marin Sapper and Tallulah Flavel. In lane 7, Tauranga 1, Lily King and Zoe Siddle. In lane 8, King's College number 1, Layla Allen and Claudia White. And who have we got coming down here in the B final? Well, it's Cambridge, and they're owning this race. Kylie Bennett and Abby Wilson. It'll be interesting to see what time they take this race out, and looking at the B final that's on the water. We're trying to make some time up here. They're coming fast and furious. The races are coming fast and furious, and the athletes are fast and furious. Cambridge 21 here. This is St Peter's. coming down here, beautiful sculling, well done girls. And then we come back to Clifton, and then over to St George's. But it's St Peter's take the honours and the B final. Then we go to Clifton, well done. And then we go over to St George's. And we come back to Waikato Diocesan. Waikato, just half a boat length up on St George's. And actually we've got a little bit more than that. Well done. Fast finish by the Waikato girls. And then we come over to watch, goodness me, we've got a ding-dong here between Tauranga and King's College. Tauranga really picked up their pace. Not Kings out there. Tauranga, Kings, and then back to Epsom Girls Grammar. Right. Women's novice double sculls. This is the A final, and you know it's quite spread out for an A final. You'd expect that to be a little closer. It's sponsored by Wintec Racing. Double sculls A final. Now, I just want to keep a bead on what is happening on time. So Cambridge took that out in 8:55.38. That was the B final. We've got Whangarei in lane 1. And we've got Whangarei 2 in lane 2. In lane 3, we've got Aramaho Wanganui. In lane 4, we've got the Waikato number 1 crew. In lane 5, we have got Clifton number 1. In lane 6, we've got Aramaho Wanganui. In lane 7, we've got Cambridge 22. And in lane 8, we've got Tauranga 2. So we're looking for gold, silver, and bronze here. Who do we think's got it? Well, Waikato certainly are leading the march home. The sequencing across the lanes is proving accurate in this case. So it is Savannah Burke and Helena White are travelling extremely well here. Then Aramaho Wanganui, Agatha Doggett and Ruby Hoekstra. And then Whangarei is going well in the inside lane, but so is Clifton. But nobody's touching Savannah and Helena. But this is a great regatta. It's our Christmas regatta. It's one of the biggest regattas of the rowing calendar, but it just allows people to see where they're sitting prior to the holidays, then rowing camp, and then the biggie at the end of January here. But the honours will go certainly to the crew from Waikato, Savannah Burke and Helena White. Well done, girls. Aramo Wanganui, Agatha and Ruby coming up fast, and it's the Whangarei crew who are going to bring in a good third. Tana Godfrey and Anna Baradell, good third there. And we go over to Whangarei again, then Clifton. And goodness, I'm going to have to get on to the B final of the boys under 17 single sculls, sponsored by Waipa District Council, who's proud to call Waipa the home of champions. Council knows events like this is playing a huge role in our successful recovery from the impacts of COVID-19, which sadly is still in our community. And they're looking forward to a busy season ahead. Stay safe and make the most of these activities with friends and family. So this is the B final. In lane 1, we have Preston Blair from St George's. In lane 2, Star Boating Club number 31, Fraser Lindsay. In lane 3, travelling well here is Cohen Robinson from Mercer. Lane 4, Shore School, Joshua Frapp. In lane 5, St George's, Finley Christensen. In lane 6, Hamilton, Kahuraka Hagi. In lane 7, also travelling well, I shouldn't sound surprised, is James Nottenbelt from St Kentigern's College. And out in the far lane, lane 8, we've got Gisborne, number 1, Louis Wiley. So this is the B final. We've got 3 boats travelling really well, but it's this Mercer boat that's catching my eye in this inside lane. And it's the St Kentigern's College crew. They're going head to head. Who's going to come through first? In my little Ready Rickner. Oof. It's Mercer. Mercer quite comfortably over St Kentigern's. Well done. Well done to St Kent's coming second. And then St George's. Some good racing there. And I can now draw a bit of breath, I think, before the A final. There we go, that's the breath. It's just a public announcement. 2 cars have left their hazard lights on. So this is from the parking lady. 2 cars have left their hazard lights on and their batteries will go flat. The cars are parked near the Rowing New Zealand building. License plates in the image attached. Okay. So it's a Mitsubishi NDJ24, NDJ24, and a Vauxhall, I think, MWT396, Vauxhall MWT396, and a Mitsubishi NDJ24. You're going to have flat batteries if you don't go and turn your hazard lights off. Right. This is the A final. Porirua in lane 1. In lane 2, Whakatane, number 3. In lane 3, Tauranga Boys, College, number 1. In lane 4, St George's, 11. Lane 5, Whakatane. This is Travis Talpos, travelling really well here in the green boat. Lane 6, we've got Tulpo. Joseph Williams. Lane 7, Whakatane 2, Alex Armunger, and in lane 8, Cambridge 1, Oscar Aveneus. But it is Whakatane, Travis, bringing the A final home. That's distinctive boat. Then we come down to Whakatane 3. This is at Suits, coached by Graham Watt. So congratulations to Travis and to Whakatane again. And then the St George's has taken out the 3rd medal. Porirua just bringing up the rear there. Right, on the water now. This is the men's double sculls racing. It's the B final, race 276 in your program, sponsored by SL Racing. In lane 1, we have Shore School, number 1 crew, Aidan McFarlane and Henry Faddy. Lane 2, West End number 1, Rui Kerr and Talisman Lloyd. Lane 3, Wanganui Collegiate, Benjamin Poulton and Tyler Wayburn. In lane 4, Waitemata 1, Joel Hawthorne and Leo Strode Penny. Lane 5, Mercer 1, Jack Simmelink and Cameron Preston. In lane 6, Mercer 2, Anton Shute and Max Simmelink. In lane 7, West End 2, William Thompson and Sean Brooks Adams. And in lane 8, Waikato number 1, Joshua Wilson and Charlie Squire. So they're all just approaching the 1750 mark. Shore School travelling well in the inside lane. Then we've got West End, Wanganui Collegiate just up there, Waitemata a little bit back. Mercer travelling well here, but Mercer 1 and 2 having a bit of a ding-dong. And then West End back, and Waikato 1, well, they could be a really fast finisher. So this is the B final of the men's club double sculls. I think Shore School's maybe not going to be fast enough on that inside lane. It could very much be the Mercer crew. Oh, and the lights just changed colour. So it is Mercer. I'm now doing this without binoculars and out. I'm just going on colours. So it is Mercer. Mercer takes the honours in the B final. Ooh, and Shore School's taken second. And then I think the Mercer crew was third. And they just caught a little bit of a bad water. Now we've got the A final. I've mentioned the SL Racing are just sitting on the bank below podium. And SL Racing, they don't believe in second best when it comes to customer service, and our care continues well past purchase. At SL Racing, we work closely with you to design and build the perfect racing boat solution. So when you're on the water, you can focus on the finish line, not on your equipment. In lane 1, we've got Hamilton 2. In lane 2, we've got Clifton 2. In lane 3, we've got St George's 1. In lane 4, we've got Anamaho Wanganui 1. In lane 5, we've got Clifton 1. In lane 6, we've got Tauranga 1. In lane 7, Bay of Plenty Coast 1. And in lane 8, Hamilton 1. So this is the A final of the men's double sculls. I love the double sculls. It's Clifton. And I love the colours of Clifton, which I think you probably won't think is really relevant, but I happen to like the colours. So I think it's Clifton's race to lose. I think Bay of Plenty Coast is travelling really well out in lane 7. And lane 1, Hamilton number 2 crew, they're coming up quickly in the inside lane. Aramaho Wanganui's not having a shabby race either, but it is Clifton. It is the Clifton, Luke Brock and Liam Cox going particularly well here. They're coached by Jason Williams and Greg Cox. They've owned this race from start to finish. I think there is no doubt who's going to take out the gold positioning in this race. And then we go across to Bay of Plenty Coast. That's Henry Gavin and Luca Romasa. And then, it is Hamilton 2. Lucas Doughty and Ethan Claridge, coached by Blair Curry and James Ingham, who's taken third place. If you're ever looking for a great builder, James Ingham's your man. He renovated a little villa for us in Leamington. Superb craftsmanship. Just amazing and really good on time. That's some unsolicited feedback. Really great young builder. Now, Right, race 278. This is the Women's Club Double Sculls, sponsored by Design Signs. I don't remember this, you know, ladies and gentlemen. I have a little script here. So Design Signs, the signage specialists. We are an enthusiastic and an innovative sign company delivering a variety of signage solutions to satisfied customers in Auckland and nationally since 2007. Our customers include large corporate companies with multiple locations across New Zealand to small startups needing a simple signage solution. Based in Auckland, we provide customers with a complete range of signage options specifically customized to individual or corporate requirements. Design Signs are able to do this with over 80 years combined signage experience, which allows their vast knowledge of the signage industry to produce quality signs. This ensures that our clients receive the best signage solutions that meet their requirements, no matter how big or how small. So thank you, Design Signs. All these sponsors, you know, it just makes for Karapiro Rowing to put on better and better events. We couldn't do this without their generous sponsorship. So in lane 1, we've Tauranga 2, Sarah Laban Den Tam, Ruby Church. In lane 2, we've got Waikato number 1 crew. Pippa Dixon, Caitlin Bequest. As this number is Tauranga 2, going like the clappers actually on the inside lane. In lane 3, we've got Hawke's Bay 2, Libby Stewart, Ava Woodbury Winkle. In lane 4, Hauraki Plains, Paige Tavita Williams and Jessica Broadbent. Lane 5, Tauranga 3, Amelia Ellis Zoe Hume. Lane 6, Hawke's Bay, number 1, Molly Lawson, Hannah Ritchie. Lane 7, West End, Milan, Tina Corey, Jessica Taylor. And lane 8, Hawke's Bay number 3, Aisling White and Lauren Downing. But it's Tauranga 2, Sarah and Ruby going like the clappers, and then this inside lane, no slowing down here. They are bringing this race home. Gosh, it'd be interesting to compare this time to the winners of the B final. Then we go across to Hauraki Plains, and then it is Hawke's Bay. But goodness me, what a win, girls. That's Tauranga number 2. Then we've got Hauraki Plains, and then we have got Hawke's Bay. First, second, and third in the Women's Club Double Sculls, sponsored by Design Signs. I've got one more race to do. And then I hand over to Megan, who is a coach from Westlake, and will be able to give you far more technical detail than I can. So this is the Women's Club Double Sculls. It's sponsored by Design Signs, and it is the A final. It's a wee bit spread out, but we've got a race here. In lane 1, Hamilton number 1, Madeline Coombs and Aria Armstrong, coached by Georgia Allen. They're going to have to get a wriggle on. In lane 2, we've got Mercer, travelling well. Mercer number 1, Megan Van Leuven and Sasha Robinson, coached by Brett Henry. In lane 3, we've got Union Boat Club. They're just back off the pace. Nicola Goss and Rebecca Wilson, coached by Bob Evans. Lane 4, Rotorua, going well here. Tegan Negus and Brooke Tom, coached by Alistair Riddle. In lane 5, Auckland number 2 crew, Rebecca McLaren and Annie Williamson, sister of Dan Williamson in the elites, who also won gold in the men's 8 at the Tokyo Olympics, coached by Peter Mills. In lane 6, we've got Tauranga 1, Amy Everett and Caitlin Wayne, coached by Steve Finlayson and Troy Page. In lane 7, Wellington number 1, Isabel Sears and Amy Harvey Green. And out in lane 8, Whangarei 1, Elizabeth Gould and Isabella Hunter Willits, coached by Chris Williams. Goodness me, what a race we've got here. Mercer going like the clappers in lane 2. Then Union just off the pace, and then we've got Rotorua, Auckland and Tauranga giving me what they call a commentator's nightmare. who is going to do this, or are we going to have to leave it to the cameras to tell us who's first, second, and three? There's some great cheering going on here. Goodness me, everybody's throwing the kitchen sink at this race. Who's going to take it out? Oh my goodness me, I do think Mercer's just got the march here. They've just had their nose out front. Mercer's got it. Well done, Mercer. Then Rotorua. And then Auckland. Wow, what great racing. Whew. Now I can go and have a cup of coffee. Thank you very much indeed. I've really enjoyed commentating this morning. You're in for some great racing this afternoon and the rest of this morning, funnily enough. We've got club, we've got school, we've got elite, and you're in good hands with Megan. Thank you.
And on the course now, heading towards their final 500 metres, it is the final of the girls under 17 Cox 4 event, sponsored by Onyx Cafe. In lane 1, you have West End 11, lane 2, Epsom Girls Grammar 1, lane 3 is Cambridge 21, 4 is West End 31, 5, Waikato Diocesan, 6 is North Shore, 7 West End, and 8 is Cambridge. Out in the front, moving into this final 500 metres, in the middle there you can see West End 31 there. Out in the front, the final 500 metres of the girls under 17 Cox 4. And there's a battle for second behind them with 4 boats, pretty level, but West End charging out into the front there. Bit of a challenge coming from Epsom Girls Grammar on the inside, but still holding their advantage. West End 31 there, that's Bella, Molly, Lila and Olivia, coxed by Amelia Jones. They move into their final 250 metres. West End looking very clean in together. A battle for second going on behind them with Epsom Girls Grammar and the Waikato crew. But West End, length advantage into their final 250 metres, putting in that final surge now, securing their first place finish, but a challenge from the outside. Over in lane 8, Cambridge, moving up on them. Cambridge there, pushing themselves out in front, West End having to hold on. It's going to be Cambridge or West End. These final 100 metres of the final of the girls under 17 Cox 4. Cambridge and West End battling for that first place finish. It's going to be tight. West End upping their rate there, just pushing their nose out in front of the Cambridge crew. Epsom Girls Grammar behind them putting in a push, but it will be West End in lane 4. West End 31, Bella, Molly, Lila, Olivia and Amelia Jones. Over the line first in the final, second Cambridge, and third Epsom Girls Grammar. That was the final of the girls under 17 Cox 4, sponsored by Onyx Cafe. And on the course now, the final of the men's senior Coxless 4. A scratch from Auckland, meaning in lane 2 you have Melbourne University, Waikato in 3, West End in 4, North Shore in 5 and 6 and 7. That North Shore crew over in lane 7 being Westlake Boys, rowing under North Shore. Moving towards their final 500 metres in the men's senior Coxless 4 final. In the middle there, it's a battle for first between North Shore and West End. Waikato, sorry. West End just looking like they're in front at the moment, but North Shore definitely challenging them. West End just holding up ahead of the North Shore 1 crew. North Shore looking like they might just have pushed in front of the West End, but West End responding now as they move towards the final 250 metres of the men's senior Coxless 4 final. West End just working to keep their nose out in front into the final 250 metres as they move into this final surge. North Shore giving it everything they can to keep with West End, but West End just out in the front into this final stage. West End 1 there, and North Shore 1 battling for that first place position. Into their final couple hundred metres, West End just still out in front. That's Jack, Grant, William and Finn. Putting in a surge there to push away from the North Shore crew behind them. Can they hang on in this final 50-60 metres of this final of the men's senior Coxless 4? North Shore putting in their final push there, but it looks like it will be West End. West End 1 in lane 4 over the line first to take the win in the men's senior Coxless 4 final. North Shore 1 in second there. Final push from Waikato there, but it will be North Shore 2 in third. Waikato in fourth. Melbourne University in fifth. And Westlake Boys over in sixth. That was the final of the men's senior Coxless 4, sponsored by Laszlo Boats. And on the course now you have the final of the women's senior Coxless 4, sponsored by SL Racing. In lane 2 you have North Shore 2, Waikato 2 in 3, Waikato 1 in 4, North Shore 1 in 5, and Melbourne University 1 and 2 in 6 and 7 respectively. Moving towards their final 500 metres of this women's senior Coxless 4 final. To be between Waikato and the Melbourne University 1 crew at this stage. Crews looking to build into their final 500 metres of the women's senior Coxless 4 final. Waikato looking like they might just have a slight advantage over the Melbourne University crew. Little wobble there from Melbourne, meaning Waikato push out in front, holding on to that first place position as they move towards their final 250 metres in the women's senior Coxless 4. Waikato 1 there. That's Brooke, Sophia, Brooke and Grain. holding that advantage over Melbourne University 1. It's Tiffany, Olive, Lucy and Chloe. Crews moving towards the final 250 metres in this women's senior Cox's 4 final, sponsored by SL Racing. Waikato 1 holding on to that advantage, pushing away from Melbourne University. Very comfortable out in the front there. Nice strong rowing going on into these final couple hundred metres. Melbourne putting in a push, trying to not let that Waikato crew get away. But Waikato extending that lead into the final stages of this race. Clear water between them and second place now. Surging towards the finish, it's Waikato 1. That's Brooke Carter, Sophia Greenhall, Brooke Pickford and Graham Walsh. Coaches Anna DeLong and Steve Willis will be very happy. Them surging towards the finish line with clear water advantage in this final of the women's senior Cox's 4. Second and third looking like it's going to be Melbourne University and North Shore in that third place. But over the line now, your winners of the women's senior Cox's 4, sponsored by SL Racing, it is Waikato 1. Congratulations to Brooke Carter, Sophia Greenhoff, Brooke Pickford and Grain Walsh. Second place there is Melbourne University 1 and North Shore 1 over in third. Fourth, going to Waikato 2 and North Shore 2 over the line, followed by Melbourne University 2. That was the final of the women's senior Cox's 4, sponsored by SL Racing. And into the second half of their race now. On the course is the B final of the boys under 15 double sculls, sponsored by Waipa District Council. A scratch from Sacred Heart Auckland, meaning in lane 2 you have Clifton 1, that's Jack and Oliver. Westlake Boys High School rowing under North Shore in 3, that's Caleb and Harrison. Waikato 11, Delaney and Connor in 4. St Kitts in 5 with Sebastian and Liam. Hawke's Bay 1, Kazuki and Carlin in 6. St George's 11, Scout and Nick. And Whakatane 1 in 8 with Luca and Cole. Moving towards the final 500 metres. In this B final of the boys under 15 double sculls, appears to be St Kitts out in the front. St Kitts holding their first place position, but a challenge from the inside. It's the Waikato crew, Delaney and Connor, putting in a surge, hoping to catch them up, but St Kitts holding on to their lead for now as they move towards the final 300 metres of this boys under 15 double sculls B final. St Kitts, they're comfortably out in the front now, but a surge coming from Waikato. Pushing up on them, St Kitts responding, hoping to hold them off into the final 250 metres of this boys under 15 double sculls B final. St Kitts upping their rate there, extending that advantage over the crews behind them. Pushing on, nice surge there from St Kitts. That's Sebastian and Liam. Coach Carl Vincent will be happy with them pushing away from the crews behind them in this final 250 metres of the boys under 15 double sculls B final. St Kitts leaving plenty of clear water between them and Waikato behind them. And Whakatane over in lane 8. Still creeping up, but it will be St Kitts. Push from the inside there from Clifton, that's Jack and Oliver. Putting in a surge there, speeding up towards the finish line. This boys under 15 double sculls final. Can St. Kent's hang on till the end in the final 50-60 metres of this race? A push from Clifton there into second place. St. Kent's hanging on to that first place position. Clifton just running out of time with their surge there, but they are into second, but over the line now. Your winners of the B final, the boys under 15 double sculls. It is St. Kentigern College, Clifton in second, and Waikato in 3. Congratulations there to Sebastian Wallace and Liam Downing and coach Carl Vincent for that win there in the B final of the boys under 15 double sculls, sponsored by Waipa District Council. And naturally, onto the course now, the A final of the boys under 15 double sculls, also sponsored by Waipa District Council. In lane 1, you have Onslow College 1, Tauranga Boys College 1 in 2, West End 21 in 3, Taupo in 4, Aramoha Whanganui in 5, Cambridge 21 in 6, Tauranga 1 in 7, and Star Boat Club 1 in 8. With these A and B finals of the boys under 15 double sculls, kindly sponsored by Waipa District Council. Waipa District Council, proud to call Waipa the home of champions. Council knows events like this play a huge role in the successful recovery from COVID-19 impacts, and we are looking forward to a busy season ahead. Stay safe and make the most of these activities with friends and family. Thank you to Waipa District Council for sponsoring the boys under 15 double sculls event. On the course now, the A final. Out in the front at this stage appears to be lane 6, St George's. Cambridge 21, sorry. Cambridge holding. Cambridge holding a strong lead out at this stage. Still plenty of this A final left to go though. Cambridge looking to extend that lead out in the front. Having to hold off any surges from the crews behind them. Nice bit of clear water advantage for them at this stage. Well into the second half of this boys under 15 double sculls A final. Very comfortably out in the front as they move towards the final 500 metres. And it's A final of the boys under 15 double sculls. It is Cambridge 21. That's Jacob and Jack. Holding a lovely clear water advantage as they move into the final 500 metres. And then appears to be Tauranga Boys College holding that second position from this angle. But Aramoha Whanganui, Joseph and Nikki still in the mix there for second. But very much out in the front there is Cambridge 21, Jacob and Jack. Lovely rhythm going with these scullers there. Under 15s just extending that lead with every stroke. Push behind them from Aramoha Whanganui, but they've got a lot of ground to make up if they're going to catch this Cambridge double. Surging towards the final 250 metres in this boys under 15 double sculls A final. Very comfortable out in the front there. Holding on to that second position, Aramoha Whanganui, hoping to hold off that Tauranga Boys College, Luca and Barrand. in lane 2. Lifting that right there, Aramoho Whanganui 1. That's Joseph and Nikki pushing towards that final 250 metres. But Cambridge 21 there, Jacob Kampenhout and Jake Kallenstein cruising towards that finish line. The huge advantage over the crews behind them, several lengths of clear water over the rest of the pack. And they're not slowing down every stroke, surging towards that finish line, pushing them crews behind them away. Looking very cool and collected. Pushing towards that finish line. Congratulations there. Cambridge 21, Jacob Kampenhout, and Jack Carlson and I, Coach Chris Thornton, will be very happy with that performance. Moving into their final 30-40 metres. Over that finish line, your winners of the boys under 15 double sculls A final. Congratulations to Cambridge 21, Jacob and Jack, just crossing the line now. Your second place, a push from Tauranga Boys College, but it looks like it will be Aramoho Whanganui 1. That's Joseph Dudson and Nicky Maxim. Go on to take second in this boys under 15 double sculls, and third will be Tauranga Boys College, Luca Adam and Baron Muller. Congratulations there to your top 3 in the boys under 15 double sculls, sponsored by Waipa District Council. Push in lane 1, but at fourth will be Taupo 1, and then Onslow College, followed by West End 21. With Starboat Club and Tauranga coming through the line now. And on the course now is the B final of the girls under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls, sponsored by Croker Oars New Zealand. In lane 1 you have Mercer 1, Whanganui Collegiate 1 in 2, Takapuna Grammar 1 in 3, Auckland 31 in 4, Cambridge High School 1 in 5, St George's 11 in 6, Canberra Girls Grammar 2 in 7, and Whangarei 2 in 8. From this angle, it appears to be the Auckland 31 crew, Sophia, Emily Addison and Odessa, with Rose Finlayson coxing in lane 4 out in the front at this stage. Still plenty of time for that to change, though. In this B final of the girls under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls, we've seen plenty of last-minute surges change these races today. So Auckland will be hoping to hang on to that advantage as they move towards the final 500 metres in this girls under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls. St George's there, putting in a push, closing that gap with the Auckland crew. Coming towards the final 250 metres now of this B final of the girls under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls. And in lane 4 it is Auckland 31 out in the front there. That's Sophia Glass, Emily Keane, Alison Hewlett, Odessa Key with Rose Finlayson coxing. Hanging on to that first place as they move towards the final 250 metres. A length and a half up from this angle. Not letting anything go here, this Auckland crew. Hoping to keep a clean finish in these final 250 metres. St George's on their left. St George's over in lane 6. And Canberra Girls Grammar. Whanganui Collegiate there putting in a push, but your winners with a clear water advantage are looking like it will be Auckland 31. St George's just holding that second position, but from the inside, Whanganui Collegiate might steal that second place, putting in a push now, upping their rate, overtaking the St George's crew. But they won't be able to catch your winners here in the B final of the girls under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls. It is Auckland 31, Sophia Glass, Emily Keane, Addison Hewlett, Odessa Key, and Rose Finlayson. Your second place there in lane 2, Whanganui Collegiate 1. That's Millie, Alex, Bella Jean, Alaska, and Abby Shaw coxing. Over the line second. And in third place, St George's 11. Fourth is Takapuna Grammar, with Mercer coming over the line now. Whangarei 2 there. Over the line in the B final of the girls under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls. And naturally onto the A final on the course of the girls under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls, sponsored by Croker Oars. In lane 1, Aramahu Whanganui 2, St Kenton 1 in 2, Whangarei 1 in 3, Tauranga in 4, Canberra Girls Grammar 1 in 5, Aramahu Whanganui in 6, Waikato Dio in 7, Hauraki Plains in 8, and Cambridge 21 in 9. Plenty of boats here in this A final of the girls under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls. At this stage, from this angle, looking like lane 6, Aramahu Whanganui 1, out in the front with a challenge from Cambridge in lane 9. Still plenty of this race left to go in this girls under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls, sponsored by Croker Oars New Zealand. This is your A final. into the final 500 metres now of the A final of the girls under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. Out in the front, still holding on, is Arama Hufanganui 1. The challenge coming from the outside, Cambridge 21. And Tauranga 1 there, also still in the game. But Arama Hufanganui, their number 1 crew there, holding out as they move towards the final 250 metres in this A final of the girls under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. Big pushes coming from these crews there as they move into their final 250 metres, but still holding out their advantage is Arama Hufanganui 1. That's Fiona, Shelby, Ruby and Addison, coxed by Morgan Wood. Holding on to that first place finish. Push coming there from Tauranga 1 though. Arama will have to hold them off if they want to keep their first place finish. Upping their rate there, Tauranga 1. Closing in on that Arama Hufanganui crew into the final stages of this final A final of the girls under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. Arama doing anything they can to hold off that Tauranga 1 crew. Push from Canberra Girls Grammar 2 there, hoping to close on Tauranga. Arama keeping them off about half a length at this stage, but Tauranga not giving up. Closing in on that Arama Hufanganui crew. It's going to be tight, upping their rate again, Tauranga. Tauranga closing in on that Arama Hufanganui crew. It's going to be tight. First place over the line in the A final of the girls under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. It's going to be close, but it is Arama Hufanganui over the line. First with Tauranga 1 just behind them. And Canberra Girls Grammar taking that third. Congratulations there to Arama Hufanganui 1. Good battle at the end from Fiona Tweedle. Shelby Clark, Ruby Bullock, Addison Jenkins and Morgan Wood coxing. Congratulations there, winners of your A final of the girls under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. And surging down the course now into their final 500 metres. It is the boys under 18 coxless pairs. This is the final sponsored by Aotearoa Boat Company. In lane 1 you have Cambridge 21, West End 33 in 2, Hamilton Boys High School in 3 and 4, West End in 5, Auckland Grammar in 6, King's College in 7 and Auckland Grammar again in 8. Out in the front there, Hamilton Boys ahead of the pack as they surge towards the final 250 metres. Out in the front there, that's Hamilton Boys High School's 1 crew, that's Zach Brownlee and Dylan McConnell. Looking very calm and collective, moving towards that final 250 metres in this final of the boys under 18 coxless pairs. That is Hamilton Boys 1, Zach and Dylan out in the front with Hamilton Boys 2, Ethan and William just behind them in second. West End in lane 5, hanging on to that third with Auckland on their left, putting in a push, hoping to overtake them. But that Hamilton Boys High School 1 crew, Zach Brownlee, Dylan McConnell, not leaving anything to chance here in this boys under 18 coxless pairs. Looking very comfortable out with their Clearwater advantage. A push coming from their teammates there in the Hamilton Boys High School 2 crew. That's Ethan Stein and William Millam. But looking very relaxed as they move towards that finish line. In the boys under 18 coxless pairs, it will be Hamilton Boys High School 1. That is Zach Brownlee and Dylan McConnell, coached by Caleb Shepherd, over the line to take the win in the final of the boys under 18 coxless pairs, with a Hamilton Boys High School 2 crew over in second. Push coming from lane 1, but it will be West End in lane 5. West End 31, Charlie Heath and Max Jarvie to take third. Congratulations there to all our crews, Hamilton Boys and West End, your top 3 in the boys under 18 coxless pairs, sponsored by Aotearoa Boat Company. On the course now, the girls under 18 double sculls, sponsored by Takapoto Estate. This is the final. In lane 1, Auckland 31, Aramoha Whanganui 1 in 2, Commercial 1 in 3, Waikato 1 in 4, Starboat Club 2 in 5, Hawke's Bay 1 in 6, Whanganui Collegiate 1 in 7, and Cambridge 21 in 8. This is the final of the girls under 18 double sculls. Out in the front of this stage, you can see in the middle, it is Starboat Club Ella Barr and Emma Baggery. Starboat Club 2 crew out in the front in this final of the girls under 18 double sculls, holding a very comfortable advantage over the rest of the pack as they move towards the final 500 metres. Behind them for second appears to be between Aramoha Whanganui 1, that's Beatrice Douglas and Robin Van Ditch, and Cambridge 21, Sophie Walker and Amelia Donovan for that second place, but still out in the front in this girls under 18 double sculls final. Starboat Club 2 crew Ella Barr and Emma Baggery, coached by Catherine Duffin, out in the front, moving towards the final 250 metres in this girls under 18 double sculls. Not leaving anything to chance. Still rowing very strong into these final 250 metres. They're not letting up on those crews behind them, not leaving them any space. Push there coming from Waikato. Up in there, a bit of climbing coming from Auckland 31 and Aramoha Whanganui on the inside. But holding on for now, Starboat Club 2 crew still out in the front there, into their final 250 metres. Second place, 3 boats in contention. Your 2 on the inside, Auckland 31 and Aramoha Whanganui, along with Waikato 1, in a battle for second, but cruising out in front still, Starboat Club 2. Giving it everything they've got, not leaving any space for those crews behind them. That is Ella Barr and Emma Baggery from Starboat Club, who will take the win in the final of the girls under 18 double sculls. The battle for second going on behind them still between Waikato 1, Aramoha Whanganui 1 and Auckland 31. Going to be tight for this second place here, but your winners just crossing the line now. Starboat Club 2, Ella Barr and Emma Baggery, congratulations. Winners of the girls under 18 double sculls. And a tight second place finish there. Looks to be in lane 1, Auckland 31, Georgia Galloway and Imogen Worrell just stealing that second place at the last second in the girls under 18 double sculls event, kindly sponsored by Takapoto Estate. Congratulations again there to your winners from Starboat Club, second crew, Ella Barr and Emma Baggery. Congratulations as well to their coach, Catherine Duffin, for their win in the girls under 18 double sculls. And into their second half of their race is the B final on the course for the men's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls, sponsored by Jarrett Sports Limited. In lane 1 you have Petone 1, lane 2 you have St George's 31, lane 3 Cambridge 1, Hamilton 1 in 4, Gisborne 1 in 5, West End 1 in 6, Westlake Boys High School rowing under North Shore in lane 7, and Takapuna Grammar in 8. Out in front of this stage appears to be the West End 1 crew. That's Harrison, Ravi, Joel, Jamie and Samara O'Hagan coxing. Over in lane 6, currently holding out the advantage in this B final of the men's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. But Hamilton 1 there in the middle, pushing up on them, hoping to close that gap, maybe even overtake, as they move towards the final 250 metres into this 500 is where it all matters. Crews are putting their surges in. We've seen quite a few overtakes in these final stages. So Hamilton looking to push up there, as well as Cambridge 1 on their right. But West End 1 still holding their advantage at this stage. Hamilton getting close to them though, moving towards this final 250 metres. Have West End got it in them to hold off that Hamilton 1 crew? That's Merlot, Leighton, Blake, Alex, Hoxby, Lucille and Lomond. West End still hanging on to that first place, but Hamilton putting in another surge there as they move towards their final 250 metres. It's going to be close. Hamilton just looking a little bit more energetic there, but West End holding them off. Very smooth into the final 250 metres of this B final in the men's intermediate Cots quadruple sculls. West End upping their rate there, pushing away from that Hamilton 1 crew. Cambridge 1 there, still in that third, with Westlake Boys High School rowing under North Shore in that 4th place position in this B final of the men's intermediate Cots quadruple sculls. But your winners, it does look like it will be West End 1, that's Harrison Bacchus, Ravi Kerr, Joel Millam, JV Vukovic and Samara O'Hagan Coxing. Congratulations there to them and their coaches Nick Dorr and George Lawn. Over the line first in this B final of the men's intermediate Cots quadruple sculls, it is West End 1. Second place will be Hamilton 1, that's Merlot, Leighton, Blake, Alex and Lucia Lenormand Coxing. And in lane 3, third over the line, Cambridge 1, Peter, Zach, Josh, Gurr and Letitia Hay. That was the B final of the men's intermediate Cots quadruple sculls, sponsored by Jaron Sports, with the A final following them down the course now. In lane 1 here, you have Wellington 1, Bay of Plenty Coast 1 in 2, St George's 11 in 3, St Paul's Collegiate in 4, St George's 31 in 5, Whanganui Collegiate in 6, and Tauranga Boys College 1 in 7, Starboat Club 2 in 8. This is the A final of the men's intermediate Cots quadruple sculls, sponsored by Jaron Sports Limited. Into the final 500 metres now of this A final of the men's intermediate Cots quadruple sculls. Out in the front, those crews over on the far side appears to be between Starboat Club 2 and Whanganui Collegiate 1. Starboat Club just with a slight advantage from this angle, but Whanganui Collegiate upping their rate a bit there, not letting them get away that easy. Push coming from the inside of Whanganui Collegiate there as well. St George's. Starboat Club keeping that slight advantage. Whanganui Collegiate pushing out in the front there into this final 250 metres, A final of the men's intermediate Cots quadruple sculls. Crews picking up the pace now. But Whanganui Collegiate 1 holding out that advantage, extending that lead towards the finish line. St George's creeping up on them though. St George's 11 there. Upping that rate, closing that gap. Whanganui Collegiate needing to respond if they're going to hold on to this first place. They don't want to let St George's pass now. St. George's putting in everything they've got, closing in on the line, but it will be Whanganui Collegiate in lane 6, St. George's in second, and St. George's again in third, with Starboat Club coming in 5th, and Bay of Plenty Coast in 1. Congratulations there to Whanganui Collegiate 1, that's John T. McIntyre, Lachlan Pennington, Hugo Giblin, Hunter Thompson and Jack Walker Coxing, winners of your A final of the men's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. And of course now you have the B final of the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls, sponsored by Croker Oars. In this B final, in lane 1 you've got St. George's 11, lane 2 West End 21, lane 3 Waikato 12, lane 4 Cambridge 1, Waikato 11 in 5, Gisborne 1 in 6, Takapuna Grammar 1 in 7, and St. Paul's Collegiate 2 over in 8. It's the B final of the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Appears to be Gisborne out in the front from this angle, but crews still very close together in this second half of the B final of the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Challenge from the outside from St. Paul's Collegiate 2 though. It's Max, Harry, Christopher, Caleb and Hugh Trower Coxing. It does appear to be Gisborne holding on to the advantage at this stage, but crews very close together into this final 500 metres. It's still anybody's race at this stage. Waikato 12 there on the inside, putting in a surge, creeping up on those crews, maybe even overtaken at this stage. Waikato there pushing through those crews. St. Paul's Collegiate still in the game as well. Gisborne not giving up just yet. Waikato 12 there, now taking the lead, if not extending it into this final 250 metres. An incredible surge there from Waikato 12. That's James Davies, Arden Marunga, Sam Overdevest and Kenai Tony, coxed by Hunter Gorey into their final 250 metres now. A great overtake there from Waikato 12. St. George's 11 on the inside, putting in a push now, hoping to catch these crews up. It's going to be a battle for second, but that Waikato 12 crew there, pushing out, extending that lead, not letting those crews stay anywhere near them, surging towards that finish line. Great racing here from Waikato, pushing towards that finish line, leaving that battle for second behind them. Clear water now between them and the other crews. They're just pushing away from that pack behind them. Waikato 12 there, congratulations. Your winners of the B final of the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls will be James Davies, Arden Marunga, Sam Overdevest, Kenai Thompson and Hunter Gorey. Clear water advantage as they cross the line to take the win in this B final. Second place as they cross the line there. In lane 4, second place looking like it will be Cambridge 1. Great surge from the inside in lane 1. With Gisborne and Waikato crossing. Followed by St. George's 11. That was your B final of the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Congratulations again. Great final surge there from your winners, Waikato 12. Great work there in that B final. Naturally, on to the A final now of the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. As I said, on the course now, the A final of the boys under 16 Cots quadruple sculls. Sacred Heart Auckland in lane 1, Whanganui Collegiate in 2, St Paul's Collegiate in 3, Star Boat Club 31 in 4, Aramoha Whanganui 1 in 5, Tauranga Boys College 1 in 6, St Kent's 1 in 7, and King's College 1 in 8. Into their final 500 metres now. This A final of the boys under 16 Cots quadruple sculls. It's a battle in the middle there between Star Boat Club and Aramoha Whanganui 1. Pretty much neck and neck for that first place in the stage, out in the middle there. Surging towards that final 250 metres in this A final of the boys under 16 Cots quadruple sculls. St Paul's looking like they've just ahead at Aramoha Whanganui and Star Boat Club. Aramoha there in third, Star Boat Club in second, but current first place holders are your St Paul's Collegiate 1 in lane 3. Star Boat Club not giving up just yet, still got that overlap. St Paul's Collegiate working to hang on to that lead. Push for third from the inside from Sacred Heart, but hanging on to that lead it is St Paul's Collegiate 1. That's George Benjamin, Tyler Trethaway, Lachlan Murphy, Angus Weir, and James Very Coxing. Still a bit of overlap, but they're putting in their push now. They're not letting that Star Boat Club catch them, extending that lead towards the finish line. Great final few strokes there, looking very confident. This is the A final winners, boys under 16 Cots quadruple sculls. It will be St Paul's Collegiate 1 with a length lead over Star Boat Club. Congratulations there to George, Tyler, Lachlan, Angus and James. Over the line first to take the win, followed by Star Boat Club 31, Isaac, Pierce, Harry, Ollie and Reese. Third place there, Aramoha Whanganui. Was your A final of the boys under 16 Cots quadruple sculls. And on your course now, you have the B final of the girls under 16 single sculls, sponsored by Aotearoa Boat Company. In lane 1, St George's 31, that's Keena McCallum. Lane 2, Star Boat Club 1, Natasha Stewart. Lane 3, Hawke's Bay 2, Helena Carney. Lane 4, Hamilton 21, Georgia Kendrick. Lane 5, Star Boat Club 2, Lucy Turnbull. West End 31, Molly Stewart in 6. Maeve Sorensen from Onslow College 1 in 7. And Yolandi Van Ruin from St George's 11 in lane 8. Your B final of the girls under 16 single sculls event. Appears at this stage it could be Georgia Kendrick from Hamilton out in the front into the second half of this B final. Still plenty of this race left to go. We've seen great racing today. Plenty of last-minute surges and overtakes, so it's still anybody's race at this stage. Moving towards the final 500 metres of this girls under 16 single sculls B final, and it is currently Georgia Kendrick from Hamilton in lane 4 who's out in the front, but still pretty close from some of the scullers behind her. Nice surge from the inside from Kiana McCallum from St George's. It's creeping up just about level, if not ahead now, of the Hamilton sculler. Lovely, powerful surge there from the inside. Kiana McCallum from St George's pushing out into the front in this B final of the girls under 16 single sculls. Georgia Kendrick there from Hamilton, not giving up just yet, hoping to stay with the St George's sculler. Kiana moving towards the final, 250 metres in this B final. Holding off Georgia from Hamilton. Pretty tight pack here from most of this B final in the girls under 16 single sculls. Battle for first still between Kiana McCallum from St George's and Georgia Kendrick from Hamilton. Still in the lead now, Kiana from St George's, storming towards that finish line. Still in front of the Hamilton sculler. Can Kiana hang on to the finish line? Surge over on the far side from Yolandi from St George's also. But Kiana McCallum still holding on to that lead just over Georgia Kendrick from Hamilton. Into the final 50-60 metres of this B final of the girls under 16 single sculls. Kiana McCallum there from St George's in lane 1. A very strong finish there from Kiana over the line to take first in this B final of the girls under 16 single sculls, sponsored by Aotearoa Boat Company. Congratulations there to Kiana McCallum and her coach Denzel Christian. Second place there, Georgia Kendrick from Hamilton. And third, over on the far side, from Onslow College, Maeve Sorensen. That was your B final of the girls under 16, single sculls. And just coming towards the final 500 metres is the A final of this girls under 16 single sculls event. Lane 1, we have Wellington 2 sculler, Imogen Hill, Amelia Kepper from Hamilton girls in 2, Megan Ritchie from Hawke's Bay in 3, Lucy Gaston from Rotorua in 4, Sienna Becker from Commercial in 5, Ione Edie from King's College in 6, and Jessica Broadbent and Paige Tavita Williams from Hauraki Plains in 7 and 8. Into the final 500 metres now, A final of the girls under 16 single sculls. And it is Ione Edie from King's College. Sienna Becker, from Commercial. Out in the front there, surging towards the final 250 metres in this A final of the girls under 16 single sculls. But a challenge coming from Megan Ritchie from Hawke's Bay. It's not over yet, moving towards the final 250 metres. Still pretty close between some of these scullers. But it is currently Sienna Becker in lane 5 from Commercial, holding on to that number 1 spot with a challenge from Megan Ritchie from Hawke's Bay. So they move towards their final 250 metres in this girls under 16 single sculls event. Sienna there into the final 250 metres first, but closely followed by Megan Ritchie from Hawke's Bay. Megan there with a pretty significant advantage over the crews behind them, so these are your top 2. Can Megan catch up to Sienna from Commercial in these final stages? Sienna doing her best to keep Megan back, holding on to that lead. About a length and a half in it. Good push there from Sienna. She's not giving that up. She's hanging on to that lead. Sienna Becker there from Commercial. Pushing towards that finish line. Megan Ritchie, great effort there from her, but it's not going to be enough to catch Sienna Becker from Commercial, who will be the winner in the A final of the girls under 16 single sculls event. Good final surge there from Megan Ritchie from Hawke's Bay. She will go on to take second. Congratulations there again to Sienna Becker and her coaches David Vanders and Ross Batho from Commercial there. Hawke's Bay, Megan Ritchie in second. And a little battle for third, but it appears to be in lane 2. Amelia Kepper from Hamilton Girls, who will take third. Fourth to Lucy Gaston from Rotorua. And fifth, over in lane 8, Paige Tavita Williams from Hauraki Plains. Ione Edie crossing the line there. And Imogen Hill. Congratulations again to your top 2 there. Sienna Becker from Commercial and Megan Ritchie from Hawke's Bay, your top 1 and 2 in the A final of the girls under 16 single sculls. And coming down the course now, you've got your B final of the women's intermediate double sculls, sponsored by Footloose Cambridge, with a scratch from Star Boat Club, which means we have in lane 2, Wellington 4, St Paul's Collegiate 1 in 3, Cambridge 21 in 4, Rotorua 3 in 5, Waikato 1 in 6, Star Boat Club 2 in 7, and Clifton 3 in lane 8. Into their final 500 metres now. B final of the intermediate double sculls. There's to be St Paul's Collegiate in the front, but Star Boat Club, Eve Williams and Freya Hawker, putting up a good challenge, still pretty close together, many of these boats. Those front 2 though, Star Boat Club and St Paul's Collegiate, as they move towards the final 250 metres. Again, plenty of opportunity for some last minute surges and overtakes to St Paul's Collegiate, just edging out in front there, moving into the final 250 metres. They're putting in their final push, not leaving anything to chance. Crews starting to up their rates into these final stages. St Paul's Collegiate, nice rise there from them as they move into the final 250 metres. Still pushing ahead of that Star crew. Getting close for that second place, but St Paul's out in the front. That is Livy Moon and Olivia Waddle. Still pretty close for that second there with Star and Waikato. But St Paul's Collegiate hanging on in these final stages to this first place finish in the B final of the women's intermediate double sculls. Looking very comfortable out in the front there. That is Livy Moon and Olivia Waddle into their final stages. The comfortable advantage over the rest of the pack. It's a push for a second. The Waikato 1 crew there, Edie Crouchley and Martha DeLong hanging on to that second. But push is coming from the inside from Rotorua. But your first place over the line now. Congratulations to St Paul's Collegiate 1 crew, Livy Moon and Olivia Waddle. First place in the B final of the women's intermediate double sculls. And a last minute surge for second. But it is in lane 6, Waikato 1, Edie Crouchley and Martha DeLong to take that second place with a good battle there from Star Boat Club and Rotorua. That was your B final of the women's intermediate double sculls, with the A final coming down the course now. No scratches in this one. So in lane 1 we've got Whakatane 1, that's Grace and Isla. Cambridge 3 and 2, that's Danny and Brooke. Aramoha Whanganui, Abigail and Ruby in 3. Bellwoods and Senga Hickson from Cambridge in 2. Ella and Murray from Hamilton in 5. Brian and Ashley from Cambridge in 6. And Rotorua's 1 and 2 crews, it's Cara and Francis and Grace and Sarah in 7 and 8. Into their final 500 metres now. This A final of the women's intermediate double sculls. And it's the Cambridge 1 crew, Bryony Fraser and Ashley Quirk, out in the front of the pack there. Strong advantage as they move towards this final 250 metres. Second, very much still in contention with a few crews behind them, but very comfortably out in the front there, that Cambridge crew. Bryony Fraser and Ashley Quirk, coached by Phil Petch, looking strong into their final 250 metres of this A final of the women's intermediate double sculls, sponsored by Footloose Cambridge. Still a three-way race behind them for that second with the Cambridge crew. Hamilton as well, also still in the mix. As well as that Rotorua 1 crew over in lane 7, but very clearly out in the front there. Would take a lot to topple this Cambridge 1 crew, Bryony Fraser and Ashley Quirk, in lane 6. Looking like they're going to go on to win the A final of the women's intermediate double sculls. Looking very calm and collected. The strong finish there coming. A battle for second place is the other Cambridge crew, Cambridge 2, Belle Woods and Senga Hickson, in that second place position. Plenty of pushes now from all of these crews, putting in their last ditch attempts, but not letting anything slip in their lead. Coming to cross the line now, Cambridge 1, Bryony Fraser and Ashley Quirk over the line first, followed by their teammates in lane 4, Belle Woods and Senga Hickson, coached by Peter Fraser, over the line in second, with Hamilton 1, Ella Cloak and Murray Raidmaker over in third. That was the A final. Congratulations there to your top 3, the women's intermediate double sculls. And now just coming down the course, we have the final of the women's novice Cox 4, sponsored by SL Racing in lane 1, Counties Manukau 1, Epsom Girls Grammar 2 in lane 2, Auckland 31 in 3, Epsom Girls Grammar 1 in 4, Petone 1 in 5, Hamilton 1 in 6, Hamilton Girls High School in 7, and Aramoha Whanganui 1 in 8. This is the final of the women's novice Cox 4, sponsored by SL Racing. SL Racing, they believe in second best when it comes to customer service, and their care continues well past purchase. At SL Racing, they work closely with you to design and build the perfect racing boat solution, so when you're on the water, you can focus on the finish line and not your equipment. Thank you to SL Racing for sponsoring this women's novice Cox 4 final. As I said, on the course now, the final of the women's novice Cox 4s, sponsored by SL Racing. Moving towards their final 500 metres now. From this angle, it appears to be the Hamilton Girls High School crew out in the front at this stage. But still over 500 metres left of this final. Women's novice Cox 4s, so anything can happen. into the final 500 metres now of the Women's Novice Cox 4 final, sponsored by SL Racing. With Epsom Girls Grammar 1 crew there, that's Caitlin, Ava, Megan, Kimberly and Michaela Sadler-Coxing out in the front, with Hamilton Girls High School on their left, just behind them. But Epsom Girls Grammar, seen some great racing from them this weekend, pushing out in front into that final 500 metres. Epsom Girls Grammar keeping that Hamilton Girls High School crew behind them, upping their rate, putting in a great surge there. Great rowing going on here for novices. Epsom Girls Grammar pushing out in front, maybe even Clearwater advantage over the pack behind them, moving in to the final 250 metres of this Women's Novice Cox 4 final. Good push there, coming from their right, Auckland 31 crew. Pushing up on that Hamilton Girls High School over on the far side. But Epsom Girls Grammar 1, that's Caitlin Jagger, Ava Moffat, Megan Day, Kimberly Twidle and Michaela Sadler-Coxing. Coach Jack Trussler will be very happy with this performance. They're holding out their lead into the final 250 metres, this Women's Novice Cox 4 final. Second right now between Hamilton Girls High School over on the far side and Auckland 31 on the right of our leaders. Epsom Girls Grammar very comfortably out in the front, hoping to keep it together right up to that line. Good surge there coming from Auckland 31. That's Olivia, Ada, Sophie, Awatea and Hannah Hewer-Coxing. Pushing up on that Hamilton High School crew over on the far side. That Epsom Girls Grammar crew hanging on right into these final stages of this Women's Novice Cox 4 final. Great support we can hear from the side for all these crews. Great racing going on here for these novices. But it will be Epsom Girls Grammar number 1 crew, Caitlin Jagger, Ava Moffat, Megan Day, Kimberly Twidle and Michaela Sadler-Coxing. Congratulations to them and their coach Jack Trussler. In that second place, a great final surge there from Auckland 31, Olivia Bethnal, Ada Finlow, Sophie Priscott, Awatea Heke and Hannah Hewer-Coxing over the line in second. And Hamilton Girls High School over in lane 7. That's Connie Snell, Aisha Khan, Amber Alcock, Lila Hyatt and Libby Hoban-Coxing over in third. Batone coming through now. And on the inside, Counties Manukau over the line. Followed by Hamilton and the Epsom Girls Grammar second crew. That was your final of the Women's Novice Cox 4, sponsored by SL Racing. On the course now, we've got another B final. This time it's the girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls, sponsored by King Racing. In lane 1, Cambridge 22 crew, Starboat Club 2 in 2, St Paul's Collegiate 1 in 3, Takapuna Grammar 1 in 4, West End 11 in 5, Starboat Club 4 in 6, Cambridge 2 in 7 and Canberra Girls Grammar in 8. This is your B final of the girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls. Out in the front there appears to be with the Star Club, and over on the far side, Canberra Girls Grammar just behind them. Star Club comfortably out in the front, way into their 500 metres remaining of this B final. Great racing here from Starboat Club. Good surge coming from the far side from Canberra Girls Grammar. Starboat Club there, leaving the pack behind them, pushing away from that Canberra Girls Grammar crew on the far side, moving into their final 250 metres of this girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls B final. In that Starboat Club crew, this is their 4th crew. This is Gracie Amy's, Holly Martin, Neve Dunlop, Sophie Jones and Cox Lucy Mayer. Holding out about a length and a half advantage over that Canberra Girls Grammar crew, but a surge coming from the inside from the crew in lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate. Just creeping up on that crew in second. Starboat Club being very smart, upping their rate, responding, hoping to keep those crews behind them away. Don't want to leave anything to chance, as we've seen across these finals today at Karapiro Christmas Regatta. But it's Star Boat Club 4 crew, Gracie, Holly, Neve, Sophie and Lucy Mayer coxing very comfortably out in the front there. Clearwater advantage over everyone behind them. It's going to be a push for second across these three crews behind them, but great push there coming from St. Paul's Collegiate. Creeping up on the Canberra Girls Grammar crew over on the far side. St. Paul's Collegiate upping that rate, looking very smooth, rowing through the crews beside them, but over the line now your winners from Star Boat Club. Congratulations, winners of the B final of the girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls. Second place taken by St. Paul's Collegiate. Third going to Canberra Girls Grammar over on the far side. It was your B final of the girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls, sponsored by King Racing. Great racing there at the end from our crews. Great final surge from St. Paul's Collegiate. But congratulations to your winners, Star Boat Club 4th crew, Gracie, Holly, Neve, Sophie and Lucy. And of course now naturally your A final of the girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls. In lane 1 you have Hamilton Girls High School 1, Auckland 31 in 2, Star Boat Club 1 in 3, Hawke's Bay 1 in 4, Cambridge 21 in 5, Cambridge 1 in 6, Auckland 33 in 7 and Hamilton Girls High School 2 over in lane 8. These girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls event kindly sponsored by King Racing. Building a great boat comes down to 3 core fundamentals: time-honored design, premium materials and construction standardization. King Racing's been a staple for schools, clubs and universities overseas for over 2 decades. King continues to win championships and set course records worldwide. For the first time, King Racing is available in New Zealand throughout Aotearoa Boat Company, bringing some of the world's top performance rowing products to Aotearoa, New Zealand. Row the future today. Coming towards the final 500 metres on the course now, the A final of the girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls. Out in the front there appears to be Cambridge 21. Out in front of the pack there. Some great racing we've seen from Cambridge today. Challenge coming from the inside lane from Hamilton Girls High School, but they've still got a lot of catching up to do for that Cambridge 21 crew. That's Brooke Weir, Molly McClintock, Kelly Cryer, Charlize Davison and Darcy Granville coxing into their final 500 metres of this girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls A final. Cambridge with a Clearwater lead over the rest of the pack behind them, but not letting up anything. They're still pushing away every stroke, extending that Clearwater advantage. They don't want to leave anything to chance as they move towards the final 250 metres of this final. Nice push coming from that inside lane, Hamilton Girls High School. That's Abigail Hampton, Zoe Milmus, Sophia Todd, Paris Buchanan, and Sam Gardner coxing. There's still a lot of ground to make up on your leaders there, Cambridge 21. Very much out in the front and looking comfortable, but still very strong rowing. They're not letting up anything as they move into this final 250 metres of this girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls final. Not leaving anything to chance in these final stages. In that second position, looking very strong, nice swing going there from Hamilton Girls High School. Just creeping up on that Cambridge crew now. Cambridge having to put in a bit of a response just to keep that safe distance between them and Hamilton Girls. Hamilton pushing away from those crews behind them. About a length and a half advantage over the rest of the pack. Cambridge putting in a response. They're not going to let Hamilton catch them. Into this final 100 metres of the race, Cambridge putting in their final surge. Hamilton Still very much out in that second position ahead of the pack, but they're not going to be able to catch Cambridge as they up their rate again. Storming towards the finish, that's Cambridge 21, that's Brooke Weir, Molly McClintock, Kelly Cryer, Charlize Davison, Darcy Granwell-Coxing. Their coaches Norm Charlton and Kaylee Wren will be very happy as they come towards the finish line now to take the win in the A final of the girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls. Congratulations there to Cambridge. And in that second, it will be Hamilton Girls High School in lane 1, Abigail Hampton, Zoe Middlemiss, Sophia Todd, Paris Buchanan, and Sam Gardner-Coxing. That third, it's a neck-and-neck battle, but it will be in lane 2, Auckland 31, just edging out over that crew. In lane 4, Hawke's Bay 1. That was your A final of the girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls. Final crews just crossing over the line now. Some great racing there from those under 17s. Always better to have an exciting finish, but Cambridge not letting anything up, pushing those crews away from them. Congratulations again to that Cambridge 21 crew. And on the course now, moving towards their final 500 metres. This is the final of the men's club Coxless 4. You have North Shore 2 in lane 1, Sacred Heart Auckland in lane 2, Auckland 1 in lane 3, Waikato 1 in 4, Wellington 1 in 5, West End 1 in 6, St George's 1 in 7, and North Shore 1 in 8. Out in the middle there, appears to be Auckland just out in the front right now. But Wellington just behind them. Auckland putting in a push now, hoping to drive away from those crews as they move towards the final 250 metres of this men's club Coxless 4 final, sponsored by the New Zealand Community Trust. Good push there coming up from Waikato 1 in the middle there. Pushing up on that Wellington crew on their left. Trying to catch their leaders from Auckland on the right. Auckland still holding up between half a length and a length advantage over that Wellington crew from this angle into the final 250 metres of this men's clubs Coxless 4 final. Auckland won there, Freddie Eady, Thaddeus Cryer, Nathan Keeney, Callan Ogilvie holding on to that lead over the Wellington crew. Just pushing up on them, but Wellington not giving up yet. They're hanging on to that overlap with everything they've got. Good push from Waikato in the middle there. Auckland just hanging on by about half a length into these final stages. Auckland 1 crew there. Freddie, Thaddeus, Nathan, Cullen pushing over that line, over the Wellington crew. Good push from Waikato there, creeping up on the Wellington crew, but your winners here in the men's clubs Coxless 4 will be in lane 3, Auckland 1, that's Freddie Eady, Thaddeus Cryer, Nathan Keeney and Callan Ogilvie. Congratulations to them and their coach Peter Mills for their win in the men's clubs Coxless 4. Second there being Wellington 1 and Waikato 1 there in third. Speaking of Waikato, they're in your top 3 of the men's clubs Coxless 4. Got a note here that Bernie and Kay Crosby, avid supporters of rowing in Waikato, are the founders of the Neuro Research Charitable Trust, promoting Bernie's dream to raise $1 million for Parkinson's research. Chic Civil Waikato Rowing Club are honoured to sponsor the Crosby's efforts to realise this dream. Donations can be made at the club's pop-up tent next to the finish tower today, and the club will increase its donation today if today's fundraising goal of $5,000 is reached. Please come and see them and make a difference. Great cause there from the Neuro Research Charitable Trust. Moving on now on the course to the Women's Clubs Coxed 8s, sponsored by Defence Force Careers. This is the final of this event. In lane 2, you have Auckland 31, Hawke's Bay 1 in 3, Auckland 1 in 4, Petone 1 in 5, and Penrose College in 6. Out in the front there, you can see in that middle lane, it is Auckland 1 out in front at this stage. It's about halfway through this Women's Clubs Cox 8 final. Sponsored by Defence Force Careers. As I said, on the course now, final of the Women's Clubs Coxed 8, sponsored by Defence Force Careers, Auckland 1 crew there, Tayaria, Ruby, Holly, Harriet, Taylor, Rebecca, Alexander and Annie, and Oliver Horton Coxing. Out in the front, in that middle lane, with a battle for second from Auckland 31 and Petone 1 going on just behind them, but a nice Clearwater advantage for Auckland 1 at this stage. Moving towards their final 500 metres. Nice battle for second going on behind them. Either side, Petone 1 and Auckland 31. Looks like Petone might just have the advantage over the Auckland crew from this angle, but very clearly out in the front there. In the centre is Auckland 1, Tayaria Jackson, Ruby Haddenbrook, Holly McDonald, Harriet Burrell, Taylor McColmson, Rebecca McLaren, Alexandra Fowler-Wiley, Annie Williamson, and Oliver Horton Coxing. Coached again by Peter Mills. Very comfortably out in the front there, that Auckland crew. Petone pushing up that lead over Auckland on the inner side as they're into their final 500 metres in this Women's Clubs Coxed 8 final. A strong build there into the final 250 metres from your leaders. Auckland number 1 out in the middle there. Lengths of Clearwater separating them from Petone in second and Auckland 31 in third. But surging towards that finish line into their final 250 metres. Auckland 1 there, on their way to becoming the winners of the final of the Women's Club Coxed 8, sponsored by Defence Force Careers. Push coming there from the inside from Auckland 31, hoping to catch Petone in that second position, but Petone responding. Just keeping them away now as our leaders extend their advantage. Plenty of Clearwater between them and the action going on behind. Your winners of the Women's Clubs Coxed 8 will be Auckland 1, that's Tayaria Jackson, Ruby Hackenbrook, Holly McDonald, Harriet Burrell, Taylor McColmson, Rebecca McLaren, Alexandra Fowler-Wiley, Annie Williamson, and Oliver Horton Coxing. Congratulations there as they cross the line to take the win in the Women's Clubs Coxed 8. Second place. Good push there from Auckland 31, but it will be Petone 1 in second. That's Erin, Zoe, Ava, Zoe, Stella, Sydney, Mia, Emma, and Miller Salby Coxing. Over the line in second. Auckland 31 creeping up, but just running out of time. Coming through in third in the Women's Clubs Coxed 8.
All right, thanks, Meg. Next up, we have the A final of the boys under 15 Coxed Octuple Sculls. This race is sponsored by Cummins Pharmacy, and it's conveniently located in downtown Cambridge. You'll find them on the main shopping street, 67 Victoria Street. They have plenty of parking, and which makes coming to Cummins, quick and easy. In lane number 1, we have St Paul's Collegiate number 2. Lane 2, we have St Kentigern College. Lane 3 is St Paul's Collegiate. Lane 4, Hamilton Boys High School. Lane 5 is West End Rowing Club. Lane 6 is St George's. Lane 7 is Wanganui Collegiate. Lane 8, Auckland Grammar School. And they've got about 600 metres left to travel, and it's a great little tussle in the middle of the track between Hamilton Boys High School and West End Rowing Club. So they'll be your first and second, and then we go back to Auckland Grammar, currently occupying third place. Auckland Grammar ahead of St George's. Then we come over to lane number 3, St Paul's Collegiate, not too far back from them, along with St Kentigern College in lane 2, also in the running in that battle for third place. But it's a good move happening here from West End Rowing Club. But it's still Hamilton Boys High School with a slight advantage. The momentum is coming from the West End Rowing Club colours. They've taken their rating up. They're now starting to try and put themselves up alongside, but Hamilton have responded now. So we come down 350 metres left to travel. It's Hamilton Boys High School with quarter length advantage over West End Rowing Club. And in that battle for third, it's now St Paul's Collegiate who have put the afterburners on. They've taken their rating up and seeing if they can get up alongside Auckland Grammar School, who are holding on to that third position. It's 250 to go now. It's neck and neck between West End and Hamilton Boys. West End have really gone for it just then. They've taken their rating up another 2 points. But Hamilton Boys still with the advantage. Now down to about 150 metres left to go. If West End wants to do it now, they need to take their rating and go, because it's the red and black out in front. Oh, a little bit of a dodgy stroke there. We'll see if that allows West End to come back. It's now neck and neck, 100 metres left to travel. It's going to be quite tight as we come down to the finish. The battle is on for first and the battle is on for third as St Paul's have overtaken Grammar and they're bringing St Kentigern College with them. But out in front it's Hamilton Boys with a canvas advantage over West End. As we come down to the finish line now, it will be Hamilton Boys High School who take out the boys under 15 Cox Octuple Skulls. What a race from those two crews. Give them an absolute round of applause. And in the battle for third, we look back, it is St Paul's Collegiate and St Kentigern College who have gotten over top of Auckland Grammar School. Auckland Grammar keeping ahead of St George's, but the third place will go to St Paul's Collegiate in the 15 Octuple, followed by St Kentigern College, Auckland Grammar, St George's and Wanganui. All right, we already have the men's senior double sculls coming into the last 500 metres of the race. This race is sponsored by Goldsmiths Gallery. In lane number 1, we have Auckland Rowing Club. Lane 2 is Aramaho Wanganui. Lane 3, Waikato. Lane 4, Hamilton. Lane 5 is Tauranga. Lane 6, Wellington. Lane 7 is North Shore. And in lane 8, Auckland Rowing Club number 2. We go to lane number 4. It's Hamilton Rowing Club, Jack Clark and Justin Smythe. They are sitting 2 lengths clear of Tauranga, James Hollard and Luke Bergquist. They'll be holding on to second. Oh, no, I've missed in Auckland Rowing Club down here in lane number 1, Xavier Simpkins and Ryan Gass. They'll be sitting in second, having a great tussle with Tauranga and Aramaho Wanganui. Waikato not too far off the pace from them as well, so it's all to play for in the battle for second and third. Currently second place, Auckland Rowing Club hitting the 250 now. Hamilton have just taken their rating up. I don't think anyone's going to catch Jack and Justin. They have a good 2 lengths advantage, but Auckland Rowing Club are going to give it a go. Auckland Rowing Club pushed away from Tauranga and Aramaho. Waikato now starting to come up in that battle for third against Tauranga and Aramaho. So Auckland Rowing Club have really consolidated second. They're trying to go for more to see if they can get up alongside Hamilton, who have been leading this senior double sculls for the last 500 metres or so. So as we come into the last 100 metres now, it's Hamilton who get there first. They've got a length and a half advantage over Auckland Rowing Club, and I think they will run out of runway in their late charge. Aramaho really taking the rating up, as is Tauranga. So really great wines happening, and it's Tauranga on the far side that has the most speed, but it's Auckland Ryan Club still holding on to second place. There goes the response from Auckland Ryan Club. He looks across, and it will be Hamilton Ryan Club, Jack Park and Justin Smythe who take out the men's senior double. Auckland Ryan Club will hold on to second, with Tauranga taking third ahead of Aramaho, Waikato and Wellington. Alrighty, we now have the A final of the women's senior double sculls coming down. This race is sponsored by Authentic Oars, and they are replica miniature oars, custom painted in your school colours and design, just like the real thing, only smaller. And you can visit Rob next to the tower in his tent to order yours today. Lane 1 we have Hauraki Plains, Lane 2 is Melbourne Uni, Lane 3 is Aramaho Wanganui, Lane 4 is Clifton, Lane 5 is Waikato 2, with Lane 6 being Waikato number 1, and Lane 7 North Shore Rowing Club. We have the blue and white colours of Clifton, Jessie Pulford and Maddie Neal out in front, with about 200 metres left to travel now. And they've got a good 2-length advantage over Aramaho Wanganui. Marla Graham and Messina Sua in the Aramaho colours. But they've got a bit more pace at the moment, closing the gap down. 150 metres left to go. Might be out of runway, but it's a good effort there from Aramaho. Still really attacking this race. In the battle for third, it's Waikato on the far side. It's Waikato number 1, Madeline Ashby and Anna Gallagher. Then we come back to Melbourne University, who will be in fourth and holding off Hauraki Plains and Waikato number 2. But out front it's still Clifton. Clifton in the light blue and white colours. And that late charge from Aramaho Wanganui. We'll see them consolidate second. So well done to Clifton, taking out the women's senior double sculls A final. Aramaho in second place, and then we go out to Waikato. Nice little tussle in the battle for fourth here. Melbourne University holding on, but a late charge from Waikato 2. We'll see a good little overlap at the end as Waikato 1 get across the line for third, Melbourne fourth. Then we go out to Waikato, Hauraki and North Shore. Right, coming thick and fast now, it's the men's intermediate Coxed 8. This race is sponsored by Wintec Racing, and it's their mission to promote the growth of rowing by making it easier and more affordable to buy quality rowing boats and products that improve performance at all levels. So you can contact Nick from Aotearoa Boat Company to learn more about Wintec. And out in front, it's the distinctive colours of Auckland Grammar School. So lane number 2 is Petone, lane 3 Takapuna Grammar, lane 4 Auckland Grammar, lane 5 Tauranga Boys and North Shore out in lane 6, that's Westlake Boys High School. But Auckland Grammar School, got an absolute charge on here. They'll be 3 or 4 lengths clear. Then we go outside of them, I think it's Tauranga Boys would have half a length advantage over Takapuna Grammar School. Taka currently in third, having a great tussle with Petone and Wellington Composite in lane number 1, then we go back to Westlake. But it's Auckland Grammar School, looking very composed there in the men's intermediate 8. 250, as they come into the 250 metres to go. I think this is their Auckland Grammar School under 16-8, so into the 250 now. They'll be looking to see if they can put the pressure on, get a good time, practice the wind, or just make it look good, not sure. We go back to second place, still holding on as Tauranga Boys, but the battle for third with Takapuna and Petone has seen them really close the gap down to second place, and it's that Petone Wellington Composite who have now got into third and starting to challenge Tauranga Boys for that second spot, with Takapuna now still in the running. They are pressuring for fourth, but Petone Wellington giving it their all. Tauranga Boys still holding on to second with 100 metres to go. So congratulations to Auckland Grammar School. Auckland Grammar School will take out the men's intermediate Cox State. And that battle for second, Tauranga still giving it their all and holding on to second place with the Petone Wellington Composite in third over Takapuna Grammar School. And that's the way it'll finish. Tauranga Boys getting second, Petone in third, and Takapuna fourth ahead of Westlake. All right, next up is the men's premier Coxless Perils. This race is sponsored by Fresh Choice Supermarket in Leamington. And they're your local friendly supermarket and the closest supermarket to the lake, just 5 minutes a drive. And you can pre-order the food for collection or delivery on your arrival in town. In lane 1, we have Wairau Composite. That's Ollie Welch and Fred Vavasseur. Lane 2 in the Rowing New Zealand team is Phil Wilson, Dan Williamson. Lane 3 is Waikato Rowing Club, Josh Vodonovich and Campbell Crouch. Lane 4 is Tom Murray and Logan Ulrich. Lane 5, Ollie McLean and Matt McDonald. Lane 6 is Ben Taylor and Will Gilbert. Lane 7 is Zach Rumble, Tom Russell. And Lane 8, North Shore's Sam Shotter and Bram Erdmund. And they're through into the final 500 metres of the race, 350 metres to go. We've got a great tussle here between Tom Murray, Logan Ulrich against Ollie Mack and Matt McDonald. I think it is lane number 4, Tom Murray and Logan Ulrich with a slight advantage over Ollie and Matt. Then we go back to a nice tussle for third between Phil Wilson, Dan Williamson in lane number 2. Then the Waikato crew of Josh Vodonovich and Campbell Crouch hot on their heels as well. So the battle is out front. It is these two Rowing New Zealand pairs going absolute hammer and tongs. They are neck and neck now, and the longest stroke of Matt McDonald and Ollie McLean has just seen them pull up alongside. So Tom Murray and Logan had been leading this, and I think now Ollie and Matt are in front. 200 metres to go for those two crews, and a great little burst happening from Phil Wilson and Dan Williamson to push away from that Waikato pair. They're only a length back off these leaders, but now it's a real stride. Oh, Matt McDonald's just really gone for it there. He has put the afterburners on. He's now got out to 3/4 of a length. So it's Ollie McLean and Matt McDonald Now 3/4 of a length clear, and here comes Tom Murray and Logan Ulrich responding. Going with them, still that battle for third, Phil Wilson, Daniel Williamson, holding on to third, pushing away from Waikato. But it's Ollie McLean, Matt McDonald, now with the length. They absolutely hit the pressure, 200 metres left to travel, and that's given them that one length advantage, and they will take out the men's Premier Coxless pair from Tom Murray and Logan Ulrich. Great race there from the Rowing New Zealand pairs. Third will be Phil Wilson and Dan Williamson. Great effort from the Waikato crew of Josh Bodanovich and Campbell Crouch. They will finish fourth. There we go over to the far side. It's Zach Rumble and Tom Russell who will be next across the line. Another battle between Ollie Welch, Fred Vavasseur down here versus Zach Rumble and Tom Russell on the far side. But I think that they will get it. Ben Taylor will get it over Ollie and Fred. Great racing there in the men's Premier Coxless pair. Next up, we will see the women's Premier Coxless pair. All right, coming up next is the Women's Premier Coxless Pair Orders. This race is sponsored by Rob Bristow, Rowing Images. He's a long-time supporter of KRI and is very pleased to continue the sponsorship here. He has been photographing New Zealand rowing for over 25 years, and the images of New Zealand and overseas regattas since 2001. They can be found on his website, rowingphotos.nz. We have the Women's Premier Coxless pairs now. Lane 1 is Waikato, Jenny Lee McGrath and Isabel Elias Watson. Lane 2 is the Rowing New Zealand team of Ella Kossel and Kerry Williams. Lane 3 is Kate Haynes and Jackie Gala from the Rowing New Zealand team. Lane 4, Davina Waddy and Phoebe Spores from the Rowing New Zealand crew. Lane 5 again from Rowing New Zealand is Isla Blake and Stella Clayton Green, and Kirsten Goodger, Alana Sherman out there in lane number 6. Lane 7 is Avon's crew of Jane Shallikins and Charlotte Derry. And boy oh boy, we have a great race here as they've gone through the 1,000 into the third 500. And it's lanes. So lane 4 I'm picking. So Davina Waddy, Phoebe Spores currently in the front, but they would only have half a length over Kirsten Goodger and Alana Sherman. They're going extremely well. They in turn have half a length clear of Kate Haynes and Jackie Gowler in lane number 3, and then, so close, only a canvas back to Isla Blake and Stella Clayton Green. So these crews, there is about a length and a half across those 4 crews, and then going back to Ella Kossel and Kerry Williams, they would only be a length off the crew of Isla Blake and Stella Clayton Green. But the move is happening from lane number 4, Davina Waddy and Phoebe Spores now out to about 3/4 of a length from Kirsten Goodger and Alana Sherman. As they approach 500 metres left to travel, they've just started to extend now, so they've lengthened out. Davina and Phoebe in the lead, and Goodger and Alana following a length behind. Big move starting to happen from lane number 3, Kate Haynes and Jackie Gowler. So 500 metres left to go, and they're starting to push up alongside Kirsten and Alana. And those 2 crews now neck and neck as we go through 500 to go. They've got about a length advantage over Isla Blake and Stella Clayton Green. So out in front, it is still the Rowing New Zealand crew number in lane 4, Davina Waddy and Phoebe Spores. They've extended now, and I think they've got clear water over that battle for second. They have a length and a half now as they just continue to extend in the Women's Premier Coxless pairs. They've gone, let's take this to them, let's push away, let's put it down on this course here now. And I said lanes 6 and 3 were neck and neck, so Kate Haynes, Jackie Gowler just coming under a little bit of pressure from Isla Blake and Stella Clayton Green. Those 2 crews now close in the battle for third because Kirsten and Alana have pushed out for a length advantage in the race for second. 250 metres to go now for Davina and Phoebe. They are continuing to extend, length and a half advantage. Second place now quite consolidated for Kirsten and Alana. They would have a length advantage. The battle is on for third between Isla Blake, Sally Clayton Green in crew number 5 and Kate Haynes and Jackie Gowler. Then we go back to Ella Costello and Kerry Williams, who will be in that 5th position, but coming under a lot of pressure from the Avon crew of Jane Shallikins and Charlotte Darry on the far side. Boy, oh boy, what a great race here in the Women's Premier Cox's pair. Of course, the 4 has qualified for Paris, but we're also trying to get a pair to go and join them. So 100 metres left to go now for Davina and Phoebe. They are continuing to extend. So second place have been held by Kirsten and Alana, but they are now coming under a lot of pressure from Kate and Jackie and Isla and Stella as those 2 crews really push up to try and take it to them in the last 100 metres in this battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. It's a great race, but a round of applause to Davina and Phoebe who take out the pair. It will be Kirsten and Alana that hold on for that 2nd place. Then we come back to a dead heat. Whoa, dead heat there between Kate Haynes, Jackie Gowler, Isla Blake and Sally Clayton Green. Then we come down to Ella and Kerry and across to a great effort by Jane and Charlotte in the Avon colours on the far side, followed by the Waikato Performance Hub. So a round of applause to those women's pairs. What an absolutely stunning race. Well done. Right, as the Royal New Zealand pairs cross back across the course to get back to base, it's the girls under 15, Cox 4 on track. This event is sponsored by Rocket Spark. They're a Cambridge-based website builder and e-commerce platform that allows you to create code-free and beautiful websites fast. They will take care of the tech and have your back every step of the way. You can contact Rocket Spark for their award-winning websites. So in lane number 1 here we have West End Rowing Club. Lane 2 is Hamilton Girls High School. Lane 3 is Waikato Diocesan School. Lane 4, Hamilton Girls High School. Lane 5, Cambridge High School. Lane number 6 is West End Rowing Club. Lane 7 is Epsom Girls Grammar School. And lane 8 is Cambridge High School. And it's Cambridge High School. They would have a length advantage with about 600 metres left to travel. Then we go back to Waikato Diocesan, currently in 2nd place, from Hamilton Girls High School in 3rd. Those are your top 3 here in the girls under 15, Cox 4. About a length and a half separating each of those crews. And then we come down to Barradine in lane number 1, who would be in 4th place, but only half a length back in that battle for 3rd. 500 metres left to go now for Cambridge High School. Felicity George, Lily Cameron, Sienna Rufia, Olive McDonald, and Cox Sophie Stratford. They're just extending now. They're out to about a length and 3/4 clear from Waikato Diocesan, who in turn are extending from Hamilton Girls High School. Hamilton Girls High School coming under increasing pressure from Barradine in that battle for 3rd. I think that's where their battle is at the moment. Oh, but a bit of a course challenge there for Barradine. I think that's going to cost them a little bit of momentum as 3rd place is still being held by Hamilton Girls High School. 300 to go, Cambridge. Waikato Diocesan starting to make a good move there in the middle of the track. Just seen their intensity pick up, the rating increase, and they've closed that length and 3/4 advantage back down to about a length and a quarter, but they've only got about 280 odd metres left to go. So we'll see if they've got enough of a wind in them to pull back alongside, but it's quite an advantage still to Cambridge High School. 250 metres left to travel now. Cambridge High School back out to that comfortable length and a half advantage from Waikato Diocesan. Waikato Diocesan a length and a half clear of Hamilton Girls. And just watching Barradine again in lane number 1. See if they can get that challenge. They're only about half a length back now from Hamilton Girls, so that if they keep their momentum up, they might get up for third. But Hamilton Girls High School are starting to attack back now. They've looked across, seen that challenge from Barradine in the West End colours. But still out front, Cambridge High School. They've got that length clear water, and commentators curse they catch a little bit of a bad stroke, but they've got 100 metres left to travel and a bit of advantage. Waikato Diocesan still clearly in second. Clearwater ahead, but the momentum is still in lane 1 from Barradine. West End seeing if they can get up alongside and take third from Hamilton Girls High School, who have been holding that position for quite some time. But last couple of strokes now, it will be Cambridge High School who take out the girls under 15, Coxed 4. So congratulations to them. Second will be Waikato Diocesan, and I think Barradine have got their nose in front, but it's going to come right down to the line. It's going to be a very tight finish. I'm not going to pick that one. That was very close between Barradine and Hamilton Girls in the battle for third, and the girls 15, Cox 4. All right, looking ahead, the next race is the boys under 18 Coxed Quadruple Sculls. This race is sponsored by Authentic Oars. Read them out before, but they are the replica miniature oars, and Rob McCarthy has his tent up by underneath the cafe, along with the other vendor tents behind the tower there. So please go and catch up with him. In lane number 1 of this final, we have Aramaho Wanganui. Lane 2 is Otago, lane 3 Tauranga Boys College. Lane 4 is Cambridge, lane 5 West End, lane 6 is Wanganui Collegiate, lane 7 is St George's, and lane 8 North Shore. It's lane 5 clearly, that's West End Rowing Club, St Peter's. St Peter's out in front, they would have a length, 2 lengths clear. The battle is going to be on second place, because I don't think anyone's going to catch that St Peter's crew. Very tidy looking under 18 quad there. Second place at the moment, I think it's Cambridge. Cambridge in lane 4, and then we go back to only half a length. Tauranga Boys College behind them, along with St George's. 500 to go and all to play for, but nobody is really out of this race in the under 18 quad. So it's going to be a tricky one to call in that battle for second. Cambridge holding on to second from St George's, from Tauranga Boys, Wanganui Collegiate still in it, Otago still in it, Aramaho still in it. Length kind of separating all of those crews as they come down. Now out to 350 to go. St Peter's continue to extend, well coached by Sam Jackson and Harry Williams. It's Daniel Hyde, Harry Bentley, Toby Shanahan, Franklin Barron, and Cox Theo Wag. In the West End colours out front, they now have 250 metres left to travel. In that battle for second, Cambridge holding on. They've only got half a length though, 250 to go, and a really tight battle for third between St George's and Tauranga Boys, and they are just starting to eat into the advantage that Cambridge has had for that battle for second, and I'd say now it's anyone to play for out of those 3 crews. Tauranga Boys, Cambridge, or St George's, all able to get up for that second spot. Here comes a little bit of a response from Cambridge now. St Peter's starting to go, they're bringing Tauranga Boys with them, And I think those two crews now might have just pushed ahead of St George's, but it's awfully close between those three crews in the battle for second. St Peter's just absolutely looking immaculately tidy out front though, with that 2-length advantage. Here comes the response from St Peter's Cambridge. They've now got half a length over Tauranga Boys, and I think both of them are ahead of, no, St George's on the far side and moving. They're pulled right up alongside St Peter's. It's going to be right down to the line, but St Peter's will hold on for second. St George's will take third ahead of Tauranga Boys and fourth. Then we come back to another little tussle between Otago and Aramaho and Wanganui Collegiate. Righty, on track now is the A final of the girls under 18 Coxos pair. This race is sponsored by Footloose Cambridge, and their summer collection is in store now. They have a retail store on 46 Duke Street, Cambridge, for quality fashion, footwear and accessories for women. Come and visit Footloose Cambridge. In lane number 1 we have St George's Rowing Club, lane 2 is West End, lane 3 is Starboating Club, lane 4 Epsom Girls Grammar, lane 5 is Hamilton Rowing Club, lane 6 North Shore, lane 7 is Starboating Club and King's College in lane number 8. And I think it's lane 4. Just make sure I get the binoculars out and call it right. Yep, Epsom Girls Grammar, followed closely about a length. They've got a length advantage over Hamilton, who in turn, it's a very tight tussle between Hamilton, North Shore, and then on the outside, King's College. Those crews in a really tight battle for third, along with Starboating Club number 2, on the inside of Epsom Girls. Epsom Girls, I think, have clear water now in the girls under 18 pair. But the, oh boy, this race for second is really heating up. Hamilton 2, North Shore, that'll be Westlake Girls High School. King's College on the outside, and Star 2. Epsom Girls just extending there. They're out to about a length and a half now. Second place, I think, is Hamilton. I cannot call the margin between North Shore, King's College, and Star 2. Those three crews you can throw a blanket over. They're only about half a length back from Hamilton, and those three crews are now starting to really move. With about 600, 700 metres left to travel now. Those four crews are in an absolute tussle for that second place. Epsom Girls, though, Lily Torture and Stevie Maybe, continuing to extend. They are 2 lengths, 3 lengths extending as they hit They're through that 500 to go. They've started their wind. Hamilton still holding on for second. And I think they're coming under real increasing pressure as Star on the inside has really pulled themselves back into contention for second. Kings also in the running along with Westlake Girls High School. So those four crews in an absolute line. It's going to be a real challenge to call these four in that battle for second, third, fourth and fifth. Great performance here from all of these under 18 pairs. But a cut above goes to Epsom Girls Grammar, Lily and Stevie. Absolutely just extending. Looking very formidable, 300 metres left to travel for them. I think Kings now started to up the ante on the far side. So these three crews in the middle, Westlake Girls, Hamilton and Star, kind of tussling each other, but Kings on that far side has really started to move. They've moved early. Will they be able to hold on? It's 300 metres left to travel now. But it's 250 to go for Epsom Girls Grammar, who I don't think will be caught. In the battle for second, it's Hamilton that go through in second. Followed closely by Kings. It's Star that's gone through second. Star ahead of Kings, ahead of Hamilton, ahead of North Shore. So it's Star down here, absolutely the fast mover. But I think they've had a bit of a course issue because they've pulled into Epsom Girls Grammar lane. And hopefully they don't get into Hamilton's lane. Oh, girls have been going so well. Let's hold it together. 150 to go for Epsom Girls now. Star holding on to second, but hopefully getting things back on course. In the battle for third now, it's going to be between Hamilton and Kings. Westlake starting to up the ante with 150 to go for them, but they've got a bit of work to do now to get back up alongside in the battle for third. So out front, 50 metres left to travel. Epsom Girls Grammar and the girls 18 pair, Lily and Stevie, will come down to the line. Star continue to come across. They've gone from lane 3 to lane 5, but it will be enough for them to cross second. Well done, Epsom Girls, taking out the 18 pair. Star Boating Club will take second. And the tussle for third, I think Kings are holding on, but Hamilton are absolutely moving. And Kings, that is very close. I'm not going to call that between Hamilton and Kings. We'll leave it to the judges to see who got third there. Westlake in fifth, ahead of West End, and Star number 1. Coming down next is the Women's Intermediate Cox Quadruple Sculls. This race is sponsored by King Racing, and they've been a staple for schools, clubs and universities overseas for 2 decades. Kings continues to win championships and set course records worldwide. It's available for the first time in New Zealand through Aotearoa Boat Company, and you can contact Nick from Aotearoa Boat Company for the details. Lane number 1 we have Whangarei, lane 2 is Counties Manukau, lane 3 is Auckland Rowing Club, that will be Auckland Diocesan, lane 4 is Wanganui Collegiate, lane 5 is Cambridge, lane 6 Bay of Plenty Coast Composite, it's Bay of Plenty Coast and Rotorua, lane 7 is Mercer and Takapuna Grammar on the far side, rounding out the 8. Lane 4, Wanganui Collegiate, and the Women's Intermediate Cox Quadruple Sculls. They would have a length advantage over Auckland Diocesan behind them. As they approach 250 to go, Auckland Diocesan have, I'd say, a length advantage over Bay of Plenty in third. Then a nice little tussle between Cambridge and Whangarei in the battle for fourth. But 2:50 to go, Wanganui Collegiate. Wanganui Collegiate is just starting to get clear water now over Auckland Diocesan, who in turn just extending their advantage over Bay of Plenty and Rotorua. So no big moves happening just yet. We've got 300 metres left to travel. Sometimes quite difficult to get a wind on in the octuples, so those new parents, winding it up means you take the rating up, try and get more strokes in between where you are and the finish line. And often it comes with a little bit of a risk, because as you take the rating up, you can lose the timing. But these races, this is what practicing is for. Wanganui Collegiate looking very sharp and comfortable in this women's intermediate octuple. Then Auckland Dio is still in second place. They've extended their advantage. And I think now in the battle for third, Bay of Plenty and Rotorua are coming under increasing pressure from Whangarei down here. Whangarei just quietly going about their business in lane one, and they're only about a quarter length back from Bay of Plenty. And I think Whangarei have the higher rating, but a longer and stronger stroke from Bay of Plenty at the moment, so we'll watch that race for third. But it's less than 100 metres left to travel now for Wanganui Collegiate. They are looking very tidy, very sharp for an intermediate octuple. So well done. They will take out the A final here at the Karapiro Christmas Regatta. Wanganui Collegiate, Auckland Diocesan will take second. We look to that battle for third. The Tinsels here in Whangarei, but I think it's Bay of Plenty on the far side who are holding on to the advantage. It's just a canvas in it. The momentum is still with Whangarei, but yeah, they've run out of runway. They'll have to settle for fourth of this regatta. Well done to Bay of Plenty on the far side who have picked up third. Whangarei fourth, Cambridge, then back to Counties Manukau, Mercer, and Takapuna Grammar. on track now is the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls B final. But it's shaping up to be quite a good race. This race is sponsored by Jaron Sports, and they're a supplier of great sporting apparel. Lane 1 we have a Waikato Composite Crew of Waikato and Hamilton. Lane 2 is Aramaho Wanganui. Lane 3 Star Boating Club. Lane 4 is Mercer. Lane 5 Hawke's Bay. Lane 6 Hamilton. Lane 7 St Kentigern College, and Lane 8 St George's. And we have 5 crews. So Waikato Composite, Aramaho Wanganui, Mercer, Hamilton and St Kentigern College, all within the length, or half a length of each other in this B final of the Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. So great effort. If I was to pick a leader at the moment, I think it's Aramaho Wanganui. Aramaho Wanganui by only about half a length over Mercer and St Kentigern College. Then back to the Waikato Composite and Hamilton. They're only about a length back on the lead of this race. So great battle here in this B final. They're coming down about 650 metres left to travel now. Aramaho Wanganui, 1 length advantage as they have just started their push a little bit early, ahead of the other crews. Yep, Aramaho are absolutely moving. They've decided to put the pressure on and kick the wind a little bit early. They're first through the 1,000, followed by St Kent's in second, but it's bang, bang, bang between St Kentigern College, Mercer and Waikato Composite down here in lane number 1. Then we go back, it's only a length back from them to Hamilton. Then we go back to Hawke's Bay and St George's, but out front, Aramaho Wanganui. Aramaho Wanganui, the fastest on the track over that last 500, St Kentigern College on the far side. They're in a great tussle with Mercer and the Waikato Composite, and they're bringing those 3 crews back up slowly on Aramaho. Aramaho with that 1 length advantage. St Kentigern College with only just a canvas advantage over Mercer and the Waikato Composite. Hamilton just dropping a little bit further back off the pace from those 3. St Kentigern College moving again. That's 250 metres left to go for Aramaho Wanganui in the B final of the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls. St Kentigern College have really got the swing on that far side, and they're starting to push away now from Mercer and the Waikato Composite. So I think they'll now start to consolidate second, but the Waikato Composite crew is now starting to move. They're kicking into gear and pushing away. Oh, a bit of a bad stroke from Mercer there, unfortunately. But often they get it quickly back on track, which they have, and that gives them a little bit of spur of motivation to see if they can get back up in this fight for second and third. Aramaho, as I say that, they've had a bit of a mishap as well, and now it's all to play for as they're struggling to get that boat back up and running, as I think St Kentigern College have now taken the lead. Aramaho from first to third as Waikato Composite has also passed them. They're back on track, and Aramaho, just keep it together, calm guys, keep it calm and together, as they are now in a little bit of a battle for second place with the Waikato Composite, but I don't even think St Kentigern College have looked across. But they will take out this B final of the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls. It's neck and neck between Aramaho and Waikato Composite in that battle for second, with Mercer coming up for fourth. Wow, excitement there in the B final. We look forward to what the A final brings. Righty, A final on track now. In lane 1 we have Whakatane. Lane 2 is St Kentigern College. Lane 3 Aramaho Wanganui. Lane 4 Bay of Plenty Coast Composite. That's Bay of Plenty and Hawke's Bay. Clifton in lane 5. Lane 6 is Cambridge. Lane 7 Taupo. Lane 8 St Paul's Collegiate. And despite the heartbreak in the B final with Aramaho 2, I think it's Aramaho Wanganui 1, well and truly clear, no two ways about it. They would have 3-4 lengths clear of, I think, in second. double check the colours. Clifton, yep. Clifton in second, who in turn would have a length. Clearwater over Cambridge in third. And then a four-way battle for fourth between St Paul's, Taupo, Bay of Plenty Composite, and then lane 1, Whakatane. Those four crews going for fourth. Only a length back from third. Currently occupied by Cambridge. But Aramaho Wanganui, Jordan Hallett, Christian Cariona, Achilles Pakia, Kainan Brewer, and Cox Lauren Davies, they would be continuing to extend their advantage well and truly clear. 3-4 lengths plus over Clifton, who in turn equally going very well for themselves, continuing to extend and consolidate their second position. The battle for third is still Cambridge. Cambridge holding on, but it only just from the two crews outside of them, Taupo and St Paul's Collegiate, as well as Whakatane down here on the inside, and Bay of Plenty Composite in the middle. So we'll watch that battle for third. That's where it's going to be the most interesting here in the A final of the men's novice quadruple sculls. I say interesting, but you can watch this Aramaho crew. They are looking very slick for a novice quad. So well done to these lads here. They've got about 150 metres left to go. They're keeping it together and sculling very well in time. Second place, Clifton, equally just as sharp. Great sculling from them as well as they continue to extend. I think in the middle, it's Bay of Plenty Composite that's moved through Cambridge. So they're now sitting in third, but no one's really out of it in the battle for third. We watch Whakatane down here in lane 1. They've just started to really take their rating up. So they are absolutely attacking it. Good on them. 200 to go for them. Clifton with 100 to go, but it's Aramaho who takes out the A final. Well done, boys, in the men's novice quad. Clifton, 100 to go for them in second, but Bay of Plenty Coast have put their boat in front for the battle for third. They've now got half a length over Cambridge, Whakatane, Taupo and St Paul's Collegiate. So second to Clifton. It will be the Bay of Plenty Hawke's Bay Composite that will take out third here at the Christmas Regatta, followed by Cambridge. Whakatane will just pip ahead of Taupo, St Paul's and St Kenningan College. Right, we have the B final of the men's club single scull on track with about 500 metres to go now. Lane 1, we have Mercer, Jack Semerlink. Lane 2, West End's Sean Brooks-Adams. Lane 3 from Wellington is Max Newton. Lane 4 from Cambridge is Joel Clayton-Green. Lane 5 from Totering is Matthew Ryder. Lane 6 from Shaw School is Piers Mendel. Lane 7 is Mercer, Cameron Preston. And Lane 8 on the far side, North Shaw's Cameron Elliott. We look to lane number 4, Cambridge, Joel Clayton-Green. He would have only half a length advantage over Shaw School, I think. That's Mercer. So Mercer on the far side moving quite well. He's half a length back from Cambridge. And then we go to Tauranga almost neck and neck with that Mercer crew. So Cameron Preston just starting to put some big moves in to see if he can catch Joel Clayton-Green. There's nothing in it as they approach 250 metres to go. Great single sculling race here in the B final of the men's club single. As they all cross within about half a length of each other, it is still Cambridge holding on from Tauranga, but Matthew Ryder has started to put some big strokes in now. Matt Ryder is starting to move. He's bringing Cameron Preston from Mercer with him as they've now drawn up alongside Joel Clayton-Green from Cambridge. And Joel and Matt are neck and neck, so it's Cambridge versus Tauranga in the middle. I think their pace is just a little bit too hot for Mercer on the far side, but you never write off a guy from Mercer when it comes to the single sculls. And absolutely great long strokes here from Matthew Ryder. He has now put himself half a length clear of Cambridge and Mercer. So Joel Clayton Green's got a little bit of work to do in this last 100 if he wants to try and get back up, because he's now coming under pressure from Cameron Preston in the Mercer colours. But it's Tauranga in the middle, Matthew Ryder, who's now got that length advantage. The response is now coming from Joel Clayton Green in the Cambridge Skulls colours as he's looked across and seen what Mercer were up to. But Matthew Ryder will take out the speed final in the men's club single sculls, followed by Joel Clayton Green from Cambridge. Then we go out to Cameron Preston from Mercer. Then we come down to Jack here in the Mercer colours down here in lane 1, having a great battle with Sean Brooks-Adams. And to round it out, we go to Shaw School and Cam Elliott from North Shore Rowing Club. Okay, just a quick announcement for a driver of a V-Dub Amarok, registration FIRMO, Firmo. You've parked with a jet ski outside gate 3. You're going to get towed, so please move it. V-Dub Amarok with a jet ski, FIRMO. Okay, so now the A final of the men's club single sculls. This race is sponsored by Rob Bristow Rowing Images, so you can go to rowingphotos.nz, rowingphotos.nz, to get photos of rowing from the last 25 years on his website. In lane 1 we have William Hall from Petone in lane 1, Bay of Plenty Coast Luca Ramirza in lane 2, lane 3 is Clifton's Luke Brock, lane 4 Hamilton's Alex van der Veege, lane 5 from St George's is Liam Cassidy, lane 6 from Clifton is Liam Cox, lane 7 from Bay of Plenty is Henry Gavin, lane 8 from Taupo's Harry February. And we have two scullers in the running, lane 3. So Clifton's Luke Brock, he's up there along with Clifton. Liam Cox and Clifton out in lane 6, travelling well. Then we'd go back to Liam Cassidy in the St George's colours, followed by Hamilton in 4th. So I think the tussle is going to be for second, because the Clifton sculler of Liam Cox is well and truly just starting to extend. He's got 2 or 3 lengths advantage. The mover on track right now is Liam Cassidy in the St George's colours. Liam Cassidy, he's pulling back up alongside the Clifton number 1 sculler of Luke Brock, who's still holding on to second, but Cassidy the fastest in the middle. 2:50 to go now. Clifton 2's Liam Cox out there in lane 6. He is the first through, and I think it's shaping up to be a Clifton 1-2 as there's some big strokes starting to happen from Luke Brock down here in lane number 3, the light blue colours, as he's just starting to push away from Liam Cassidy. Those 3 crews are clear of Hamilton. So I think that's the way it'll finish, unless the St George's sculler can put some moves in this last 150 metres of the race. So through to 100 to go. Liam Cox, absolutely long strokes, getting the weight behind the handles as he is accelerating that boat through to taking out the men's club single sculls here at the Christmas Regatta. Clifton's Luke Brock in second. Has just extended a little bit over Liam Cassidy, so Liam comfortably in third. So that's the way it'll finish. It will be a Clifton 1-2. Congratulations, Liam Cox, who will take out the A final. Luke Brock will finish in second. Liam Cassidy in third. He's just settled there. Hamilton in 4th from Bay of Plenty Coast's Luca Ramirza. And then across to a fast finishing Henry Gavin out there on the fast side, and Harry February. on track next is the A final of the Women's Club, Coxless Quadruple Sculls. Lane 1 is Hamilton 2, Lane 2 is Hawke's Bay, Lane 3 Tauranga. Lane 4 is Waikato, Lane 5 Mercer, Lane 6 Hamilton, Lane 7 is Union Boating Club Composite, that's Union Clifton and Wanganui Girls College. Lane 8 is West End Rowing Club, and they've got about 650 metres left to travel. So I get the binoculars out. It's a nice little tussle here, but I think it's Tauranga. Tauranga in the yellow and maroon, lane number 3 out in front. They would have about a length and a half clear of Mercer. So in this Tauranga crew, Ruby Church, Sarah Libanten, Dam, Amy Everett, Caitlin Wayne, and coached by Steve Finlayson and Troy Page. So they are leading, 250 metres left to go in the women's Coxless Quadruple Sculls. Then we go to Mercer. Mercer are clear of in the battle. They are clear in second from the battle for third between Hamilton and Waikato. So those two in a tussle for third, but I think Waikato have a canvas advantage over Waikato at the moment. Sorry, Hamilton have a canvas advantage over Waikato, but out front, Tauranga in first. Mercer trying to wind them in, and they've done a good job of it in the last 500 metres or so, but we're rapidly closing towards the finish line, 300 odd metres left to travel. And Waikato now starting to try and make a move up on Hamilton to try and take third place in the late stages of this race. Because out front, I think it's pretty clear cut. Tauranga in first, Mercer in second. 250 metres to go for those crews. Hamilton still holding on for third over Waikato. But Waikato are moving now. They've started to put in some big strokes. They've started their wine, 250 to go. And I think they've got a little bit of a course challenge. Of course, no coxswains in these boats, so it's up to the rowers to either pressure steer or foot steer to keep the boat on track. As I say that, Hamilton's just done the same thing. So as those two crews go a little bit awry, Tauranga just keeping everything together with 100 to go. Followed by Mercer in second. I think Waikato now just with their bow in front of Hamilton. And they've gotten things back on track and looking good for third place now in the women's quadruple sculls. So well done to Tauranga. They will take out the A final here at the women's club quads. Mercer in second, Waikato third, holding off Hamilton. And I think that is the way it'll finish. So they just put in the last few long strokes. It will be Waikato that get third, Hamilton fourth. We look to the next race, the Men's Open Cox State. This race is sponsored by Aotearoa Boat Company. So go and speak to Nick, who has a tent up there by the Podium Cafe. In lane 3 you have Auckland Grammar School. Lane 4 is North Shore Rowing Club and Melbourne University on the far side. And excuse my excitement, it's always difficult commentating crews which you coach. And it's, I think, North Shore Rowing Club have a 3/4 of a length advantage over Melbourne and Grammar that are locked in a very tight battle together. I think Melbourne might just have the advantage. North Shore Rowing Club from Auckland Grammar and Melbourne. So great tussle here in the Men's Open Cox State. These boats are very close to each other. They're within a length. Auckland Grammar, I think, have about half a length advantage over Melbourne. They have overlap with North Shore as they close down to 600 left to travel. It's a length to North Shore over Auckland Grammar, who in turn are starting to push away from Melbourne University in this third 500 metres of the race. So, North Shore Rowing Club, Auckland Grammar School still within contention. We come down to 500 to go. It's North Shore through first. They have clear water now over Auckland Grammar, who in turn still have 3/4 of a length to 1 length clear of Melbourne University. Both these crews just still keeping all these crews just keeping quite composed. Nobody really throwing caution to the wind and taking the rating up just yet. But here comes Auckland Grammar. They've now got overlap back on and they've put their bow up. But it's North Shore still with the speed. 300 metres left to travel. Auckland Grammar still a length over Melbourne University. We'll see what Melbourne have in the final 250 of this race. Auckland Grammar now starting to take their rating up. North Shore just keeping things a little bit contained. It's both these crews pushing last 250 metres of the race now. So North Shore Rowing Club, Dan Tomlinson, Luke Shannon, Simon Gastema, Bram Erdman, Callum Booth, Tyg Farrick, Sam Schotter, Max Brown and Cox, Jacob Avery, a length clear of Auckland Grammar. Auckland Grammar still keeping things contained as they come down to the last 150. Will Sam Fisher really put a big wind in here? Will we see what Auckland Grammar's got as we come down last 100 metres? North Shore just keeping the lid on things and keeping things long and strong. They'll be basically looking at the time now to see what they can put on the board today. But it will be North Shore Rowing Club that take out the men's open cock state here at the Christmas Regatta. One length from Auckland Grammar School, who in turn will have a length and a quarter over Melbourne University. Right, I can get my excitement back under control now. I've taken out my notes from the Open 8s, and we now move on to the A final of the boys under 16 Coxed 4. This race is sponsored by King Racing, and again, they are available for the first time in New Zealand through Aotearoa Boat Company. That's Nick Dorr. He's got his tent here, and King Racing has been a staple for schools, clubs and universities overseas for 2 decades. And they continue to win championships and set course records worldwide. In this A final in Lane 1, we have King's College number 2. Lane 2 is King's College number 1. Lane 3 is Sacred Heart College of Auckland. Lane 4 is Sacred Heart. Lane 5 is North Shore Rowing Club. That will be Westlake Boys High School. Lane 5, in Lane 5. Lane 6 is St Paul's Collegiate. Lane 7, St Kenningham College. Lane 8 is Waikato. And it is the distinctive colours of Hamilton Boys High School in Lane 4. They've only got, they've got a slight advantage over Westlake Boys High School outside of them. So great tussle here in the under 16 Cox 4. It's a length back then to, I think it's King's College. So if you're Vicky McLean, get down there and start that booming voice for King's College in the tussle for third. But Hamilton Boys High School versus Westlake Boys High School in the middle. They're almost neck and neck now. Hamilton boys had that advantage, and Hamilton boys have got Connor Brownlee, Mason Balker, Cash Filippo, Dylan Cable, and Cox Ezra Scott. And Westlake boys have got Josh Morris, Kobe Kerr, Samuel Bird, Donovan Pivac, and Cox Sam Heron. Those two are neck and neck as King's College just start to take a lot more speed here. They've pulled up to within about half a length of Westlake and Hamilton boys. The big movers in this third 500 have been King's College and the boys under 16 Cox 4. And now I think Westlake hit the front over Hamilton boys, so they've closed that half a length down, but still it's King's College with the momentum. And the boys under 16 Cox 4, and the King's crew it's Jack Reed, Marcus McLeod, Josh Haskell, Charlie Field, and Cox Charles Lewis. So now, 250 metres left to travel. It is almost neck and neck between those three crews. King's College, Hamilton boys, and Westlake Boys High School. Then we go back to Sacred Heart College of Auckland in fourth, ahead of it's St Kentigern College and St Paul's Collegiate, and then King's number 2 down here in lane number 1. But the battle is on. I think Westlake have now just started to put a big move in as they come into the final 350 metres of the race. We'll see what King's at. King's now moving. Kings have now started to move. Kings have moved, and I think it's still Westlake. Only a canvas advantage over Kings and Hamilton Boys High School, but Kings definitely have some really good momentum. They've had it for about the last 500, 700 metres. They're really up on top of their work. They've got their racing up. But I still think Westlake with that slight advantage, but it's going to be so close as they come down 250 metres left to travel. It is Westlake to Kings, neck and neck, and then half a length back to Hamilton boys. So those are your top three, and they will remain your top three because they are clear of the others. Kings still the one with the momentum. Westlake still with the advantage. It is ever so slight though. Hamilton boys not out of it yet. They're only half a length back. Kings College, Westlake absolutely pushing on now. They've got a really good long stride, as does Kings. So those two crews absolutely pushing. We come down, I'll call it through the 100 to go. It's Westlake, and then it's Kings, then it's Hamilton boys. Bang, bang, bang. Westlake absolutely striding now. They've put some big strokes in here. Kings holding on bit for second, but I think Westlake have just put some absolute beastly strokes in, and it will be the last couple of strokes for them. And Westlake boys will take out the boys under 16 Cox 4, half a length back to King's College, and then to Hamilton boys taking out third. Well done to all those three crews. And a great tussle here for 4, Sacred Heart holding on from King's 2, St Paul's Collegiate and St Kentigern College, but it will be Sacred to take that 4th spot from St Paul's, Kings and St Kentigern College. So I've now got John Tanner here with me from Cure Parkinson's New Zealand, who will just do a quick briefing between races on this wonderful charitable cause.
Thanks very much for the introduction. Look, today's charity, Cure Parkinson's New Zealand, Waikato Rowing Club reached out to us a couple of months ago due to their association with our founder, Bernie Crosby, who's been such a big supporter of rowing here in the Waikato for such a long time. 10 years ago, Bernie decided that he wanted to do something about Parkinson's, having been diagnosed 20 years ago. Having created an amazing business with his wife, Kay, here in the Waikato, They always set their goals and aspirations high, and their aspiration is to find a cure for Parkinson's. And for those of you who know a bit about Parkinson's, it's the fastest growing neurological disease in the world. You may have heard of Michael J. Fox Foundation, Cure Parkinson's UK, Shake It Up Australia. We now have Cure Parkinson's New Zealand, and we're part of an international collaboration that is funding the Centre for Brain Research here in New Zealand and Auckland, and they do groundbreaking research trying to help find a cure. And so today we've got a tent up down here just below the tower in the food area where we're taking donations towards Cure Parkinson's New Zealand and helping to find a cure for Parkinson's. So look, any support would be appreciated. The amount you give is not important, that you do give is. And you know, as I said, the fastest growing disease, neurological disease in the world. There is, in New Zealand, there's over 10,000 sufferers, and it's growing rapidly. And I'm an example of what can happen. You may not think, may not connect it to you. Well, I started with Bernie 10 years ago on this, and 5 years later, unbeknown to me, my wife was diagnosed with Parkinson's, and it's a cruel disease, and it robs you of so much. And there's a lot of athletes here today really enjoying being out on the water, and obviously people here supporting. And it takes away your ability to do so many things, and sport is one of those things. And so, look, if you've got the time, wander over to the tent and give generously if you can. If you want, just Google us, Cure Parkinson's New Zealand, if you want to have a look online as well. Thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you, John, and thank you for coming up here and sharing that message with us all here today. Well, now on track is the Women's Open Cox State. In lane, we have, I'll just call the race because they're into the last 200 metres now. It is Waikato Rowing Club who have an advantage of about 2.5 lengths from North Shore Rowing Club in second. They would in turn have half a length advantage over Melbourne University, and then we go back to Waikato Diocesan School. But 100 metres left to travel now in the Women's Open Cox State. This race is sponsored by Waipa District Council, and it is Waikato that will take out this A final here at the Christmas Regatta, looking very strong in the lovely green, yellow and red colours of Waikato. So congratulations Waikato Rowing Club taking out the Women's Open 8. In that battle for second, it is North Shore that have just slightly extended their advantage over Melbourne University. They will take out second place, Melbourne University in third, and a good performance there from Waikato Diocesan. I assume it's the under 18 8, just having another run down the track, but good to see them out there taking on the Women's Open 8s. We now cross to the Men's Premier Double Sculls. So this race is sponsored by Mitre 10 Mega in Cambridge. Lane 2, we have the Waikato Rowing Club, Oscar Ruston and Evan Williams. Lane 3 from the Row New Zealand crew is Jack Reedy and Jonty Wright. Lane 4 is Jordan Parry and Robbie Manson. Lane 5 is Matt Dunham and Tom McIntosh. Lane 6 is Ben Mason and Flynn Watson. And Lane 7 on the far side is Jack Pearson and Gerard Wall. So, of course, these crews obviously looking to get into contention for the Paris Olympics, which take place next year. We have, of course, qualified the men's double. It's close by close. It means we do have 6 scullers that are absolutely putting their bodies on the line and pushing it all the way to see if we can get some good men's sculling results here. But Jordan Parry and Robbie Manson, 1 length advantage over Matt Dunham and Tom McIntosh. So we'll keep an eye on those 2 crews. Sorry, I've called this wrong. I think it's Matt Dunham and T-Mac who are out in front. If my eyes are correct, Matt Dunham and T-Mac are in front of Ben Mason and Flynn Watson. So my apologies there. And then we go back to Robbie Manson and Jordan Parry. It's a bit difficult with the binoculars, but it's still that length advantage to Matt Dunham and T-Mac. They've got a little bit of clear water now over Ben Mason and Flynn Watson. So those two crews, and then in third, Jordan Parry and Robbie Madsen, just starting to drop a little bit further back, but they're only about a length and a half back from Ben and Flynn. 500 metres left to travel now. And Matt and Tom are just starting to extend. They've taken the acceleration of the oar handles up a beat as they are pushing away now, a little bit more clear water, every stroke just inching further and further ahead. And this is a really great performance here because they're up against absolute world-class scullers. Ben Mason, Flynn Watson in second, but they are just starting to feel the heat a bit as Robbie Madsen and Jordan Parry. So it's those three crews all within about 1.5 lengths from each other. So we look to the 250 metres to go. It is Matt Dunham and Tom McIntosh. They will be through first, and they are continuing to build their speed and push away from Ben Mason and Flynn Watson. From the Royal New Zealand high performance shed, which we're just seeing in the background of the shot there now. Coming through, 250 to go now is Jordan Parry and Robbie Madsen. But it is still out front, Matt Dunham and T-Mac. Just extending their advantage. It's coming down, 120 to go now. They are still absolutely pushing it and continuing to extend. This is great, lads. Let's get a cheer on for them. Pushing absolutely to the line, 100 metres left to travel. They are really taking it up to try and get that GPS tracker across the line as quickly as they can. All three Royal New Zealand crews really moving now. Ben and Flynn also taking their rating up on the far side, pushing a really good sprint, as are Jordan Parry and Robbie Madsen in third. But it is T-Mac and Matt Dunham that will take out the men's premier double sculls as they... Round of applause for them. Great performance, followed by Ben Mason, Flynn Watson, Robbie Madsen and Jordan Parry. Boy, oh boy, great racing there. We come down to lane number 2, Waikato's Oscar Ruston and Evan Williams ahead of Jack Reedy and Jonty Wright. And then we go across to Jack Pearson and Gerard Wall. So a round of applause for some absolutely fantastic sculling here from the Rowing New Zealand high performance program and the performance hubs as well. Alrighty, I'm just getting some coaching tips from Kirsty Dunhill, the absolute extraordinary coach from St Cuthbert's College. She'll love me saying that. We have the B final of the boys under 17 double sculls now. This race is sponsored by Authentic Oars. We have Hamilton in lane 1, St George's in lane 2, Bay of Plenty Coast in lane 3, Gisborne lane 4, St Paul's Collegiate lane 5, Tauranga Boys College lane 6, Taupo in 7 and Cambridge in lane 8. And we look to lane number 4, the Gisborne crew. Just double check the colours on that. I'm right, it's the white with the black cross, so it's Gisborne, who would have only half a length advantage over a very tidy St Paul's Collegiate crew. So they're coming down, 250 metres left to go. In third, we would go out to Tauranga Boys College. But I think they've got a bit of work to do if they want to try and pick up either St Paul's Collegiate or Gisborne. St Paul's have some really good momentum here, but they're still half a length back from Gisborne. Jackson Horn and Louis Wiley in the Gisborne colours, followed by Cameron Ward and William Peoples in the St Paul's Collegiate crew. Gisborne just responding now. Gisborne responding, just putting in some big strokes, 100 metres left to go. St Paul's are absolutely throwing everything at it now. They've taken their racing right up, and they're inching towards Gisborne. They're inching, and we're going to see a real push for the line here between these two crews in the B final of the boys under 17 double sculls. As it's neck and neck, it's still Gisborne holding on from St Paul's Collegiate, but it's going to come right down to the swing of the line, and I think Gisborne will hold on, but we'll leave it to the judges. Great little tussle there in the boys 17B final. Then we go out to Tauranga Boys, and then down here to St George's and Hamilton.
Thanks, Matt. Doing a fantastic job up here in commentary as we head out onto the course for the next hour and a half with myself. And we have the boys under 17 double sculls A final on the course at the moment, sponsored by Authentic Oars. These leading crews are heading down towards the last 500 metres. It's a great aerial shot you can see of all the A finalists, and at the front we have probably, I'd say, Aramaho Wanganui, William Hurd and Jake Newton travelling well, and just on their left-hand shoulder that would be, is it Whakatane or two Whakatanes? Whakatane 1 and 2, no wonder I was getting confused there. So Travis Telfos and Alex Imunga going well in lane number 6. They are taking it to Aramaho Wanganui's William Hurd and Jake Newton as they come down towards Rowing New Zealand. Over on the far side you can see the open sheds there. We've just seen a superb men's premier double come down the course. And these are the up-and-coming youngsters in the under-17 double. So good work here from Aramaho Wanganui. They are trying to hold on to this challenge from lane number 6, Whakatane, number 1, Travis Talpos and Alex Imunga. And there's still only about half a length in it. Aramaho Wanganui hanging on at the moment. Third place goes back to Whakatane, number 2, Ash Shoots and Leon Mahi. And Whakatane not done yet, they've taken their sprint up. Aramaho Wanganui haven't started their sprint yet as we come down with about 150 go. Aramaho Wanganui are not sprinting yet, but Whakatane number 1 is, and that means that Whakatane have jumped into the lead. What's Aramaho Wanganui got in the tank as we come to the 100? They're going to have to go again, because this is a great gear change from lane number 6. Travis and Alex in the Whakatane crew, they've caught Aramaho Wanganui napping as we come down to the finish.
finish. Boys under 17 double. This is the A final, and this is a really, really well-timed sprint to the line here for these Whakatane boys. Congratulations to Travis and Alex. You will take out the boys under 17 double, brilliantly coached by Graham Watt. Then we go back to Aotearoa Wanganui's William Hurd and Jake Newton. A great race from these two lads. And then third place rounded off with Whakatane number 2's Leon and Ash. Then we go back to fourth place, looks like St Paul's Collegiate coming through, Finn and Caden, and then just outside of them Mercer's Cohen and Jimmy, and down on the inside Lucas and Quinn from Cambridge, and then on the outside Shaw's, Lachlan and Henry crossing over in lane 8. So a lovely view there of the boys under 17 double A final, which has now been completed and won by Whakatane number 1. Congratulations to Travis, Alex and their wonderful coach Graham Watt. The next A final that we have on the course is the girls under 15 Cockstock Tupel Sculls. This is sponsored by the Defence Force Careers. The Navy, Army and Air Force is a place like nowhere else, where epic experiences create unbreakable bonds. If it sounds like something you'd be into, visit the Defence Force crew at the Regatta to discover how you can build a career and make best mates for life. There's over 100 roles available and something for everyone, from combat roles to IT and navigation, tradies to medical professionals. So Defence Force are sponsoring the girls under 15 Cockstock Tupel Sculls. Thank you for supporting us here at the Christmas Regatta. And we go out onto the course. You can see the arrow formation there, as you would suspect, ranked out of the heats that we had earlier on in the regatta. Lane number 1 is Tauranga number 1 on the right hand side of your picture there. West End 11 is lane number 2. Right up there with the leaders is Whangarei number 1. Leading them down the course in the girls under 15 Cockstock Tupel Sculls is Aotearoa Wanganui number 1. Over their left hand shoulder in lane number 5 is Wanganui Collegiate number 1. Lane 6 St Kennigan College number 1. Lane 7 Wanganui Collegiate number 2. And lane 8 St George's 31. So some good numbers coming out of Wanganui Collegiate, it's looking like, and they've had some good results today here at the regatta, so well done to them. But it is out at the front, or have we got not an opti? No, this looks like a single skull. Okay, so why am I calling an opti when we have a single? Because someone has put the wrong sheet in front of me. Apologies. So the girls under 17 single is actually racing, not the opti, and we'll go back onto the course and catch up with what's happening here. But someone's well and truly out in front, that's for certain. So apologies there, ladies and gentlemen. I've caught up with what's going on, and it is the crew inside of Aotearoa Wanganui, the sculler Olivia Tattersfield from West End 31. She's got about 2 or 3 boat lengths here over the Aotearoa Wanganui. And inside of West End might be lane number 3's Angalakani from Hawke's Bay. So it is lane 4 over 3. It's Olivia Tattersfield from West End. So Hassan Pathlin will be happy with this. It's got some good girls coming down here. And had quite a tidy pair earlier, and one that's racing around 3 o'clock, I believe. So he's having a good weekend here with Mount Albert Grammar rowing in the West End colours. And Olivia is really blowing up this field here. Girls under 17 single sculls, sponsored by Goldsmiths Gallery. So back on track now with the right race coming down. You can see lots of supporters down there for Olivia as she gets a bit closer. Let's make sure we give her a big cheer. This single is a tough race to be in, and she is well and truly out in front. She's got about 3.5 boat lengths now over Angalakani from Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay in turn's got about 1.25 lengths over, I'm not sure if that's Porirua, I'll just double check the colours. No, it might be the Cambridge sculler Annika Eamon. And then inside of her is Leela Mackay from Porirua. So this is the girls under 17 single sculls as we come to the 500. There's only one sculler anywhere near the 500 metre mark. That's Olivia Tattersfield out of West End. She is travelling very, very well indeed here in the girls under 17 single sculls. So this is one to watch for the future, I would say, for representative honours either in the North Island under-18 team, or if she's got aspirations to row for New Zealand, she might be looking further on towards the New Zealand junior representation. So this is a closer look at Olivia Tattersfield, coached by Hassan Pathan. This is the young sculler rowing in the West End colours in lane number 4, and she will be representing Mount Albert Grammar. So Olivia coming down now in the last 500 as she goes past the Rowing New Zealand building shortly. You'll see that, there it is, there's the Rowing New Zealand building over in the background, and Olivia would now be extending her lead over Angalikani from Hawke's Bay, coached by Mike Troutbetter and Matt Lawson. So that's your 1-2, and then we come back inside of Hawke's Bay to the Aramaho Wanganui sculler, Robin van Dyke. She will be up there looking for one of the minor places here, and Porirua as well pushing, Cambridge out lane 7 also pushing up. So down we come towards the last 250, and it is Olivia Tattersfield, who is really in a different league. She could be in this under-18 single with the margin that she is holding over her competitors, who are also sculling very well, I might add, and that is Angalikani from Hawke's Bay and Robin van Dyke from Aramaho Wanganui. So down we come, and it is Olivia. Olivia has really separated herself out from this field. I hope the Mount Albert team down there are giving her plenty of support, because she has done a fantastic job here. She looks very calm and composed, Olivia, as she comes down towards the finish. She's inside that last 100, as the other two scullers are not quite there yet. So Olivia is going to have at least 50-60 metres on the other two scullers as she comes to the line. Last 5 strokes for Olivia Tattersfield. She'll take out the girls under 17 single. Congratulations to Olivia and to Mount Albert Grammar. That's a great performance. Well done. Very, very strong performance in the single. Then we go back to Hawke's Bay's Angalikani. She will pick up the second position there. And then we go back to 3rd place in the girls under 17 single, and that will be lane number 5, Robin van Dyke from Aramaho Wanganui. So those are your top 3 in the girls under 17 single scull. We then go out to the Cambridge sculler, Annika Eamon. She will be 4th. Then from Annika we go over the far side to Rotorua in lane 8, Lucy Gaston. And then back in possibly to lane number 1, Raitara David from Hamilton. And then over to Potirua's Leela Mackay in lane 6. And then back into St Paul's Collegiate's Amber Church. So great racing in the girls under 17 single scull A final there. And you would have heard me earlier calling the lineup for the girls under 15 Cockstock Tupel Sculls. Got a bit ahead of myself there. They are sponsored by the Defence Force Careers, but I do know that they are racing this time, so we've got the right race on the track, and we'll go to them in a moment. We've got some great races coming up shortly. Alright, the girls under 15 Cockstock Tupel Scull is now on the course. They're in the second 500. Lane number 1 is Tauranga number 1, lane 2 West End 11, lane 3 Whangarei number 1, lane 4 Aramaho Wanganui number 1, lane 5 Wanganui Collegiate number 1, lane 6 is St Kentigern College number 1, lane 7 is Wanganui Collegiate number 2, and lane 8 is St George's 31. Oh, we've got some great racing here, haven't we, in this girls under 15 Cockstock D, and it looks like lane 2 is travelling quite well, and lane 6. So it's West End 11 and St Kentigern College. Those are the 2 travelling quite well. It's definitely lane number 2's West End. They are travelling really well here as they come down to the 1,000. You can see the lineup there. What a great lineup here for 3rd place. We're watching lane number 2 come through, West End 11. Inside of them is Tauranga. They may go through in second, but just watching the barrel board of St Kennigan. No doubt about West End, they're through now. Oh, they all go through together. It would be Tauranga in second, St Kennigan in third, and then we go to Whangarei, Aramaho, Wanganui and Wanganui Collegiate all together. Then back out to Wanganui Collegiate number 2 and back to St George's 31. So this is the girls under 15 Cockstock Tupel Skulls A final, sponsored by Defence Force Careers, and we are in the third 500. And it looks to me like West End are pushing out a little bit here in lane number 2. So this crew's made up of Madison, Madeline, Mila, Gabriella, Remy, Mishara, Billy, Grace Thompson and Peter Cumming is the coxswain, coached very, very well by Sarah Simpson, and they've gone out to Clearwater as we just start to see a bit of a push from the Whangarei girls out there in lane number 3. They're trying to push their nose out in front of St Kennigan and also in front of Tauranga. So the other big move is currently coming from Whangarei in lane 3. So as you look down the course, you can see the line up here. We see all the schoolgirls run down to the water because this is our clear water advantage here for West End and the girls under 15 Cockstock Tupel. So we're watching them all come through this third 500 and it is West End 11. Might be the Barradine girls here, or they've extended their lead even more. They've gone out to a length and a half here in the under 15 Cockstock TA final. It is West End 11, and I reckon they're pushing out to nearly 2 lengths now. Right, we saw a big move from Whangarei just before, and now the other big move is coming from Wanganui Collegiate. Wanganui Collegiate are pushing up on Whangarei number 1, so the big move is now Wanganui Collegiate and Whangarei, and also Tauranga going again. So lots of fighting here for the minor places in the girls under 15 Cockstock D, but down to the 500 they come. They're a length and 3/4 now as they come through the 500. It is West End in lane number 2. They are going out to almost a 2-length boat lead. They have really smashed the leg drive down and found another gear in the final stages of that third 500, and West End have gone out to about 2.5 boat lengths now. They have really pushed away, so that coxswain and the West End crew, Peter Cumming, has done a superb job with these girls. Now we can see a close-up view of the 2 crews in 7 and 8, Wanganui Collegiate number 2 and St George's 31 doing a good job here in the A final. I think there's going to be a really tight race for the minor money here, but look at that view there. This is the Barradine girls way out in front dictating how to row an under 15 Octuple, and they are going to come down and look forward to their Christmas break because nobody's catching them before the end of January, I can tell you that right now. These girls are motoring down. So it's West End through now. West End have got the 250 to go. They're the only crew within Kui of the 250. Here comes Whangarei. Who's going to go through in second place? We've got Whangarei and we've got Wanganui Collegiate. Who's going to go through in second? It is Whangarei. Whangarei will go through in second. Tauranga with another burst as well. Oh, that camera angle's not easy to read. I think it's Whangarei, and then we go back to Wanganui Collegiate. In 4th, Tauranga pushing up now. So it is Whangarei sitting in second. They're clearly in second place. Then we go to Tauranga. Then we go to Wanganui Collegiate. And only just starting to put in some big strokes is Aramaho Wanganui. Inside the 100 come West End. West End are going to win the under 15 Octi. No one's going to come close to these girls. They've raced a beautiful race here at Lake Karapiro. And geez, they're sculling well for under 15s. Well done, Barradine. This is a really good effort here. Then we go back to a great race here between Whangarei and Tauranga, back to Wanganui Collegiate and into Aramaho Wanganui. Congratulations West End, great race there in the Octi, well won. Then we go back to Whangarei. They're going to hold on to number 2, the second place. Then we come down inside to Tauranga. They'll take 3rd. And then we're looking for a very tight finish between Wanganui Collegiate, St Kennigan and Aramaho Wanganui. Oh, watch that line for 3rd place. Who's going to get 3rd? Oh, no, they did it to me again. 5 strokes ago I would have picked Wanganui Collegiate, but you know what? It could be either side of them. It could have been Aramaho Wanganui or St Kent's. One of those crew got 3rd, but it was pretty quick to choose. We don't have time to wait for that because we've got a top race on the course at the moment. The Women's Prem Double Sculls, sponsored by Mitre 10 Mega Cambridge. We've got to go straight out onto the course here, because coming down through the last 500 is in lane number 2, Laura Glenn and Veronica Wall, Elite Development Summer Squad 4. Lane number 3 is Waikato number 1, Katie Lush and Sam Voss. Lane 4, Elite Development Summer Squad number 1, Brooke Francis, Lucy Spores. Not surprised that they're way out in front there, as one would expect. Lane number 5, Elite Development Summer Squad number 2, Shannon Cox and Jackie Kittle. That's our lightweight double. Then we have lane number 6, Juliette Almaquah and Catherine Glenn from Summer Squad number 5, Elite Development. And then back to a Waikato composite with Avon, Hannah Matahari and Simone Slipper. So out in front of us here is the Women's Premier Double Scull, some of our elite international world-class scullers. And gosh, they look amazing. Brooke and Lucy out there, coached by James Coote in lane number 4. And then we will go on the left-hand shoulder. You've got Juliet and Catherine, Shannon and Jackie. Shannon and Jackie out there. And inside of them, Katie Lush and Sam Voss. So this is our world-class women's double out here. This is an exceptional opportunity for the boys and girls and club rowers to have a look at world-class rowing here. Brooke Francis and Lucy Spores out there in lane number 4. Inside that last 100 metres, they'd have about a length and 3/4 now over our lightweight double of Shannon Cox and Jackie Kittle in lane number 5. And then from there, a great performance from Waikato's Katie Lush and Sam Voss in lane 3. So Brooke and Lucy just crossing the line now. They'll take a win in the Women's Premier Double. Well done. Back to our lightweight double of Shannon and Jackie. They come across now. And then about a length and a half back to the Waikato double of Sam Voss and Katie Lush. And then down on the inside, Laura Glenn and Veronica Wall. And then over on the outside is Hannah Matahari and Simone Slipper from Waikato and Avon respectively. Right, let me see if I can find that result in the under 15 Octi. See if it's official. Because we know West End got first and we know Whangarei got second. But we're just waiting for that result to become official before we can read that out to you. Another big boat coming down the course is the boys under 15 Cox State A final, sponsored by SL Racing. In lane number 1 we have Onslow College. Lane number 2 is Star Boating Club out of Wellington, Star number 31. Lane 3, King's College from Auckland. Lane 4 is Hamilton Boys High School. Lane 5, North Shore 11 from Auckland. Lane 6, Sacred Heart Auckland. And lane 7 is North Shore 12. So this is the boys under 15 Cox State. They have had heats for this event, so you would expect the faster boats to be in the middle of the course, which creates that arrow formation that you're seeing now. We can give you Hamilton Boys coming through. They have well and truly passed the 1,000 metre mark, and they've got about 3/4 of a length on North Shore 11. Maybe half a length, 3/4, half a length. Pushing out to 3/4 of a length now, and just over their left-hand shoulder would be North Shore 11 and lane 5. That would be the boys, I'm assuming, from Westlake. Hamilton Boys High School in the red boat, doing well here, have a very strong pedigree in the under 15 events. And this is Hamilton Boys High School over North Shore, and then in third place is Sacred Heart out of Auckland. So good work here from Hamilton Boys High School. I think they've pushed away now. They've gone out to Clearwater here in the third 500 of the boys under 50. Well, I thought it was Clearwater. It might just have the bow of Westlake just the year. They're just hitting clear water now, so Westlake have hung on well there. So that's North Shore Rowing Club 11 in lane 5, sitting in second place. Hamilton Boys High School leading the boys under 15 Cox 8. From there we go over their left-hand shoulder to lane number 6, and that will be Sacred Heart out of Auckland. They'd be sitting in third. Then we come down inside of them to King's College in lane 3. Then down to Star, out to North Shore 12 and back into Onslow College. Through the 500 we come, and Hamilton Boys now extend to a length and a quarter. We have Caleb, Oliver, Jack, Gabriel, Nicholas, Hudson, Jaden, Cooper, and Halo is the coxswain. Love that name. Coached by Isabel Knight and Robin Clark. This is Hamilton Boys High School number 1s under 15 Cox 8, leading the Christmas Regatta A final here on Sunday afternoon. Then we come back to a big push here from Sacred Heart and Kings, but they are fighting for third place, as you see Westlake Boys High School in the North Shore colours, sitting about a length and a quarter clear of them. So we've got about a length and a quarter Hamilton Boys to North Shore, and then about a length and a quarter back to Sacred Heart, and then probably overlap back to King's College for fourth. So well done Hamilton Boys High School, down to the 250, they come through and they've gone out to about a length and a half now over North Shore Rowing Club number 11 in lane 5. They are firmly in the second position of the A final here. Then we swing over their left hand shoulder to Sacred Heart, looking quite tidy there, coming under pressure from King's College. King's College are in that fourth position though currently, but that's your 1, 2, 3, 4 as we come down towards the line in the boys under 15 Cox 8. So Hamilton Boys High School looking strong through the 100, then we go back to North Shore through now, then we go back to Sacred Heart and Kings. Kings advancing on Sacred Heart all the time as we get to that 100, watching those two crews through now and now. Oh, Kings are really putting pressure on Sacred Heart here. Kings have taken the rating up, they could scoop a third place here. Hamilton Boys take the win, North Shore a second. Can Kings overtake Sacred Heart on the line? I think they're going to do it. Big move from King's College before the 250, and I think Kings have done enough to get third place. They have, they've done it by about 3 seats. King's College take third and the boys under 15 8. Then we come down the inside, we've got Star Boating Club just coming to the line now. We swing out to North Shore 12 in lane 7. They'll be about 2.5 boat lengths back, and then a slightly less margin back down to Onslow College in lane number 1 out of Wellington. And that will wrap up the boys under 15 Cox 8 A final. Up behind us is an event, one of the premier events on the Aon Māori Cup program. This is the boys under 18 Cox 4 A final. This is otherwise known as the Springbok 4, and we have 8 superb crews out there racing, sponsored by Crew Room. So the boys under 18 Cox 4 are down at the 1,000 metre mark. We have West End 21 in lane 1. That'll be the boys out of St Peters in Auckland. We have North Shore 13 in lane 2. I'm sure that will probably be Westlake Boys. West End 31 in lane 3. Hamilton Boys High School in 4. North Shore 11 and 5. West End 22 and 6. West End 32 and 7. And North Shore 12 and 8. Alright, boys under 18 Cox 4, affectionately known, or the trophy is known as the Springbok 4. Let's go out and have a look at how this A final is playing out in the third 500. I can already see lane 4 is out in front. This is Hamilton Boys High School with the red and black squares. They just won the boys under 15 8, and they're looking good to take home the boys under 18 Cox 4 here at the Christmas Regatta as well. The crew is Dylan McConnell, Ethan Stein, William Milne, Zach Brownlee, Ryan Ollington is the coxswain, and they are coached by Caleb Shepherd. So this is Hamilton Boys High School. Over their left-hand shoulder and about a length and a quarter back now is North Shore 11. Quinn Wiltshire, Ryan Hayes, Jack Buckley, Otto Gartner and Liam Veldman is the coxswain for the North Shore crew. They are sitting in second place. Then you go back a length and 3/4, I would say, to West End 31. Charlie, Noah, Ethan, Max and Nathaniel Kirk is the coxswain in lane number 3. So that's your 1, 2, 3 in the boys under 18 Cox 4 as Hamilton boys look to extend now. Coming down towards the last 500, you'll see Rowing New Zealand shortly. That's the Waikato Rowing Club over at Flynn Cove in the background there. Basically sandwiched between Hamilton boys and North Shore at the front. Over in the background, that is Flynn Cove, where Waikato Rowing Club are based. Hamilton boys are through the 500 now, a length and a half going back to North Shore Rowing Club. A little bit more sedate on their rating, and then we will come back to third place. That will be West End Rowing Club number 31 in lane 3. Then we come out to probably West End 22 in lane 6. In fact, lane 6 now putting some pressure on West End 31. They may be moving into that third spot. So let's watch and see what West End 22 in lane 6 do. Samuel, Daniel, Franklin, Flynn, Theo Wagg is the coxswain, coached by Dom Drury and Sam Jackson. So good work coming there from West End. Hamilton boys coming down past Rowing New Zealand, the first of the club and school tents in the background on the bank there, and that usually signifies the end of the race is close. So Hamilton boys will be pleased to know that the finish line is not too far away as they come through the 250. Beautiful swing in that boat, love the way that boat is moving there. So good work from Zach Brownlee and his team of Dylan, Ethan, William and Ryan Ollington, the coxswain. Hamilton Boys High School rowing beautifully as they come down inside probably the last 200 metres of the boys under 18-4. Will Milne was part of the New Zealand junior team this year that went to Paris, so some international experience in this boat already. Back to North Shore Rowing Club, still sitting in second place. Quinn, Ryan, Jack, Otto and Liam Feldman. They are going to hold on to that second place. They won't be caught for second. And then we just got that race on for the third place. Hamilton Boys High School now, probably about 40 metres left to travel. They're going to take pretty comfortable win here. They could go up 2 or 3 points if they needed it, but it's not necessary. And well done, under 18-4 to Hamilton Boys. Second place out to North Shore. And it does look like lane number 3 is going to hold on for that third place. That will be West End Rowing Club, and that is their number 31 crew of Charlie, Noah, Ethan, Max and Nathaniel Kirk, coached by Jermaine and Alex. Then we go out to West End on the far side and back into West End in lane number 1. All right, back out on the course is another top race here on the AM Mighty Cup program, the Dawn Cup Girls Under 18 Coxed 4, sponsored by Wintec Racing. In lane number 1 out of Wellington is Star Boating Club number 2. Lane number 2 is Hamilton 21. Lane 3 and 4 is Waikato Diocesan School number 2 and 1. And it's the number 1 crew out in front. You don't need binoculars to see how big an advantage they have at the moment. Lane 5 is West End 31, Lane 6 is North Shore 1, Lane 7 is North Shore 2, and Lane 8 is Star Boating Club number 1. Okie dokie, let's go out and have a look. Goodness me, they're just rowing away here, aren't they? Waikato Diocesan number 1, Georgia Treblico, McLean Stewart, Hannah Tomlin, Isabel Melville, and Maya Trower is the coxswain. That is Waikato Diocesan number 1, and if they continue to follow them with the camera, you won't see anyone else, because they are doing what we saw Olivia Tattersfield do in the under-17 single, just rowing away here with the rest of the field in her wake. From Waikato Diocesan, we will probably go out to West End 31, currently in lane number 5. And that is Nicole, Emma, Lily, Ruby and Guy Pimfold, the coxswain, coached by Hassan Papin. So the girls out of Mount Albert, they're sitting in third, but hotly chased by Star Boating Club on the inside. Gracie, Isabella, Alaba, Emma Baggery out of the New Zealand junior team, and Emily Mora, the coxswain, coached by Catherine Duffin. So that star crew, keep an eye on them. They're pretty tidy as well on the outside, on the inside in the blue boat. But it's Waikato Diocesan just rowing away here with this girls under 18 4. They've got about 3.5 lengths now over West End 31 in lane 5, and then Star is sitting in that third place at the moment. Trying to close the gap is Hamilton in lane number 2. So that is the Sacred Heart girls out of Hamilton, Renee, Georgia, Kate, Sarah and Lucia Lenormand, coached by Rachel Brown and Tony Burns. So Waikato Diocesan, number 1, down through the last 500. Now we're starting to see a big push come from Star. Star putting West End under pressure as we come down to that 500. Is it going to be the Star Bellball or the West End Bellball that goes through in second place? Let's watch them as they come through. Waikato Diocesan rowing for home now. And I think it might be Star that's gone into second place. Yes, they have. They've gone through about half a length ahead now of West End. And then that is the West End 31 crew in lane number 5. So down we come towards the finish. Great rowing here from Waikato Diocesan, number 1. Just looking so smooth, these girls really in sync on their work as they come up to the catch. Beautiful swing on that handle, and got a really good grip on that placement at the catch point. So all the young schoolgirls out there, just have a look at this Waikato Diocesan crew. This is the way to do it, and the South Island will be watching this with keen interest. This is a sharp crew here coming down inside the 250. The under 18 4 for Waikato Diocesan is sending a firing shot for 3 months' time at Lake Ruataniwha. This is a very, very slick under 18 girls fall coming down to the 100 metre mark. Then we go back to Star, who have put themselves into that second place. There's a beautiful shot of Waikato Diocesan. Down to the 100 they come through now. They're going into the 100. Look like they've taken it up a little bit more, practicing that sprint down to the line. Waikato Diocesan about 3 lengths clear of Star, who are now firmly in second, ahead of West End 31 in third. Waikato Diocesan, probably about another 5 strokes to go. They're going to take home the girls under 18 for the Christmas Regatta. They're doing it with ease, and then we go back to Star from Wellington and out to West End. And then from West End we will head over on the far side. That will be another Star crew coming down for 4th. That will be Star number 1. It's Star number 2 coming in for 2nd. West End over now for 3rd, over to Star again, back to Hamilton, back into Waikato, then over to North Shore and North Shore. So the B final of the girls under 16 quad is into the third 500, and we go out to, is that St George's? They are well and truly out in front there. Yes, it is St, oh, got a live feed showing me. It is St George's. St George's well and truly dominating this B final here. Then we come inside of them to St Kennigan, inside of them to Auckland, it looks like. Then inside of them to Star Boating Club and Counties Manukau, and on the outside will be Hamilton Girls High School number 2. So good work here in the B final of the girls under 16 quad, coached by St George's. Representing St George's, coached by Denzel Christian. Annabelle, Olivia, Ellie, Kiana, Katie is the coxswain, Katie Anderson, and that's St George's. Then we come inside to possibly Auckland, I would say. And then we go out to, trying to pick up these colours here. Star, I can see Star out there going quite well. So the B final for the girls under 16 quad. And it is well and truly St George's will pick up the A final shortly as they come down towards the last 250. We'll swing back to the A final. Then we come back to lane number 3 in second place, that's Auckland. Then just outside of Auckland is St Kennigan. Then back in from St Kent's to Star. Then we go over the far side to another Star crew, their number 2 crew. Back into Counties Manukau in 6th place. Then we go back to Hamilton Girls in 7th. And then back to Star number 3 in 8. So that's your 1 to 8 in the girls under 16 quad B final. Through the 250 come St George's. They'd have a couple of boat lengths now over the Auckland crew in lane number 3. So we'll swing up to the A final now at the girls under 16 Cox quad. This is the B final finishing that you can see here. That's St George's to the right of the screen. And just in the middle of the screen is the Auckland crew sitting in 2nd. Then you've got St Kennigan, Star, and just right down in the front of you here is another Star crew, the number 2 crew coming down. And then right down on the inside is Counties Manukau, only just coming through the 250 now. So well done St George's, they'll take the win in the B final pretty comfortably here. And then we go back to Auckland, and then it looks like St Kent's might be clipping this Whangarei crew down into the finish there. And then we've got Star on the far side. Lane number 7 about to cross over now. Hamilton Girls High School, and then back to Counties Manukau. Alright, back out to the A final. We better head up the course here. We've got Hamilton in lane number 1, Aramaho Wanganui number 2 in lane 2, Commercial number 1 from overseas in lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate number 1 and 4, Hamilton Girls High School in 5, Canberra Girls Grammar in 6 from Australia, Aramaho Wanganui number 1 and 7, and Hauraki Plains number 1 and 8. That is the lineup for the A final in the girls under 16 Cox Quadruple Skulls, sponsored by the Waipa District Council. Oh, something's happened to Aramaho Wanganui in lane number 2. There's some oars sticking up in the air there. That's really unfortunate. So Aramaho Wanganui in lane number 2 have stopped rowing. But back out at the front of the field, it's probably Commercial. Our visitors going super well here. And then also our other international visitors from Canberra. Canberra also travelling well. So I think it's Australia 1-2 here in the A final of the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. It's Commercial down there in lane number 3. They're in the background picture there that you can see closest to the bank. So Lucy O'Farrell, Olivia Grant, Summer Phillips, Sienna Becker, Daisy Plawecki is the coxswain, coached by Ross Baffo and David Vandas. That is the Commercial crew that are leading the girls under 16 quad. Second place is Canberra Girls Grammar. They will be about 3/4 to a length back, maybe just on a length back there from Commercial. Canberra Girls in lane number 6, Alice Hinksman, Mia Wiley, Charlotte Bowen, Sophie Murphy, Karen Lofty, coached by Carolyn Pipers. So it is Commercial in first place, Canberra Girls in second. Then we go back to the first New Zealand schoolgirl crew, and that will be St Paul's Collegiate out of Hamilton in lane number 4. So we've got Lucy Hadley, Olivia Carruthers, Georgia Roberts, Zara Brangwyn and Regan Isaac as the coxswain. This crew is coached by Morgan Blind and Roy Pickard. They will be sitting in third place, but the first Kiwi crew home here in the A final. Then we go over to Aramaho Wanganui number 1 in lane 7. Then we come back in the middle to Hamilton Girls, back down to Hamilton, and back to Aramaho Wanganui number 2 and Hauraki Plains. So down we come towards the finish here. It's still our international visitors down there in lane number 3. They are sculling beautifully here in the girls under 16 quad. We hope they've had a wonderful time here in New Zealand, as have Canberra Girls out there in lane number 6. I'm sure they'll be on a plane heading home for Christmas tomorrow or Tuesday, and this is great to be able to take home an A final win here at Lake Karapiro. It's such a big regatta, so well done to Commercial. And then we head over to Canberra Girls and back into St Paul's Collegiate about 2 lengths back, sitting in that third position. So across the line comes lane number 3. Congratulations to Commercial. Back to Canberra Girls, they'll pick up second. Then we come back into St Paul's Collegiate out of Hamilton, over to Aramaho Wanganui in lane number 7, then back into Hamilton Girls in lane number 5. Move now to race 331 at the Christmas Regatta. This is the men's intermediate double scull, sponsored by Kebabalicious. The B final is on the course at the moment. We have Peter Fraser out of Cambridge in lane number 1. Lane number 2, Daniel Song from North Shore number 1. Lane number 3, Charlie Brohan from Aramaho Wanganui number 1. Lane 4, Quinn Howard Shee from Hamilton number 2. Lane 5, Charlie Sampson from Cambridge 3. Lane 6, Dylan Tennant from Cambridge 2. Lane 7, Alex Fahey from St George's 11. And lane 8 is Noah Prendergast from Clifton number 1. This is the B final of the men's intermediate double sculls. And those were the strokes coming down the course there. Right down on the inside, travelling well, Peter Fraser and Gershian, coached by Peter Fraser. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lane number 6 going well, Dylan Tennant and Aston Garvin, coached by Josh Toa and Kerry Wilkins. So this is the men's intermediate double. And it is Cambridge travelling well, and then we go out to Charlie Broham and Quinn Vivian from Aramaho Wanganui. They'd be sitting in second. And then we come down to third place, it would come to another Cambridge crew. It's either Carlos Ruru and Charlie Sampson or Peter Fraser and Gershian. As we come down to the last 500, no doubt about Cambridge in lane 6, that's their number 2 crew of Dylan and Aston, coached by Josh Toa and Kerry Wilkins. And then we come back to Aramaho Wanganui's Charlie Broham and Quinn Vivian. They'd be sitting in second. They'd be about a length and a quarter back off Cambridge. Similar margin back to Peter Fraser and Gershian in lane number 1. And then hot on their heels is their Cambridge teammates, probably slightly younger, Charlie Sampson and Carlos Ruru from Cambridge number 3. Possibly Cambridge High School. So down we come, heading towards the last 250 in the B final, the men's intermediate double scull, and it is currently sitting with Cambridge out there on the far side. There's 3 Cambridge crews in this B final, but it's the young men out there in lane number 6. We'll go out to the A final and have a look at how they're going as this B final comes down towards the last 250. I've got the boys under 16 double coming up, then the boys and girls under 18 single, and then we will have a commentary changeover, and that will be me for the regatta. Good finish coming up here from Aramaho Wanganui. Cambridge still holding on in the B final. We are inside the last 250, charging down with about 180 to go. It's still Cambridge. Cambridge with still just clear water over Aramaho Wanganui. The A final is in the third 500, so I am going to go back to that. We have Cambridge's Josh Hutton and Zach Ellison in lane 1, Jackson Ramsden and Nathan Connell from Cambridge 21 in lane 2, Gus Thompson and Ben High from St George's in lane 3, Cameron Churchill and Daniel McLaren from Hauraki Plains in lane 4, Benjamin Fraser and Edwin Zhang from Wanganui Collegiate in lane 5, Alexander Costigan and George Marshall from Sacred Heart Auckland in 6, Ravi Kerr and Jamie Vukovic from West End in lane 7, and Leighton O'Carroll and Blake Buxton from Hamilton in lane 8. That's the makeup of the A final. As you see, Cambridge just come over the line, just pipping Aramaho Wanganui on the line there in the B final. In the A final, they are well and truly inside that third 500, and it is lane number... Oh, there's 2 crews going quite well here, Hauraki Plains and Sacred Heart Auckland. So Cameron Churchill and Daniel McLaren going well for Hauraki Plains in lane 4. 2 over from them is the Sacred Heart Auckland boys in lane 6, George Marshall and Alexander Costigan. They are also travelling well. Right, so there you have it. That's how they're coming down. It's Sacred Heart and then Hauraki Plains in the A final of the boys intermediate double scull, and then in between them is Wanganui Collegiate number 1, Benjamin Fraser and Edwin Zhang. Those are the 3 crews coming down here in the A final in first, second and third. A little bit of sloppy strokes there, but they're still holding on. They've just gone out to clear water. Have these Sacred Heart boys. Big strong lads there in the intermediate double. Looks like Hauraki Plains trying to pull them in, and going with them is Wanganui Collegiate in lane number 5. So Hauraki Plains and Wanganui Collegiate have got the overlap for second and third, and they're both pulling themselves up on Sacred Heart. As Sacred Heart come down to the 250, there is enough room here for Hauraki Plains to do something. Sacred Heart have just changed gear now. They've just gone up a little bit more as they come down towards the finish. So it's still Sacred Heart holding on here in the intermediate double. Then we go back to Hauraki Plains, who are under threat from Wanganui Collegiate. So down we come towards the finish. Sacred Heart are going to take this out. They're going to be happy to take out The men's intermediate double sculls, this is a great effort for them. Hauraki Plains are going to hang on for second. Wanganui Collegiate will be third. And then we go back to Cambridge, and the crew on the outside, maybe Bay of Plenty Coast. And down we come towards the finish. Well done, Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart take out the double. Back to Hauraki Plains for second. Third place was Wanganui Collegiate, very close behind. Then we come down to Cambridge 21 in lane number 2. There's only a quarter of a length back to Cambridge 1 in lane 1. And then out to the far side there was West End, Ravi Kerr and Jamie Vukovic. They've come through in lane number 7. They've finished as well, as have St George's, Gus Thompson and Ben High. So very close finish there in the intermediate double sculls. A final now, the boys under 16 double sculls. This event sponsored by Top Notch Calves. The A final consists of Harry Kavanagh and Ollie Wigg from Star Boating Club in lane 1. Lane number 2, Ben Gillanders and Benjamin Klein from Cambridge number 2. Jack Calcinai and Angus Denise from Cambridge 21 in lane 3. Bryn Morgan and Nicky Maxim from Aramaho Wanganui in lane 4. Oscar Abenhus and Caden Simmons from Cambridge number 1 in lane 5. Taylor Still and Arthur Crimmins from Bay of Plenty Coast in lane 6. Henry Johnston and Vin Marsden from Sacred Heart Auckland in number 7. And James Nielsen and Ted Rattray from West End in lane 8. This is the final for boys under 16 double scull. They are literally through the last 500 already, and right down on the inside is, well, it's actually 2 Cambridge crews going really well here. So we have Jack Calcinai and Angus Denise down in lane number 3, the boys from St Peter's, Cambridge, coached by Chris Thorson. They are travelling really, really well. And then we go out to Oscar and Caden from Cambridge High School, coached by Josh Toa and Kerry Wilkins. What do we got here? Is this the boys 18 single, girls 18 single, boys 18 single? Girls 18 singles underway. What you see on the screen is the starting shot of the boys under 18 single, so we will go to that shortly. So what you can't see at the moment is the final stages, the last 250 coming up of the boys under 16 double sculls, and leading this home is Cambridge, oh, it might be Cambridge number 2, sorry. Got that wrong, Josh, apologies. It is that, gosh, they're big boys for under 16s, jeepers, where did you find them? So Ben Gillanders and Benjamin Klein from Cambridge in lane 2, and then on the far side is Cambridge again, Oscar and Caden. I am assuming there is a pretty fast under 16 quad in there somewhere, and just in the middle of them is Aramaho Wanganui number 1, Bryn Morgan and Nicky Maxim sitting in 3rd place. So it's Cambridge 1 and Cambridge 2 in first and second. Well, the other way around, Cambridge 2 is actually leading Cambridge 1. And then we go back to Aramaho Wanganui number 1, back down inside to Star. In fact, Harry's dad, you would have seen in a single a bit earlier. Oh, Aramaho Wanganui taking it up on Cambridge. Oh, they've caught them napping. They've snuck into second place. Oh, that was a pretty big move from Bryn and Nicky to take that second slot. Well done, guys. Good job. Nice finish from Aramaho Wanganui. Very nice. So well done to Cambridge, Aramaho Wanganui and Cambridge number 1, first, second and third in the boys under 16 double. Very sneaky move there in the last 15 strokes from Aramaho Wanganui, love it. Awesome finish. All right, 2 top premier events on the program now of the Aon Māori Cup. This is where a lot of selections take place for New Zealand teams, North Island under 18, South Island under 18. This is the boys and girls under 18 single sculls. The girls under 18 single scull is first. They are down by the 1,000 metre mark, and this is sponsored by the New Zealand Community Trust. I'll be calling these 2 races, and then we will be going to our next commentator. No, we won't. 2 o'clock we'll be going to our next commentator. I've got that wrong. Just before we call the girls 18 single, there's a grey Toyota with a single on top of it, parked next to Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton trailer. The registration number is EQZ219. You must be moved as the boat is overhanging the road. Grey Toyota with a single on top, parked next to Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton trailer. Registration EQZ219. Please move as your boat is overhanging the road. Alrighty. Let's go out to the girls under 18 single. We have Ashley Pryor from Mercer in lane number 1. Madeline Cox from Aramaho Wanganui in lane number 2. Tegan Negus from Rotorua in lane number 3, travelling well. Megan Van Leeuwen from Mercer in 4. Stevie Maybe from Epsom Girls Grammar is in 5. Jemima Glahone from Bay of Plenty Coast is in 6. Imogen Worrell from Auckland is in 7, and India Nichols from St Kentigern College is in 8. This is the girls under 18 single scull A final, and it is Rotorua and Bay of Plenty Coast, the 2 scullers doing really well here. So Tegan Negus and Jemima Glahome are the 2 scullers looking pretty good here in the A final. It's a Rotorua Tegan, coached by Alistair Riddle, who is holding on here as they come down opposite Flynn Cove and the Waikato Rowing Club. Good work from Tegas out of Rotorua Rowing Club in lane number 3. Over her left-hand shoulder, a couple of lanes over, is Jemima Glahome from Bay of Plenty Coast in lane 6. She is sitting in second place, coached by Ted Phelps, and she's putting out a really good rhythm here. Then we got quite the race on for that 3rd place, probably down on the inside to Madeline Cox from Aramaho Wanganui, out to Megan Van Leeuwen from Mercer, and then over to Imogen Worrell from Auckland. Then we go to Ashley Pryor from Mercer, Stevie Maybe from Epsom Girls Grammar, and over to India Nichols out of St Kitts. Right, back at the front of the field, and they're through the 500, the 2 scullers at the front, Tegan Negus from Rotorua, and then over her left-hand shoulder, 3 lanes over, is Jemima Glahome from Bay of Plenty Coast. Sitting in 3rd place currently is Madeline Cox from Aramaho Wanganui, down in lane number 2. Let's have a look at the rating here, because I think Tegan is pushing out a little bit here on the sculler in second, Jemima. She's gone out to another length on her. So she's obviously got a little bit of a race plan here. And she's sitting on 31, that's Tegan Negus from Rotorua. 29, I've got Jemima at, so a little bit more urgency coming out of Tegan's boat run there in lane number 3, and she's holding on to this under 18 girls single. This is one of our prestigious events at the Aon Māori Cup, so this is a great young sculling talent you're seeing here come through the 250. The lead is sitting with Tegan from Rotorua. Then we go out to second place with Jemima from Bay of Plenty Coast. Then we come down to Madeline Cox from Aramaho Wanganui. She's still sitting in that 3rd position, but she's pushing up, or she's putting some pressure on Jemima. Jemima still holding on to second at the moment. All the while, Tegan Negus is rowing away here from Rotorua. So that's going to be our winner here in the girls under 18 single scull. As soon as she crosses the line, we'll go to the boys single because they're through the 1,000 metre mark at the moment. So we need to have a close look at these boys under 18 singles. So good work here, well done to Tegan Negus as she comes to the line, well coached by Alistair Riddle. And then we go out to Jemima Glyholm from the Bay of Plenty Coast. Back inside to third place is Madeline Cox out of Aotearoa Wanganui. Then we go over to Megan Van Leeuwen from Mercer. She will be in fourth. Then we come down on the inside to Ashley Pryor, and then over to India Nichols and Imogen Worrell. Well done, Tegan. Great win in the girls under 18 single. Congratulations to you. Well done to Jemima out of Bay of Plenty Coast. She picks up second, and Madeline Cox will be third for Aotearoa Wanganui. Well done, ladies. Right, we're going straight out to the boys under 18 single because these gents are in the third 500 now. This event is sponsored by Mobicom Limited. We have Oliver Florence from Wellington in lane number 1. Lane number 2 is Clayton Potts from Clifton. Our leader at the moment in lane number 3 is Jamison McConaughey from Tauranga Boys College. Lane number 4 is a visitor from Otago, Matthew O'Meara. We welcome you up here to Lake Karapiro. Logan Turrell from St George's is in lane number 5, Matthew Simpson from Hauraki Plains is in 6, Sid McQueen from Onslow College in 7, and Oscar Prius from Star is in lane 8. The leader of the boys under 18 single scull at the moment is lane number 3 in the red boat. It is Jamison McConaughey out of Tauranga Boys, and the coaches are Richard Gee and Nicola Austin. They are going super well here. And well done to him. He has got a couple of boat lengths now over Clayton Potts out of Clifton. Let's see as they come down. Also some good work. Oh, geez, this is going to be tight for second. Jeepers, look at how they're coming down here for second place. Jamison McConaughey's just rode away with this. He's got this sewn up at the moment if he keeps it clean in the last 300. Then we've got this race on our hands for second and third. Let's keep an eye on how this goes. I think it's the two scullers on either side of Jamison. We've got Clifton and we've also got Otago fighting it out for second and third. So that's Matthew O'Meara out of John McGlashan, coached by Dylan Davis. He is based in Dunedin. And then down there in Clifton's boat is Clayton Potts, coached by Greg Cox and Jason Williams. So what can the Otago sculler do? Can he pick up a second off Clayton Potts? Clayton's still sitting in second. Otago's Matthew O'Meara sitting in third. Down we come towards the last probably... How long has Jamison got? He's got about 140 to go. Watch the kid on the outside as well. We've got a star sculler, Oscar Prius, starting to wind the gears up as well. We can't see him on the screen, but Star on the outside is grinding the gears as well. Down we come through the last 100 is the leader. This is Jamison McConaughey from Tauranga Boys. I hope he's got a lot of support. Then we've got this race. We've got Clayton Potts out of Clifton sitting in second. And then we've got Matthew O'Meara, and right down on the inside fighting hard is Oliver Florence out of Wellington. Who's going to get first, second and third? Down we come towards a finish. It is definitely Jamison McConaughey out of Tauranga Boys. He's going to take the under 18 single. Second is going to be Clayton Potts out of Clifton. And third is going to be who? Watch them on the line. It's either going to be Wellington or Otago. Wellington or Otago. Oh, maybe Otago, but he didn't take that rating up. He didn't do anything about a sprint. He might have been lucky there to hold on to that third. Holy moly, good racing. So congratulations to those two scullers, and well done on picking up the under 18 title at the Christmas Regatta. Your season is tracking well. Girls under 15 double is on the course now. This will be the B final, followed by the A final. Girls under 15 double sculls is sponsored by the Takapoto Estate. In the B final, in lane number 1, is Layla Ware and Sienna Southall from Whangarei. Lane number 2 is, let's just make sure they're all there, shall we? So lane number 2 is Aramaho Wanganui's Ruby Bullock and Addison Jenkins. Lane 3 is Canberra Girls Grammar, Grace Disney and Sophie Murphy. Lane 4, Bay of Plenty Coast 1, Lily Cameron, Francesca Ramusa. Lane 5, Tauranga 1, Macy Morgan and Hazel Church. Lane 6, St George's 11, Phoebe Kerr and Lucy Kay, I beg your pardon. Lane 7, Whangarei number 2, Indy Henry and Arabella Monteith. And lane 8 has scratched out of the B final. So, here we go. So St George's, Tauranga, Bay of Plenty Coast, travelling well. Hard to see those colours on the screen. I'm struggling with that a little bit. Anyway, through the 1,000 metre mark they go. Rough conditions there for under 15 doubles. Looks like it might be a little bit more bouncy than we can see from here. But we've got Phoebe Kerr and Lucy Kay, coached by Jessica Taylor and Keith Hibbard. This is the St George's 11 crew, I think, judging from the colours. Come inside of them to the crew, 2 crews inside of them. Tauranga number 1 in lane 5, Macy Morgan and Hazel Church. Just pushing out on them now is Lily Cameron and Francesca Ramusa from Bay of Plenty Coast number 1. This is the B final, the girls 15 double sculls, sponsored by Takapoto Estate. And then we go into the B and A final, the boys under 15 quad. Women's intermediate 8, women's club pair, and that's where I will hand over to John for the next commentary changeover. So good work from St George's here, working hard in these jobbly conditions for under 15s. Just over the far right corner at the back of the screen, that's Flynn Cove, where Waikato Rowing Club are based, so not too far from home for these girls in the third 500. Go back a length and a quarter now to Bay of Plenty Coast, and then back a similar margin to Tauranga, who are sitting in third place. So good work here from St George's in the B final of the girls under 15 double sculls. Right, through the last 250 come St George's, the B final of the girls under 15 double scull. They've just extended out to about a length and a half now over the girls out of Bay of Plenty Coast in lane number 4. And then we go back to Tauranga, and then back into the other crew, which is down on the inside. That shows Tauranga too, so this is some pretty random. It's definitely not what I'm seeing on my day sheet. So I'll just call it not from the day sheet, just what I can see on the course out there. So it's definitely St George's. Then we go back to Bay of Plenty Coast. We've got another Tauranga crew out in the middle. We've got Tauranga down on the inside. And then we've got Whangarei on the outside, number 2. So down towards the last 250 come St George's, Phoebe Kerr and Lucy Kay. They've done a great job here in the girls under 15 double sculls final. Then we go back to Bay of Plenty Coast, Cameron and Jessica Professor, back to Tauranga, facing Morgan and Hazel Church. Then back inside to another Tauranga crew, which we've got on the sheet here, and then back to Whangarei number 2, I'm assuming it's another double mistake. So good work here, ladies. Down towards the finish line they come. St George's are going to come to beat. Double sculls for the final. Got about 3 more strokes to go till they get down to that line. Then we go back to Bay of Plenty Coast, and then back a couple of lengths to two Tauranga crews who are battling it out for that 3rd spot. Able to roll under the Billy going really well. It's definitely the Star Girls leading here. For a club that talks about how little water they get, they're certainly punching well in these A finals. So good work here in the A final of the girls under 15 double sculls. You are looking at a pretty comfortable lead now as they come down to the 250 to go. So a good push there from Lucy and Billy from Star. They pushed out probably about another who are also doing a great job there down in lane number 2. From there we come back to Wellington, who are sitting in 3rd place in lane number 3. And then from Wellington, who are just having some steering issues by the looks of things, we go over to the girls from Hamilton Girls in lane 6. So down we come with about 160 to go for Star Boating Club, Lucy and Billy, coached well by Bianca and Oliver. And they'll be happy with how the young girls are going here as they get down towards a finish. Great reach in an under 15 double, really getting forward out onto the feet there, placing those blades in. Then we go back to Cambridge and Wellington. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3 in the girls under 15 double. So well done, Star. A great A final for you in the girls under 15 double. You'll be chuffed to take that home to Wellington. Well done. The B final, the boys under 15 Cox Quad. The A final, I think, is racing as well, but we will go to that later. So great racing here from St Paul's Collegiate. That's their number 2 crew. Number 1 crew right down in the bottom left corner of the screen there, so a little bit further back. So interesting numbering there. Good push here coming from Gisborne. So St Paul's Collegiate and Gisborne in a battle here for the lead in the B final of the boys under 15 Cox Quad. St Paul's Collegiate's crew of Thomas Wilson, Keanu Nathan, Thornton Smart, William Smythe and Hugh Trower. And the Gisborne crew, Blake Bramwell, Jeremy Bryant, Sam Wallingford, Sean Diver, Isaac Ning. And these 2 crews going super well. Back down to Takapuna Grammar. They're about a length and a half back in lane number 1. Daniel Feng, John Ann, Sean Crampsey, Ollie Moy and Nathan Grobler, coached by Nabil Khan and Sam Grant. So a bit of a push here coming from St Paul's Collegiate. They've gone out to Gisborne just took a terrible stroke from the 3 seat. Good recovery, boys, really good recovery. The 3 seat just got his blade a little bit stuck on the stroke side under the water there and came to a stop. But boy, he recovered quickly. That was a great recovery from Gisborne. It's just enabled St Paul's Collegiate to extend their lead to a length and a quarter. Gisborne still sitting in that second place with Takapuna Grammar trying to advance down there in lane number 1. But Takapuna looking pretty good for the 3rd spot here in the B final of the boys under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls. So St Paul's Collegiate still coming down. Takapuna Grammar now challenging for second. Takapuna Grammar trying to get that second spot now as we come down towards the finish in the B final of the boys under 15 quad. Great racing here for these young guys as they come down towards the finish. Probably about 120, 130 to go here for St Paul's Collegiate. Takapuna Grammar trying to pile on the pressure to Gisborne, and they are doing a really good job here as they come down to the 100. Who's going to get second place? St Paul's Collegiate have got first in the B final. Down we come towards the finish. Rough stroke from Takapuna Grammar, a little bit too deep on the blades there. Oh, what's going to happen with Gisborne? Takapuna flying down on the inside. Let's watch the finish line as they come to it. St Paul's Collegiate will win the B final. Who's going to take second? It's going to be Takapuna Grammar. They'll take second in the B final. Then we go out to Gisborne. A final through the 1,000 metre mark in the boys under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls. This event is sponsored by Fresh Choice Supermarket Leamington. We are looking for Whakatane number 1 in lane 1. Tauranga Boys College number 1 in lane 2. Cambridge 1 in lane 3. Aramaho Wanganui 1 and 4. Hamilton Boys High School 1 and 5. West End 21 and 6. St Kennigan College 1 and 7. And St Kennigan College number 3 and 8. So good racing here in the A final. Tauranga Boys and St Kennigan College both going really well here in the A final. The boys under 15 Cox Quad. Behind them in the starting blocks is the women's intermediate Cox State. They're due to get underway shortly in the A final of this event. But at the moment we are looking at the A final for boys under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls. And Tauranga Boys College are travelling well. Berend Muller, Corin Brown, Luca Adam, Aidan Soper, Noah Burrell is the coxswain, and they're coached by Sarah Coatsworth and Nicola Austin. So Tauranga Boys College looking very, very tidy here. They've got about 2.5 boat lengths now over the rest of the field, and well done to them. Geez, they've got a good program down there at the moment this season. So well done to Tauranga Boys. That's a close-up shot of them as they come down towards the last 500. And Flynn Cove would be over in the background, I would assume, as they come down towards that last 500. There it is, directly in front of them. Through the 500 they go. Well done to Tauranga Boys College. This is a superb effort from these lads, taking nothing off Aotearoa Wanganui in lane number 4. These boys, Logan Joubert, Roman Hawley, Joseph Dudson, Nikki Maxim and Charlotte Matthews is the coxswain. Aotearoa Wanganui sitting in second place in the A final of the boys under 15 Cox Quad. I'll call down the girls' women's intermediate Cox State and then hand over to John to start with the women's club Cox's Peril A final. So down we come, and it is Tauranga Boys. Tauranga Boys over Aotearoa Wanganui, probably by about 3 lengths now, extending that lead in the boys under 15 quad. Well done to Tauranga's Berend, Corin, Luca, Aidan, and Noah Burrell will be enjoying the ride there in the front of that boat. Aotearoa Wanganui is sitting in that second position, and then just in behind them in third will be Hamilton Boys High School and St Kennigan College, battling it out for that third place in the A final of the boys under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls, sponsored by Fresh Choice Supermarket. So one more race for me, and then I'll be handing over to John Cook to bring in the rest of the finals. Looking for one more boat to line up on the outside in that women's intermediate 8. Looks like Epsom Girls Grammar just having a bit of trouble there getting into the blocks, but they will wait for them and they'll make sure that everyone is safe and ready to go before they press the green button. Down we come with about 130 to go. Tauranga boys sculling beautifully for under 15s here. What a superb effort. We just saw Jamison McConaughey shortly, not too long ago, win the boys under 18 single with ease. So lots of good stuff happening at Tauranga boys, and those boys will enjoy their Christmas ham in a couple of weeks. Much more sedate on the rating there for Aramaho Wanganui. Not sure if they've been told to cruise or not because their rating is very, very low. But good work here from Tauranga boys. Well done, guys. Nice Santa hat on the coxswain there. And they'll take that win in the boys under 15 quad pretty comfortably. Then we go back to second place, Aramaho Wanganui on a very low rating. And then out to St Kentigern College, number 1, who will come through for that third place. All right, we're finally underway in the women's intermediate cock state. This will be my last race of the day before I hand over to John. In lane number 1, oh, good start there. We can see the girls' 8s coming out. Clean. So we've got North Shore number 1 in lane 1. That's Westlake Girls High School. Lane number 2 is a Petone composite with Porirua. Lane number 3 is West End 11. Lane number 4 is Counties Manukau. Lane number 5 is Star Boating Club number 1. Lane number 6 is Gisborne. Lane number 7 is Epsom Girls Grammar. And lane number 8 is Penrose College. So welcome Penrose College from Western Australia over in Perth, I believe. It's a long way to travel to the Christmas Regatta, but we do welcome you. It's lovely to see you here. So the women's, I keep calling it the girls, I've got to stop doing that. The women's intermediate cock state A final is on the course, sponsored by Crew Room. You are looking at the first 3 crews in lanes 1, 2 and 3 here on the left of your picture is North Shore Rowing Club. In the middle there in the bright colours is Petone, and just to the right of the picture is lane number 3, and that is West End 11. And those are the 3 crews that you're looking at as they come down the course. Beautiful pictures here at Lake Karapiro in these big 8s, the women's intermediate cock state sponsored by Crew Room. So it is Star Boating Club who are leading at the moment, going quite well out there in lane number 5. So we've got Scout, Freya, Izzy, Alisana, Gracie, Poppy, Awatia, and Grace Rowan and Elizabeth Kersey. So a good start there from lane number 5. The row through was won by Counties Manukau, but they are back a little bit, probably in 5th or 6th at the moment. And it is Star who are looking pretty good here, as well as on the other side of Counties is West End 11. So this is the women's intermediate cock state A final, and jeepers creepers, we've got a good lineup here in this intermediate 8, but it is the 2 crews from Star and Gisborne who are looking quite good at the moment as they all travel down towards, well, they're in that second 500, but what a great lineup in the 8 here. Just starting to see Counties Manukau pile on a little bit of work here. Lanaya Karantalakis, the coxswain, she's trying to push her girls up on that slow start to pull up beside Star Boating Club. Just outside of them is Gisborne, and then back a fraction, only by about 3 seats, is West End 11. So it's Counties Manukau putting in some big strokes with Star Boating Club at the moment. And this is the A final of the women's intermediate cock state, and this is sponsored by Crew Room. So the women's intermediate coxed, I just did it again, John. I keep calling it girls 8. I'm sorry. I will get there. But finally, we start to see Counties Manukau doing some good work here, and they are just pushing out in the women's intermediate coxed 8 as we come down towards the 1,000 metre mark, chasing them hard as we come to the 1K. It is Counties Manukau now by 3 seats over Star. Then we go back from Star to Gisborne. Then we go back inside to West End and the Petone Composite. So 3/4 of a length now is the Counties Manukau St Cuthbert's girls. Savannah, Nagisha, Annalise, Chloe, Samantha, Jamie, Sophia. Genevieve is the stroke and Lanaya is the coxswain. Coached by Graham Smith with a little bit of help from myself. And they have just gone out to Clearwater now. Then we go back to second place to Star, then back outside to Gisborne, and then back inside to this fight between West End and Petone for fourth. Counties Manukau now go out to Clearwater with Genevieve Lyne stroking this crew. Her brother was in the bow seat of the Auckland Grammar under 18-8 a bit earlier. I think they raced in the A final this morning and then in the Open 8 few hours later, something. But down they come in the women's intermediate coxed 8, sponsored by Crew Room, and it is Counties Manukau going out to a Clearwater advantage here with the green blades, which makes it a bit easier to see. I will hand over to John at the completion of this race. He will pick up the women's club coxless pair roar to be followed by the men's club coxed 8. So we've given you some good races to start with, John, which will be good. And he's had some good results today too with his St George's team. So out we go in the third 500, and we've gone out to about 1.5 lengths with Counties Manukau. And this is the girls out of St Cuthbert's in lane number 4. Then we have possibly Gisborne sitting in second in lane 6. Inside of them is Star. Then we go down on the inside to, that's a yellow boat, isn't it? Might be Petone and West End. Down we come towards the last 500. Counties Manukau in the intermediate 8, lane number 4. This was a straight final, so they rode for lanes yesterday, I believe. And that is the Counties Manukau crew, now about 1.5 lengths in front of Gisborne, who have got probably about 2 to 3 seats over Star. That's your 1, 2, 3. And then we go from there down inside to Petone Composite with Porirua. They will be in 4th place, and then just on 3/4 of a length back would be West End. So down we come now towards the last probably 350 to go, and it's Counties Manukau still holding on to about 1.5 lengths, haven't quite extended at the moment. A little bit of dirty water there from Gisborne, which has just pushed the crew inside of them just up a little bit closer, which is Star. Down we come towards the last 250, and it is Counties Manukau pushing out now here on the rest of the field as we come down in the A final. And second will be sitting with Gisborne, third will be Star. Inside the last 250 comes Counties Manukau. Then we go out to Gisborne in lane number 6. Then we come inside of them to a chase with Petone. The Petone and Porirua Composite are pushing hard on Star. They're trying to bring them in. Down we come towards the line. It's still Counties Manukau with 120 to go. But on the outside, geez, this is a great wind up from Gisborne. Gisborne are pushing hard down into the last 100. Counties Manukau are hanging on here with the green blades out of St Cuthbert's College in Auckland. Then we go outside to Gisborne, back into Star and Porirua / Petone Composite. Down to the line come Counties Manukau. They'll take out the women's intermediate coxed 8, out to Gisborne and back into Petone and Porirua Composite for first, second and third.
Right, we now turn our attention coming down the track, although on the screen you're just seeing the final crews crossing the line. Back further down the track is the Women's Club Coxless Pairs, sponsored by Kebabalicious. For those here, we're going through 750 to go. Crews in this race are Clark and Burrell from Auckland, Burson and Shmulin from West End, Stewart and Wrinkle from Hawke's Bay, Vincent and Bruce from North Shore, who look like they're leading in the middle of the track, North Shore. Auckland 4, McDonald and Huckenbrook. Auckland 5, Taylor Malcolmson and Rebecca McLaren. Auckland 3, Fowler-Welly and Williamson, and Goss and Wilson from Union Boat Club on the outside. So we look at them now, you can clearly see through the picture as we get the high shot from the drone. North Shore well in command of this race. Then we look, they're in the dark blue colours. Just inside of them, probably sitting a length or 2 lengths behind, is the black, you can see, of the Hawke's Bay crew. That's Stewart and Woodbury Wrinkle. They're sitting in second place. So they've gone through the 500, the last two. There's about 2 lengths between them, quite clear water. As we go, look at the nice shot now through the 500 metres, go the third crew, that's in lane 1, Clark and Burrell. They're through in third. Quite a good distance. Oh, way on the outside here, there's another Auckland crew. The 2 Auckland crews up there chasing for third and fourth. In fact, I think it is the Auckland crew towards the outside. Just can't pick the lane number. I can definitely see those Auckland colours. They're in the red and black towards the outside. They should be sitting in third. Just in behind them, their other crew in fourth. Still well out in front is Atlanta Bruce with Brooke Vincent from the North Shore Club in the dark blue, got a couple of lengths over Hawke's Bay. Then we've got the Auckland crews all fighting it out. We've got Clark and Burrell way down on the inside. They should be in 1, but they've drifted across to 2. And then we go right to the outside of the course, and that should be Fowler-Welly and Williamson. Just trying to pick up a boat number there. Some of these crews have shifted lanes, but it doesn't look like them. It looks like Rebecca McLaren to my eyesight, so I think it's they're number 6, but they're in lane 8, so that's Rebecca McLaren and Malcolmson right on the outside. And coming at a high rate of knots behind this rate is the Men's Club Coxed 8. But we go to the finish now. On your screen is North Shore going across first. We've got Hawke's Bay in second, and then the 2 Auckland crews, lane 1 and lane 6 rowing in lane 8, coming across the line shortly. They'll be in third place. Who's going to get it? It's pretty close. I think lane 1. No, I actually think it's going to be stroke for stroke. Who takes the stroke on the line? Possibly lane 1 over lane 6 on the outside. Meanwhile, with only 300 metres to go, here comes the Shore number 1 crew. They're being chased by Waikato. Out there's St George's in the red. Down on the inside in the white is the other Shore School crew. So it's the 2 Shore Schools, prominent in the under-18 final yesterday, then being chased by Waikato. Waikato in the middle, just in behind them is the Wellington crew, and on the far side of them, sprinting now, is St George coming down the outside. So in first, we've got Shore School over from Australia, narrowly pipped yesterday by Hamilton boys in the under-18 8. Over their other Shore School crew down on the inside, followed by Waikato. Then I think it's St George's in 4th place, leading Wellington. Still, there's about 50 metres to go. Shore School with the blue baids, the borrowed boats. Coming down, they'll be 1 and 2, the two shore school throughs, over from Sydney. In third, we've got Waikato in the men's club 8. Out towards the outside, hanging on to fourth, we've got St George with Wellington down the inside. Up it goes, right to the line, the battle's for fourth. St George trying to hang on, they're sprinting for the line in their tandem 8. They're going to cross the line in fourth, they're going to edge out Wellington by half a length. Down in fifth, then we go further out to the outside, we have North Shore on the outside, Sacred Heart down here on the inside. They'll go across the line, and the other Shore crew on the outside of that. That came pretty quick and fast, the men's club Cox State, sponsored by Onks Cafe. Some of these races, when you have a small boat crew in front and then you have a big boat behind, because we're all at same split intervals at the start, catch up the other crews pretty quickly. Men's Premier Coxless 4s coming down now. Sorry, I had the mic off for a little while. Couple of scratchings in this race. Lane 3, Elite Squad's out, and West End are out on the outside. We've got Auckland in 1, North Shore in 2, Elite Squad in 4, Elite Squad in 5, and a Waikato Composite in 6. So it's pretty close between the two squads out in front. That's the 2 Elite Development Summer Squads. Lane 4, Ollie McLean, Logan Ulrich, Tom Murray and Matt McDonald. Right beside them, only 2 seats down, Zachary Rumble, Ben Taylor, Philip Wilson and Daniel Williamson. Lanes 4 and 5, lane 4 and 5, they're holding 3 seats as they went through 500 to go. Okay. Slight change. So the crew change. Lane 4, McLean, Ulrich, Williamson and McDonald. Lane 5, Rumble, Taylor, Wilson and Crouch. They've opened up now the crew on the inside. Probably taken almost a length now as they come down to 300 metres to go. You can see a little bit of water splashing up, a little bit of wind out there. Still doesn't affect the boat. This number crew in lane 4, they've opened up, they've taken another seat with 250 metres to go. We go back 3 lengths to the Waikato crew on the outside, and then way down on the inside in lane 2's the shore crew of Shotter, Farrick, Booth and Erdman. Waikato Composite crew towards the outside is Vavasur, Waddell, Johnson and Welch up from Avon. Vavasur from Wairau, but it's still the elite squad. In lane 4, they're holding it down. Ollie McLean, Logan Ulrich, Daniel Williamson and Matt McDonald. They've got a couple of seats now, still lane, they're going hammer and tong, both these crews. Over the other quad, Coxless 4 of Rumble, Taylor, Wilson and Crouch. They'll hit the line, 3 seats in it. Fairly close, even race all the way. Down on the inside, we've got North Shore, we've got the Composite with Avon, Waikato Colours and Wairau. They're going to get up for 3rd. They're going to hold 3 seats over the North Shore crew down the inside. Then we're bitted back further to the Auckland crew. Auckland crew had won the, pretty much looks like the same crew that won the Club 4 earlier today. Probably shows you the distance between the crews, about 120 metres off the senior crews. But they've had a few rows today, this Auckland crew. Next race we have coming is the Women's Premier Coxless 4. Waikato have scratched on the outside. We've got an Avon Composite crew on the inside. That's Shalkins, Derry, Matahari and Elias Watson from Waikato in it. Outside of them in lane 4 we have the development crew of Kossel, Gowler, Spores and Williams. And outside of them we have Goodger, Waddy, Haynes and Sherman in lane 5. 3 crews in it. Just the one crew dropped off at the moment. The 2 summer squad crews are out in front. A little pace, a little bit hot for the composite, the Avon Composite. So they're down by a good three lengths at this stage. Just looking on the track now at the pitches. They're going to go through the 1,000. It's the crew on the outside by a foot. 1 foot. Codger, Waddy, Haynes and Sherman, they're leading Kossel, Gowler, Spores and Williams by about a foot as they went through the 1,000 metre marker. I must say it's a lot easier to see through the drone than me looking through my glasses trying to figure that out. But it's about 1 foot in it, it's really close. These 2 Coxless 4s from the Elite Summer Development Squad are pacing each other for stroke and stroke. Lane 5's got now moved out to a canvas. They've only got a canvas on the other crew, but we can see a move going in now, and they've opened up possibly another seat. Starting to push away in lane 5 and open a bit of gap. I'm not quite sure of the angle, but it looks like they might have taken another seat. They've obviously done a big move in this third 500. They've gone out to half a length, so they've gone from a foot or so out to a canvas through the third 500. That's lane 5. That's Goodjawadi, Haynes and Sherman. Still pretty close. I can see the bow ball of the other boat halfway through the middle of the boat on the outside on the screen. Coming down now through 700 to go. We can see the Flynn Cove in the background. Still they hold that half a length lead. Both crews working extremely hard. The legs are going down. The blades are going into the water at the right angles. All working together, and neither one wants to give up at this stage. They're going to hit the 500. Through they go. Half a length to the outside crew. Way back about 4 or 5 lengths is the Avon Composite crew, but these two New Zealand Summer Squad crews are really battling now. Neither's giving it away. Let's see what the inside crew's going to do. Have they been able to hold back a bit for a sprint, or are they all working flat out? Let's see what happens. Still the outside crew hold on. I think the inside crew's picking it up. They're trying to have a go at the outside crew now. They've taken a seat back. The crew on the inside's taken a seat back off the outside crew. They've come up, they're nearing up towards the bow of the other boat. They're starting to come. The crew on the inside coming through. Cossell, Gowler, Spores and Williams. They've still got to pick up. The others aren't letting them. They're fighting back. They've gone up again. Now it's back to 2 seats. 1.5 seats. Just depends on when the stroke's taken. This is very close. They've matched each other all the way down the course. There was only a foot in it at the 1,000-metre mark. There's only 1 seat in it. As they come into the 100, it's still lane 5 holding on. They're only just holding on just. Coming down now, less than 100 metres. It's the outside crew from the Summer Squad holding on. They've gone to 3 seats. They've gone to 3 seats now. They're going to cross the line. What a great race. 2 crews fighting it out all the way down. Well done also to this Avon crew up from Christchurch. They're coming through the 100-metre mark now. Shalkins, Darry, Matahari and Elias Watson from Waikato joining them, also doing very well. Good steady row from them. That was the Women's Premier Coxless 4, sponsored by Rob Bristow, Rowing Images. We next turn our attention halfway down the track to the Men's Intermediate Coxed 4, that's sponsored by Goldsmith Gallery. Buy their jewellery and everything online from their website, based in Hamilton. Who we got in this race? Lane 1, North Shore 11. Lane 2, King's College. The Men's Intermediate Coxed 4. Lane 3, Star Boating Club. Lane 4, Takapuna Grammar. Lane 5, Waikato 11. Lane 6, Auckland Grammar 1. Lane 7, Hamilton Boys High School 1. And on the outside lane, West End 21, which will be the crew from St. Peter's. And we've got a clear leader now. We can see them there in the yellow colours in lane 4. Takapuna Grammar, they've got clear water on the field in lane 4. Takapuna Grammar crew of Dodd, Smith, Burton and Burke, coxed by Ashley Burke, coached by Sam Grant and Jamie Vukovic. They've got clear water a few lengths, maybe 2 to 3. Then it's a real battle for that second place, going neck and neck. The crews inside of them, Star Boating Club and King's College sitting in second and third, matching each other stroke for stroke. So Star Boating Club in a blue and white horizontal, and you can see Kings in their white bucket hats. They're stroke for stroke, second and third, probably a little bit of advantage to Star. Just waiting to get the correct angle. I think Star, hard to see at this angle. Star maybe by a canvas. We then go drop quite a way back to the next cruise. So it's Takapuna Grammar in the bright yellow and the yellow blades and the yellow caps and their white boat that are clearly leading. We can see Stars and Star Boating Club from Wellington and King's College having a real ding-dong battle for second and third. There's really not much in it in this intermediate Coxed 4. Then there's a bit of a line up across the track. We go down to the inside to North Shore 11. We go out more towards the middle. You'll see Waikato there in the traffic light colours. And also right towards the outside, Hamilton Boys High School. They're in the next wave, all battling it out, but way out in front. Takapuna Grammar. I think about 2 to 3 lengths. Over Star, Star still holding a canvas. They might have taken a canvas and a seat now over King's College. Not on your screen, just sitting in behind as I look through the binoculars. There's North Shore down the inside, Hamilton right on the outside. They're fighting it out for 4th and 5th. We then look back, sitting in just behind them is the Waikato crew and Auckland Grammar. Right to the outside is the West End St. Peter's crew, but there's no doubt about the leaders as they come through the last 250. They're through now, Takapuna Grammar. Let's have a look as they come through next, and Star go through. Star opened up now, they've got 4 seats. Star have opened up to 4 seats, they're going for the line, they want the second. Kings are trying to hang on. Then we look right across to the outside. Not quite sure, watching them go through. Hamilton Boys just going ahead across of North Shore in this men's intermediate Coxed 4. They head down to the last 100 metres where the boys change colour into red. And it's the gold of Takapuna Grammar. They've got 2 to 3 lengths. Star go through now. Kings go through now. 100 metres to go. Great race from the Takapuna Grammar crew of Dodd, Smith, Burton and Burke. They're being chased down by the Star crew of Birkenstein, McCaffrey, Watson and Wildash Chan. Not far behind them is the King's College crew of Mantani, Simpson and Nalkley. Then we've got a battle on the outside. I think it's Hamilton Boys are going to cross in 4th. Mason, Mitchell, Dingle and Singleton. Down on the inside, North Shore 11, Headford, Mann, McGill and Wade. They'll go through in 5th. And there's a real good battle for 6th. St. Peter's coming up on the outside. They could nab that Waikato crew. They're going stroke for stroke on the line. Auckland Grammar just sit behind it and they cross absolutely together. West End from St. Peter's and Waikato, so quite a good race there. Next race up will be the women's novice Coxed 8. Next race up is sponsored by the Waipa District Council, proud to call the Waipa the home of champions. The council knows events like this will be playing a huge role in our successful recovery from all those COVID-19 impacts a few years ago. They're looking forward to a busy season and they wish you all to stay safe and to make most of all the activities offered in the Waipa region. So we go back up now and we can see the Women's Novice 8, sponsored by Waipa District Council, coming down. We've got Hamilton Girls High School in 1, Epsom Girls Grammar in 2, Cambridge 21 in 3, Cambridge High School in 4, Auckland 31 in 5, the Petone Composite Crew in 6, Waikato Dio in 7, and Auckland 32 on the outside. We're looking at them now, and looks like the crew in lane 4. The crew in lane 4. A little bit hard to see the colours on the screen. That's Cambridge High School. Cambridge High School on the lead. They've got one seat over the crew outside of them, Auckland 31. That's in the bright, you can see their bright red caps there in the dark blue blades. That's Auckland Dio, that's their number 1 crew. They've got one seat, maybe 2, maybe gone out to 2. Bit of a move coming from Cambridge High School. They've just taken another seat. Still early on in the race as they near the 1,000-metre mark. Then it's back inside of them. I can see Cambridge 21 in the screen. They're probably sitting in 3rd. Waikato Dio there way on the outside. So, still, Cambridge, they went through that 1,000-metre mark. They've got a couple of seats over the Auckland 31 crew. Let's see what happens in this middle of the race. This is the tough bit in the 8s, the 3rd 500. The 500 of death, I call it, where you've really got to put the hammer down, but your body's really feeling the lack of oxygen. Still, Cambridge High School over Auckland. We look out right on the outside to Waikato Dio. We go back into lane 3, also prominent is the Cambridge crew. Back then to possibly Epsom Girls Grammar and the other Dio crew right on the outside. Back down on the inside to Hamilton Girls High School and the Petone crew in the bright yellow. Still in the middle of the field, they've got 3 to 4 seats. Still both crews in it. Probably rating just a little bit higher is the Cambridge High School crew. Interesting, I'll try and get a rating on it. Cambridge High School, still leading the red caps of Auckland Dio. Right, let's just see a rating out of interest. 3, 4, I'm clocking them at 35, the leaders. 35, the leaders through the middle part of the race. Let's have a look at Auckland Dio. 3, mine works on 4 strokes. I've got them at 33. They're underrating them, and there's 2 seats in it. Auckland Dio are underrating them. They're putting the work on. They're coming down to the 500. 1 seat in it. Auckland Dio are starting to grind them down. Auckland Dio go now through first. They've taken a foot. They're underrating and going through this Cambridge crew. They're really trying to get their length and gone on. They've gone a foot in front. Auckland Dio a foot in front of Cambridge High School in the middle of the track. Then go back into lane 3, those light blue blades of Cambridge 21. Then we look down on the inside to Epsom Girls Grammar in their yellow caps. We go out to Waikato Dio on the outside, and back in lane 1 we have Hamilton Girls High School. So Auckland 31, Worrell, Bethel, Findlow, Dick, Prescott, Hewlett, Keane, Key, Finlayson the Cox, coached by Casper Hammond and Georgia Gisborne. They've got 1 seat. They've got 1 seat, and this is really close. Cambridge High School are right there with them. They've led all the way. Just been overtaken by the 1 seat. Phantom, Honeck, Oxton, Doubleday, Cameron, Ropier, McDonald, George, Cotter, and Stratford Coxing, coached by Carl Manson and Alyssa George. They're opening up now. Here go Dio. Dio are sprinting. They've now taken 3 seats. Dio going out over Cambridge Girls. They've got 4 seats. They're moving away. Cambridge trying to go again on the outside, and the inside of them, in their blue hats. It's Auckland Dio. They've really come through in the last 300 metres, and they continue to go away. They've got the sprint on. They've got 7 seats now and going out to 8. They're really moving now. Auckland Dio on the outside. Cambridge High School sitting in second. Cambridge in third. The yellow caps of Epsom Girls Grammar in fourth. Here they come down to the line. 2 strokes to go. And it's Auckland Dio, 1 length. Great last 500 over Cambridge High School, who had valiantly rode all the way down. They've got 2 or 3 lengths over the other Cambridge crew. Women's Novice Cox State, sponsored by the Waipa District Council. Coming in fourth, a couple of lengths behind them, you can see the yellow tipped boat with the blue in the middle. That's Epsom Girls Grammar. Right to the outside, we've got Waikato Dio in white caps. We've got Hamilton Girls flying down the inside. Think Waikato Dio will hold on. Waikato Dio go across the line, then lane 1 Hamilton Girls, then out to the other Auckland Dio crew and the Petone Composite. What a great race in the Women's Novice Coxed 8. That was for first time rowers. Can be of any age in the novice event. Next 2 races sponsored by Croker Oars will be the Women's Intermediate Cox Quadruple Sculls B Final and then the A Final. They're coming down to 700 to go in this B Final. Croker Oars, premium stillwater rowing oars for more than 5 decades. They've got the bright pink sleeve, quality craftsmanship and reliability like a Croker oar. 600 metres to go. We're seeing a good push down here on the inside, down here in lane 1. Just having a look at the colours through my binoculars, and it's the colours of Rotorua. Rotorua 2 in lane 1 are leading, Auckland 32 in lane 2. Te Awamutu in 3, Hamilton Girls in 4, the other Rotorua crew in 5. Auckland 31 and 6, Mercer in 7, Wanganui Collegiate in the outside lane. And this Rotorua crew way down on the inside, they're being pushed by the Auckland crew out in lane 6. Auckland 31, that'll be Diocesan. They had a great race in the immediate, in the race before in the intermediate 8. Now they've got an intermediate quad out there. So it's Rotorua, Hack Thompson, Van der Westhuizen, Nielsen and Mills Coxing doing battle with Auckland Dio 31, Tingy Berry, Dazzler, Johannick, South Coxing. They're the 2 crews, but it's Rotorua on the inside. They've got the lead, right down on the inside lane. Over Auckland Dio, and it's the other Auckland 32 crew are right there in lane 2 as well. That's Kong, Coney, James, Pearce, who are coxing. So Waikato Dio in 2nd and 3rd. Sitting in just behind them is the Te Awamutu crew. Te Awamutu crew in lane 3. Just see them to the edge of the picture there, that crew in the bright yellow boat. So we've got Rotorua in front. The 2 Auckland Diocesan crews, 31 and 32, having a real battle. Who's going to finish 2nd? They've gone through the boys together. The Auckland Dio crews are neck and neck. Rotorua have gone out to the lead in the B final down in lane 1. 2 Auckland Dio crews battling it out. Sitting just in behind them, we've got Te Awamutu number 1. Back in behind Te Awamutu, we can see Collegiate on the outside. We can see Hamilton Girls in a maroon colour in the middle of the track. We then go back to the other Rotorua crew and further out to Mercer. Down to the line they come, Rotorua in lane 1. Having a quick look across, they've won the B final. Rotorua. Who's going to get second? These crews are identical. Oh, I can't pick it. They went across the line together. Auckland Dio simultaneously back into the bright yellow boat of Te Awamutu. Then Collegiate get up next, just over Hamilton Girls. Rotorua back in behind them. And Mercer. A final coming down the track of this, sponsored by Croker Oars. Just picking up the binoculars to look at this A final. Looks like the crew right out there in lane 5. St Paul's, they look like the leaders. We got North Shore in 1, Aramaho Wanganui in 2, Tauranga in 3, Cambridge in 4, St Paul's in 5, Star in 6, Hamilton in 7, Aramaho Wanganui in the outside in this A final. And it's this crew from St Paul's. They're in the lead, out in lane 5. That's a black and yellow checked. We're getting the drones coming up now, get a more accurate crew. And then the crew that's taking it to them is lane 3, that is Tauranga. Still, it's St Paul's, Tauranga. Let's have a look as we look. Yep, half a length, St Paul's over Tauranga. There's Clearwater back to the third crew. It's St Paul's in the A final, half a length over Tauranga. Sitting in third, doing well, I think, is the inside lane. That's North Shore. Just waiting to see them go through the 500. North Shore's just gone through now. I don't have anyone else in the picture. Is it North Shore? Yep. So, the battle's out there. Lane 5, lane 3, both in yellow. Lane 5, St Paul's Collegiate, yellow, white and black hoops. They're still holding half a length over this crew of Tauranga, which is yellow with the red vertical stripe down the middle. Then we've got North Shore in 1. Back to Aramaho Wanganui, that's the yellow and red crew in lane 2. We then swing right out in the field, back in 6th place to the red and white checks. That'll be Hamilton. Right on the outside, we have Aramaho Wanganui 2, and then with them we have the blue and white of Star Boating Club. We come down now into 200, still St Paul's hang on, they've got Clearwater now, they've opened up to a length and a half. Tauranga is sitting comfortable in second, they've got a length and a half, and the mover is in the middle of the field in the blue, and that's Cambridge. So Cambridge sitting in third now, they're attacking North Shore down on the inside. Cambridge moving through North Shore, it's still St Paul's Collegiate, this crew of Sherlow, Waddell, Church and Syme, Miller's Coxing, they're holding off Tauranga, Dawson, Church, MacGyver, Dam, Short and Coxon, they're going to be your first two home. There's a bit of a battle for third. I think it's now going to be lane 4, which is Cambridge. Be quite close on the line. Just here shading North Shore and Aramaho Wanganui. Cambridge take third in lane 4. Lane 1, North Shore come and take 4th. Just half a length over Aramaho Wanganui in 2. We then go out to the red and white of Hamilton, coming up to the line now. Then we have the other Aramaho Wanganui crew and back to Star. That was the Women's Intermediate Cox Quadruple Sculls, sponsored by Croker Oars, A final, won by St Paul's Collegiate number 1 over Tauranga 1. We look back up the track for the Women's Club Single Sculls. This is sponsored by Jaron Sports. Everett in 1 from Tauranga, Wayne from Tauranga in 2, Negus from Rotorua in 3, Gulholm from Bay of Plenty Coast in 4, Robinson from Mercer in 5, Goss from Union Boating Club in 6, Poppy Parks from Wakatani in 7, coached by the legendary Chick Hammond. Waikato number 2 and 8, that's Stewart. That is the Women's Club Single Sculls, sponsored by Jaron Sports. Suppliers of great sporting apparel. Just coming up here, having a look at them now. Looks like lane 3 in the lead. Is it lane 3? Yes, those red with the green round the middle, that's Rotorua in the lead in a white boat. You can see the boat beside there with the green on the top, that's in second, just outside of here in lane 4, Bay of Plenty coach. So it's Tegan leading Jemima. Tegan from Rotorua in the lead, Women's Club Single Sculls. Tegan Negus over Bay of Plenty Coast, Jemima Glarholm. They're the two out in front. Often in these singles they separate out quite a bit. Just inside there is lane 2, Tauranga 1. Wayne, she's coming through the 500 metres. There's about a length and a half between each of these first 3 crews as they come there, so if someone's got a sprint up their sleeve, they can do it. But they've worked through this wind, so they've probably used quite a bit of energy by the time they've got down this far down the course with 350 metres to go. We look back then and forth to the Tauranga number 2 crew, Everett in lane 1, and out to lane 5. Lane 5 Mercer Robinson, coached by Brett Henry. Sasha Robinson out in 5. So this is the Women's Club Single Sculls. Rotorua out in front, sculling nicely into the slight headwind breeze, ticking along, got the race under control. Just want to make sure at this stage you're shutting the door on anyone else coming through. Rowing quite nicely, rating 32, girl outside, woman I should say, Bay of Plenty Coast. She's just holding second place. She's also rating 32. Let's see what Tauranga, if Tauranga can do anything down here in lane 2. She's poking in a few now, Tauranga, lifting the rating up. Tauranga's gone up to 37 to try and catch these 2 girls. They're just keeping it steady and strong. Rotorua in the lead over Bay of Plenty Coast. Tauranga chasing over the other Tauranga crew out to Mercer. It's all Rotorua in the red and the green over Bay of Plenty Coast in the green and the white with the green topped boat. Back then to the 2 Tauranga crews. Mercer's coming down a bit too. She's trying to get up on the other Tauranga girl. Rotorua goes through. Bay of Plenty Coast comes through second. Tauranga in third. There's going to be close for 4th. Still coming on the outside. Tauranga will hold on by a foot over Mercer, who had a nice sprint at the end. Then we have Wakatani, Union Boat Club, and Waikato. That was the Women's Club Single Sculls, sponsored by Jaron Sports. These finals come pretty thick and fast. They're all off at 5-minute intervals. Looking down now, we've got the men's club Coxless Quadruple Skulls, Lane 1 Hamilton, Lane 2 Bay of Plenty Coast Composite, Lane 3 Waikato, Lane 4 Clifton. They've won the double and the single earlier in the day, have Clifton, so you'd expect them to be prominent in Lane 4. Lane 5 Aramaho Wanganui, Lane 6 Mercer, Lane 7 Gisborne, Lane 8 Waikato 2. Nearing 700 metres to go. Let's have a look across, and yes, the winners of the single, first two home in the single, first home in the double, and they're leading this quad is Clifton. Waikato are chasing them just inside. Clifton in the light blue, Waikato in the traffic light colours in lane 3. Clifton crew made of Potts, Brock, Williams and Cox, coached by Jason Williams and Greg Cox, holding off Waikato, Poulton, Harbert, Henry and Squire. In lane 3 in the traffic colours. Not far behind them we have both the Aramaho crews and the Mercer. I can see the Mercer colours, so yeah, that's the Bay of Plenty Composite coming down now. Inside the last 400, and it's all Clifton. Clifton's still holding a length and a little bit over Waikato. Waikato got quite clear water back into the inside of them. Back on the inside of this Waikato crew is that Bay of Plenty Composite crew. February, Helms, Gavin and Romacera. Gavin's and Romacera, they won the club double 2 weeks ago in the rainy weather we had here. Beautiful sunshine today at Karapiro. If anything, people are complaining it's a little bit hot, but that's quite unlike the weather we had 2 weeks ago when it was rainy and a bit miserable and a bit windy. So we're looking at this club double. Nice sculling here from the Clifton crew. Dominated the club sculling events today. They're through into the 100. They're being chased by this Waikato crew. Then the Bay of Plenty Coast crew trying to hold off Aramaho, Mercer on the outside, Hamilton and the red and white checks right down the inside. But it's lane 4, clean and clear, all the way to the line. They'll go across first. Then we've got the green boat of Waikato. They'll go across in second with their white blades. Down on the inside, here's a battle. Who's going to get third? It's the Bay of Plenty Coast Composite. They got there by a canvas over Aramaho. Mercer cross on the outside of them in the blue and the gold cross, and the white and red checks of Hamilton. Then further back to Gisborne. That was a pretty close race. Men's Club Coxless Quadruple Skulls, won by Clifton. Rounding out a good day for the Clifton Club from Taranaki, sponsored by Kawasaki New Zealand. They provide us with the Mule Pro MX to save our volunteers getting around the regatta venue. This Kawasaki's a passenger 700cc side-by-side built to withstand the demands for New Zealand farmers. So if you're looking for a 4x4 with a diff lock, to certainly make these long days for volunteers more enjoyable, go have a look at this Kawasaki. Helen Bell, could you please come and grab your Visa card down at the control tower? Helen Bell, we have a Visa card handed in for you. Please bring identification. Prove that you're Helen Bell. Otherwise, down in the control tower, they're going shopping tonight on it, I hear. So we've found your Visa card. So don't stress, just come to the bottom of the control tower and prove you're Helen Bell. The other thing is we have a great sponsor, Authentic Oars, up there, Rob McCarthy in his tent. You can find him up there next to the 776 and Wintec, and just the other side of SL, Rob McCarthy up there in his white t-shirt, talking to prospective customers now. Authentic Oars, they sponsor 4 events, and they're asking you to come and pick up your winning crew. So it was event 44, the boys under 17 double. Waikato, Aramaho Wanganui and Bay of Plenty Coast. Can you go and pick up your oars, sponsored by Authentic Oars, for performing in the boys under 17 double. Also, event 28, the women's senior double. Wanganui Collegiate, Aramaho Wanganui, Waikato. Could you please come and collect your oars for your placings today? Also, event 75, Women's Premier Quad. They're going to Waikato. And event 99, North Shore and the Australian crew. Please go up to Authentic Oars to collect the wonderful sponsored prizes. And if you're over here from Australia, go have a look at Rob McCarthy up there with beautiful Authentic Oars and blades. He can make them for you for any of the club colours. He can post them over to you. He can take orders from overseas. He'll do anything for you. He's got jewellery. He's got all sorts of bits and pieces up there. Wonderful sponsor, Authentic Oars. I need to turn the page now because we've got the men's novice coxed fours final coming down, sponsored by Jared Sports. Way out in the middle there, way out in the lead, it's the red and black machine of Hamilton boys and the novices. I think they've got 4 or 5 lengths on the field as they just went through the 500 metre mark in their red boat, red and black, Hamilton Boys High School. Novice coxed 4, this is 4 oars with a coxswain, rowing for first time rowers. In their first season of rowing, they haven't raced in the previous season. That's a novice, can be of any age. It's the men's novice coxed 4 and a dominant display out in front. Hamilton Boys High School in the middle of the field in those red and black checks. We go then back down probably into lane 1. Into lane 1, Sacred Heart College from Auckland. Smith, Barrington, McGowan and Fulmore, they're a bit behind these Hamilton Boys School of Bai, Ratu, Williston and Ward, but they're sitting in second place. Crew coached by Scott Brownlee, this Hamilton Boys crew. Prominent Avon rower from years past and in New Zealand. But the real battle, also out here, just pipping them in lane 1, is the crew from Mercer. The crew from Mercer, they're right up there as well as they hit the... Oh, Mercer just 250 metres to go. Mercer just in front of the crew down in lane 1, Sacred Heart. There's only a canvas in it. 200 metres to go. Hamilton Boys well in front. They've got 4 or 5 lengths in front, but there's a real battle for second. We then go back to the other 2 Hamilton Boys crews, fighting out for 3rd and 4th. Hamilton Boys, clearly their top number 1 pick crew. They're 6 lengths out in front in this final. In lane 4, coached by Scott Brownlee. They'll go across the line first, but here's the battle. Oh, Mercer caught a few rough ones there. Sacred Heart have taken half a length. Got the speed wobbles there from Mercer. So Sacred Heart, keep it all together. They'll come through in second. Mercer, great result, in third. Then we got a battle between the 2 other Hamilton Boys crews, both in their red boats, one in lane 2, one in lane 6. They're going to go, I think it's lane 6. Lane 6 have got a canvas over lane 2, I believe. Lane 6 take half a length over lane 2. Then we've got a line-up. We've got Hawke's Bay, we've got St George. On the outside, we've got North Shore and the 3 crews are neck and neck. Hawke's Bay, no, North Shore. St George, it's going to be who takes the stroke on the line. I think the outside crew just got there. Then I think there was a dead heat, if I looked at it. I think North Shore just got up. St George and Hawke's Bay dead heated. That was the men's novice cock sport sponsored by Jaron Sports. And can those people remember to go get your prizes from Authentic Oars? Okay, Toyota. Who's got a Toyota? JMA 804. You are blocking 2 cars in the paddock behind Waikato Rowing Club. Please move your car. JMA 804, a Toyota. Please move your car. You are blocking 2 cars at the moment up behind the Waikato Rowing Club. We're now moved down, we're now seeing the men senior coxless pairs. This is quite a tussle with 500 to go, 4 or 5 crews in it. I can see the whole field on my screen. We've got North Shore way down on the inside, North Shore in 2, Auckland in 3, Waikato in 4, West End in 5, Melbourne University in 6, West End in 7, Waikato in 8, and it's right in the middle of the field. It's the West End crew that are leading, not by much. No, I actually can't tell. West End and Waikato. So we've got Stephans and Jack Mitchell. We've got Tutbury and Wilson from Waikato, and they're having a real ding-dong battle out in the lead. They're swapping places. They go through. I don't know. They're neck and neck. I think Waikato putting on a bit of a move, not far back to the other West End crew of Gotto and Lynch. I think these are the boys from overseas from Cornell University. Then we go right back down into the lane 2. I think it's Gertzma from Logan from North Shore, both in that Westlake boys crew in last year. Men's senior coxless pair, but it's the middle of the track. Real ding dong now. Waikato by literally who takes the stroke. I've got Waikato by a foot. Waikato by a foot over West End, but it's sort of down to the stroke. Now West End are going. West End have lifted it right up. Coming down the outside is the other West End crew. North Shore trying to hold on the inside. Tucked in behind them is the Auckland crew. We saw the Auckland crew win a 4 earlier. It's West End and Waikato as they sprint to the line. 250 metres to go. There's still nothing in it. Waikato now in the front. Waikato by a foot. North Shore, West End. Waikato have got a foot. Still the sprint goes on. They have to go up again. Still Waikato. Waikato by a foot. Adam Wilson out of that Hamilton boys crew from a couple of years ago. Adam Wilson holding on, stroking it up. Still West End, they're still having a go at them. It's neck and neck, it's going to come down to the stroke on the line. West End having another go. West End by a foot. West End Waikato, together, right together. Can't pick it. North Shore in 3rd. Auckland might have even got up for 4th over West End. That was incredibly close on the line between Waikato and West End. I'd have to look for that result in a short while because I cannot pick that result at all. Next race to come down will be the women's senior coxless pair oars, sponsored by Top Notch Calves. They're one of the largest calf rearers in the Waikato, so they're always looking to buy some surplus milk. They'll guarantee prompt payment, prompt collection. Visit Top Notch Calves, one of our sponsors, on the internet for further details. Next race to come down the track will be the women's senior coxless pair oars. Drones just going back up now. They're just about at the 1,000 metre mark. Lane 1 have scratched. So it looks like the Waikato crew, Waikato 1, Greenhagen, Walsh, they've gone through the 1,000 metre mark. They've got a length on the two crews outside of them, Casey and Peoples from Waikato 4 and Tattersfield and Cornell, the Mount Albert crew. In lane 5, really good showing by these schoolgirls, coached by Hassan. So we've got no lane 1. It's Waikato, and then the Mount Albert Grammar West End 31 women, Tattersfield and Kurnell, coached by Sam Pathan. Greenleg and Walsh, they're leading it, coached by Anna de Jong and Steve Wills, over Francis Casey and Alexandra Peoples. You can see the third boat in the West End colours in the white. Then we go right to the outside in lane 6 is Carter and Henry, also from Waikato. So 3 boats from Waikato in the first 4, but who's splitting them is a fine performance from the West End 31 crew of Tattersfield and Kurnell sitting in third. They're only 2 lengths off the lead as we come down with about 600 metres to go. So they're in the white boat with the black 2 diagonal stripes across. Waikato, the 3 Waikato crews, they're in the traffic light colours. Still, the crew in lane 4 lead. Waikato number 1, they've got a length over the other Waikato crew. They've got a length back to West End. They've got a length and a half back to the other Waikato crew. Through the 500, Waikato 1 through, the next Waikato through 2, West End go through, now the other Waikato crew go through. So they're still all within striking distance, just depends who's got what left in the tank. You have to move pretty quick in a coxless pair now when you've got to come from a length or 2 down, but it is possible. Still Waikato hold their length lead over the other Waikato crew are sitting a length and a half over West End from Mount Albert. 350 metres to go. It's the green boat from Waikato in the middle. They're leading over the yellow boat from the inside. We've got the white and the blue top from the West End boat, and then out to another green boat from Waikato. Sitting in behind them, on the outside of them, we've got the red and white colours from Hamilton with their white blades. Right down on the inside, we've got the crew in lane 2 from Melbourne University. But it's the 2 Waikato crews still battling this out. It's the green boat in 4 over the yellow boat in lane 3. Pushing down now in the senior coxless pairs. West End, the Mount Albert crews just sitting just in behind them. Come down now, yellow boats crossed into the lanes, having trouble staying into their lane. 3/4 of a length, the yellow boat's trying to come at the green boat of Waikato. Greenhagen, Walsh, they're holding on. Casey and Peoples are still trying to come at them. It's 3/4 of a length. They've just got a steady stroke in the lead. Still holding on by half a length as the yellow boat continues to come. They'll stay in the lead though. Lane 4, half a length over lane 3. 2 lengths back to West End. Further 2 lengths back to lane 6 from Waikato, Carter and Henry. Then we've got a good 4 or 5 lengths back to Melbourne University in lane 2, and out there, just ahead of them, is the Hamilton crew. That was the women's senior coxless pair oars, sponsored by Top Notch Calves. We're going back up to one of my favourite races of the day, men's intermediate coxed octuple sculls. Normally you only see this boat at novice level or under 15 level. I think it's a great boat. Intermediate, you've rowed for more than a season, so you're probably under 16 or older in your second season. Some of these boats might feature a novice to make up the numbers. This is a great race for people relatively new to the sport, gives everyone a chance, 8 in it, 8 finalists in this event, and we've got a bit of an arrow shape, because remember, they get seeded from their times and performance in the earlier races into the middle of the track like an arrow. This race sponsored by Commons Pharmacy. They're located in downtown Cambridge, 67 Victoria Street. They've got parking behind it, so you need anything from the pharmacy, go and see them. Here's the drone picking it up in the middle of the track. There's 3 crews out there. St George sitting in 4th, because I can see their distinctive colours. It's lane 4. Lane 4, Wanganui Collegiate. 2 seats over the crew inside of them, Sacred Heart, who have only got a canvas over the crew outside of them, Tauranga Boys. Tauranga Boys won this 2 weeks ago. There's not much in this first 3 crews. Wanganui Collegiate, Sacred Heart, Tauranga, back into 4th, little way back, probably a good length and a half further behind is St George. They've got a couple of lengths onto the next cruise, which is sitting just outside of them, that North Shore 11 crew, then back into the other Wanganui Collegiate crew and the Bay of Plenty Coast Composite. But there's 3 crews out in the lead, and there is 1 length over the 3 crews. So the crew in the middle, that's in lane 4. They've pushed out to 3 or 4 seats. Wanganui Collegiate, they're going for home, 600 metres out. They're being tracked on the inside of them by Sacred Heart, and right there on the outside of them, sitting with the 4th seat of Sacred Heart, is Tauranga Boys. Here they come down. This is a majestic race. All these 8 scullers, one of the fastest boats out there, octuple sculls, all about timing and precision and working together, blades in together, blades out together, maintaining the length, maintaining the swing. Great in these junior grades because you don't get a pull round to one side on your back, so it's much better for you, sculling at an early age. And it's still collegiate, hold on. Sacred Heart want to come at them. Tauranga, they've been winning a couple of races beforehand, they're sitting in 3rd. St George out there in the red and the white in 4th. Back down on the inside into lane 1 for that Bay of Plenty Coast Composite in 5th. Wanganui Collegiate tracking them in 6th. Then we go out to North Shore 11 towards the outside, and back a bit of a way is the St Ken's crew. Still it's Collegiate, up from Wanganui. Wanganui Collegiate leading this, 4 or 5 seats over Sacred Heart. Outside of them, Tauranga Boys trying to come at them again. Clear gap back to St George's in 4th. Still it's Collegiate. Collegiate holding on from Sacred Heart. Tauranga Boys are lifting up now. They want to try and come at the Sacred Heart crew. We've almost got clear water. They've gone out to a length, Wanganui Collegiate, but there's only 3 or 4 seats in it between 2nd and 3rd. Down inside the last 100 metres. All you got to do now is stay together. Good clean rowing, no water flying in this Collegiate boat. Collegiate are going to go through, they're going to hold on. Collegiate by a length, Tauranga flying at Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart will get there by a couple of seats only over Tauranga, who really moved on them at the end. We go back to St. George's in fourth. St. George's Cross in fourth. Here we've got the Bay of Plenty Coast with a couple of men from Tauranga in it. Men's intermediate, they'll cross in fifth. North Shore will get sixth. Then we've got another crew from Wanganui Collegiate. They'll get in seventh. That was the men's intermediate, coxed octuple sculls. Now there's only two crews in this. This is the men's premier coxless quadruple sculls. In lane 5 we have the elite development summer squad. Jonty Wright, James Scott, Jamie Hindle-Davis, Flynn Watson, coached by Gary Roberts. Chasing them down, just a couple of lengths behind them is a Waikato composite. Gerald Wall from Ashburton, Jack Pearson up from Dunstan Arms, both from the South Island, combining with the Waikato double of Oscar Rushton, who was prominent in that men's premier single at first thing in the morning, combining with Evan Williams. So they're sitting there just in behind the summer development squad as we get to 600 metres to go. They're down a couple of lengths. This is the men's premier coxless quadruple sculls. But you need to be a pretty good crew even to enter this. So you can see there's only 2 entrants in it. Summer squad leading, part of the national team. Wanting to get ready for the Paris Olympics. Prove themselves, and the up-and-comers sitting just in behind them from the Waikato and also from the south of the South Island. Great to see them up here in the sunshine for this regatta. Normally do most of their racing down at Twizel at Lake Ruataniwha, up in the Mackenzie country and amongst all the tussock grass and snow if you go there after April, between April and September. But we're seeing this summer squad coming down now. Jonty Wright, James Scott, Jamie Hindle-Davis, Flynn Watson, coached by Gary Roberts. All good. Hope you all went and got your prize-winning oars from Authentic Oars earlier. If you're from Australia or from the South Island, go there, go visit Rob McCarthy. Here we go. Look at this nice quad sculling now from the elite development squad. They've got a couple of lengths. The next race after that's going to be the women's premier coxless squad, and that's sponsored by Authentic Oars. This one's sponsored by Kaz Design, Brand and Web. Looking down now, they're coming up to the 100 metres to go. Look at how clean those sculls go in the water, and they're coming out fairly clean as well. All in perfect time, synchronised. Good leg push, see the leg drive go down, arms staying straight. Nice round the turn. Elite summer squad, they've got 3 or 4 lengths over this composite crew. Oscar Rushton in that boat with Evan Williams, Gerard Wall and Jack Pearson. That's a good row from them as well. Good strong racing in the men's premier coxless double sculls. That was sponsored by Kaz, who are a website branding and marketing agency working with businesses throughout the Waikato. Find them at kaz.co.New Zealand. We're now going to shift to the women's premier coxless quadruple sculls, sponsored by Authentic Oars. Rob McCarthy up there. Waikato 2, Tickle Penny, Slipper, Tutbury and Gordon. They'll be in lane 3. Then in lane 4, we've got the elite development squad, Catherine Glenn, Juliet Armlacure, Veronica Wall and Laura Glenn, coached by Calvin Ferguson. Outside of them, we'll have the other. I've got another Waikato crew, but I've only got 3 names, Lush, Ignot, Johnson and Voss. I'm sure they've got a 4th person in their boat, but I don't have the names. Anyway, we can see there, if we're looking at it, it's the development squad out in front over the Waikato number 1 crew on the outside of them in their yellow boat. Nearing in 400 metres to go. It's the elite summer squad, Catherine Glenn, Juliet Armlacure, Veronica Wall, Laura Glenn. Coached by Calvin Ferguson, over the Waikato combination, number 1 sitting outside of them in the traffic light colours, Katie Lush, Sophie Ignot Johnson, Samantha Voss. Samantha Voss had a good row this morning in the single. Erin Tickleberry, Simone Slipper, Charlie's Tutbury and Emily Gordon, they make up the other Waikato crew. They're a few lengths behind with the umpire's boat. Still the summer squad, they've got 2-3 lengths and they're pushing away. Rather hot conditions today down in the Waikato, light breeze, light headwind breeze. Perfect for racing. Need a bit of a shade if you're spectators, some of them enjoying the spectating today in their deck chairs under their umbrellas or in their marquee tents, having a great day of racing at Lake Karapiro. Look at this technique, girls of the summer squad. Here they go through the 100 metres. Getting good length there. All the angles, hopefully simultaneous, the same. Quick into the water, very important in the quad, quick into the water. Don't need to pull through too far, you'll see they pull through quite short in the quad. They've had a good hard row. Here's the Waikato, that's why the name isn't there. They've got an Auckland person rowing it in 2 seats, so that's a good row for them in their club quad, composite combination. And the other Waikato crew come through now. We're going to head back up next to the field for the Women's Club Coxless 4. We've got a couple of scratchings in this. Wellington have come out of lane 2. Waikato are out of lane 3. So we've just got 5 starters. The Women's Club Coxless 4. They're coming through the 1,000 metre mark as we go up to see them. In lane 1 we've got Auckland 2, Jackson, Burrell, Fowler-Whaley, Harkenbrook, coached by Peter Mills. Lane 4 we've got North Shore 1, Norday, Vincent, Bruce and Welch. Then we've got the Auckland 1 crew in lane 5, McDonald, McLaren, Malcolmson and Williamson. Outside of them we have Petone, Anderson, Madigan, Kilmeister and Drummond, coached by Andrew Bird, one of my former coxswains. We're all showing our age there. And Hawke's Bay on the outside, Burns, McKenzie, Smith and Sandberg. Coming down the track now as the drone picks them up, and it's the North Shore crew. The North Shore crew in the middle of the field. They've got the lead now with 750 metres to go, that North Shore crew of Caitlin Norday, Brooke Vincent, Atlanta Bruce and Isabel Welsh. They've got a length. Then we go back to the crew way down on the inside, but lonely for them with 2 crews scratched just outside of them. The Auckland 2 crew of Jackson, Burrell, Fowler-Whaley and Harkenbrook, and right on the other side of North Shore we have the Auckland 1 crew of McDonald, McLaren, Malcolmson and Williamson. A couple of these girls previously out of the Glendowie and Maclean schools. So they're sitting in third, not too far behind, but it's North Shore that are dominating this club, Coxless 4 in the middle of the track. Then we go back to Petone. You can see the bright yellow of Petone, the fluorescent yellow in their yellow boats. Then we go back further to Hawke's Bay on the outside. So we're coming through the 500 metres. North Shore went through. Auckland coming up now. They're through. The other Auckland crew go through. So there's only one seat between the two Auckland crews, but North Shore, they've got the lead. So the real battle's who's going to get second. The inside crew's holding on, coming down the middle of the courses, which are good. Some of these boats have struggled to hold course direction today, but these Women's Club Coxless 4s are coming straight down the middle of their lanes. Still, North Shore leads. So the real battle now is who wants it more between these two Auckland crews. Outside crews putting a bit of a burst on, but they're still neck and neck. There's really not much between them as we come down in front of the Rowing New Zealand in the background with 350 metres to go. North Shore hold the lead. Maybe the outside crew's taken the inside crew now. Saw a bit of a rating change come up on them. I'll just clock them and see what they're doing, but I'm sure they seem to have sprinted and they've taken a person seat. Clocking them now, 2 strokes, 3 strokes, and there's the 4th stroke. They're up at 37 coming down the outside, that Coxless 4 from Auckland. They've taken the inside crew with a sustained spurst. That stroke's wound them up. Both crews in a tandem rig. What's a tandem rig? From the Auckland, that's when 2 row on the inside, supposedly a lot faster and balances the boat up. Stroke and bow on one side and the 2 middle rowers on the other side. Both conventional with stroke on the stroke side and the 2 bows rigged. Still, North Shore are going to lead it. That outside crew sprinted through their inside crew from Auckland. They're going to finish in second, lane 5. And they took a length. They took a length in that last 250 metres, the outside Auckland crew over their inside crew. Petone and the bright yellow are going to finish behind them. And the final position will be Hawke's Bay cruising down to the line in the outside lane. So that was the Women's Club Coxless 4, sponsored by Fresh Choice Supermarket Leamington. They're open from 7 to 9 p.m, so if you need something on the way home, they're only 5 minutes away. Fresh Choice Supermarket Leamington. And very shortly, I'm going to pass over to Maxine, who's popped down here from the Rowing New Zealand. Very busy today. They're all getting the management, the under-19 development camp happening up at Epworth, so everyone's been going backwards and forwards, getting everything ready, so it's kept Maxine busy all day. And we're going to finish with Maxine, and she's going to start with the boys under 17 Coxed 4, if she'd like to, who are halfway down the track, and the drone's going up to give us some wonderful pictures so we can tell who's in the lead. Looks like lane 4.
Thanks, John. So we do have the final of the boys under 17 Cox 4 just coming up to the last 500 metres of their race now. In lane 1 we have King's College number 1, lane 2 St Kentigern College number 1, lane 3 Auckland Grammar number 1, lane 4 North Shore 12 looks to be a crew from Westlake Boys High School, lane 5 Hamilton Boys High School number 1, lane 6 Takapuna Grammar number 1, lane 7 West End 21, and in lane 8 St Paul's Collegiate. But if you look to lane 4, it is the crew from North Shore, that is the crew from Westlake Boys High School. They are in the lead by about a boat length, and challenging for second place, it is between Hamilton Boys High School in lane 5 and West End 21. West End coming through the last 500 though, just ahead of Hamilton Boys. So it'll be West End 21 in second place, Hamilton Boys High School currently sitting in third, and they've got about 3/4 of a boat length over Auckland Grammar out in lane 3. So it is still the crew from North Shore out in lane 4. They've just got clear water in front of West End 21 out in lane 7, but there is still about 300 metres to go. So West End trying to catch up to that North Shore crew there in the middle. Hamilton Boys pushing back though. Hamilton Boys pushing back at the St Peter's crew from West End out in lane 7. And also St Paul's Collegiate just on the outside trying to sneak up on Auckland Grammar and take that 4th place from them. But as they come into the last 250 metres, it will be North Shore 12, the crew from Westlake Boys High School, through first. Second behind them will be West End 21, the crew from St Peter's Auckland, Hamilton Boys High School and Auckland Grammar battling for that 3rd place with St Paul's Collegiate trying to come up just on the outside there, but it is Hamilton Boys still holding on to that 3rd. Auckland Grammar responding though. Auckland Grammar trying to come up, and they are just about half a bow ball behind Hamilton Boys. St Peter's from Auckland though, slowly gaining on North Shore 12, but North Shore holding that lead coming into the last 100 metres. North Shore will be coming down still in first place, and West End is still trying to come up. They've got their bow ball on the stern of Westlake Boys, but it will be Westlake Boys over the line. West End just running out of water to catch them. So this is the boys under 17 Cox 4. It will be North Shore over the line first. West End, Hamilton Boys, and it could be St Paul's Collegiate just over Auckland Grammar on the line there, followed by St Kent's on the inside and Takapuna Grammar in lane 6. So that was the final of the boys under 17s Cox 4. That event sponsored by Laszlo Boats. And as we can see, there's some great pictures of the bank there from the drone. And the drone slowly moving down the course, ready to pick up the B final of the women's novice Cox quadruple sculls. That race coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. So we have the final times for the boys under 17.4 that just finished. In first place, North Shore 12 coming down in a time of 7:34.59. Behind them, West End 21 in a time of 7:36.98. And in third place, Hamilton Boys High School in 7:39.01. Just behind them, though, it was Auckland Grammar. Auckland Grammar just sneaking in ahead of St Paul's by 0.05 of a second, so it was right down to the line. Well done to Auckland Grammar there. But if we look back onto the course and onto your screens, we will see the B final of the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. In lane 1, Rotorua number 1, lane 2, St George's 11, lane 3, Whangarei number 2, lane 4, Hamilton number 2, lane 5, St George's 31, lane 6, Mercer number 2, lane 7, Star Boating Club number 3, and in lane 8, Cambridge 22. And looking down there now, it does look to be like the crew in lane 1, that is Rotorua number 1, coxed by Atawhai Mills to be in the lead. This crew has about 3/4 of a boat length over the other two crews. The crew in the middle there are out in lane 4 from Hamilton, as well as the crew in lane 7, Star Boating Club number 3. Those are currently the top 3 race leaders in the B final of the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls, sponsored by Crew Room. Now the crew on the outside, Star Boating Club, they're currently in second place and they're making a push on Rotorua number 1. Their bow ball is on the 3 seat and they are pushing through, going seat by seat, moving up the boat. They are slowly moving onto the coxswain and they are doing a big push, trying to get level. That was a huge move from Star Boating Club there as they come down into the last half of their race. Their bow ball's now sitting on the coxswain of Rotorua number 1, that coxswain Atawhai Mills. And the coxswain in lane 7, Star Boating Club, Salma Smith, looking across, trying to push her crew back up. They've gained about half a boat length just in that last 250 metres, trying to push ahead of Hamilton, number 2 in lane 4. Hamilton currently sitting in third place, and those crews have clear water over the rest of the field. But Rotorua, number 1, down in lane 1, still holding the lead in the B final of the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. As they come in to the last 500 metres of the race, they've got about 500-600 metres to go. These crews will be pushing. Rotorua still trying to hold off Star Boating Club, and they've managed to push away a bit. Star Boating Club now, they have their bow ball on the 3 seat of Rotorua down in lane 1. They are still maintaining their lead. Oh, a little bit of a mishap there for Hamilton 2 in the middle. Hopefully they can regain their oars, and they are away again, so they've managed to recover quite quickly from that. But Star Boating Club has managed to pull away from them, and they now have clear water on them, still pushing up on Rotorua in lane 1. Hamilton managing to regain their blades and stay ahead of the rest of the field, holding that 3rd place. But Star Boating Club making a big push on Rotorua and coming through the last 500. They're about half a boat length behind, but they are pushing up again. Rotorua in lane 1, that is Lexi Brearley, Emily Mogg, Portia Powell, Grace Fraser and Atawhai Mills, coached by Alistair Riddle. They are holding that lead as they come into the last 300 metres of the B final of the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. Star Boating Club, though, they are not giving up the fight. They are through to their last 500 metres of the race, and they have just managed to hold on. They are just making contact with the stern of the Rotorua boat, but it is Rotorua slowly pulling away in the closing stages of the B final here. Star Boating Club, just quick look across there, and they are trying to come back. They have clear water over Hamilton, currently sitting in 3rd place. Hamilton, a little bit of a mishap before, but they've managed to retain their 3rd place lead over the rest of the field. Just behind them, though, we have the crew out in lane 8, Cambridge 22. That is St Peter's rowing under their Cambridge colours. They're currently sitting in 4th place. Little bit of a battle for 5th with lanes 2 and 3, St George's 11 and Whangarei number 2, before we go back to the middle, the Mercer number 2 crew. But with about 200 metres to go, it is still Rotorua. They've managed to extend their lead a bit, and they just have clear water on Star, but Star's not giving up without a fight. Rotorua coming down, about 200 metres to go. Little bit in the buoy line there, so hopefully they can push through that and finish off nice and strong. They've managed to hold off Star the whole time. and they come into the final 100 metres of their race. Three-seater Star looking across, trying to see where Rotorua is, seeing if they can come back on first place, but it is still Rotorua in the lead. Star managing to come back. Their bow is on the three-seat of that Rotorua crew. Will they run out of water though? Rotorua still maintaining the lead. Little bit of a look out of the boat there, trying to see where the competitor is. Rotorua still holding the lead with about 6 strokes to go. They're looking for the finish line. They want this final to be over. And with a great fight, it will be Rotorua down in lane 1 to win the B final of the novice Coxed Quadruple Sculls. Star Boating Club in lane 7 coming over in second place. And Hamilton Club down here in lane 4 to take the third. But it is still Cambridge Club out in lane 8. Cambridge currently holding 4th place ahead of St George's and Whangarei. A little bit of a battle for 5th place here between St George's and Whangarei, but Whangarei is in front of St George's. They're trying to catch Cambridge on the outside, but Cambridge will cross the line in 4th, well down to the rows from Cambridge and from St Peter's. And the Whangarei girls finishing about half a boat length in front of St George's, followed by Mercer. So that was the B final of the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. And as we look down the course, we can see the A final following very quickly behind them, about halfway through their race. In lane 1, we have St Kentigern College number 1, lane 2, West End number 1, lane 3, Aramaho Wanganui number 1, lane 4, Whangarei number 1, lane 5, Whanganui Collegiate number 1, lane 6, Clifton number 2, lane 7, Cambridge 21, and in lane 8, Waikato number 1. So the drone's just taking some lovely panoramic shots as it moves back down to catch up in the race. But we can see it is the crew out in lane 5, the crew from Wanganui Collegiate, coached by Tyler Scott and Rick Grobecker. They are currently in the lead of the A final of the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. So Wanganui Collegiate with clear water over the rest of the field. Their closest competition comes from their inside lane, Whangarei number 1, coached by Chris Williams and Stuart Widger. And they're currently in a battle for second place. A lot of pressure coming onto them from lane 3, Aramaho Wanganui number 1. So a little bit of a battle for second place there, but Wanganui Collegiate very clearly in the lead in the middle there, as they come into the last 500 metres of the A final of the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. So if you're watching the live stream at home, you can see Wanganui there with about nearly a boat length of clear water on their nearest competition. They're right in the middle of the lanes there, out in lane 5. A battle for second place, though, still between lane 3 and 4, Aramaho Wanganui and Whangarei. It is currently Whangarei, though, with that second place. Aramaho Wanganui very closely behind in third, and if we look out to the outside lanes of Cambridge 21 and Waikato number 1, we've got some competition there. So coming through to the last 500 metres, it will be Wanganui Collegiate coming through. They're through to the last 500, followed by Whangarei and Aramaho Wanganui, and the 2 outside lanes battling for that 4th place, Cambridge 21 and Waikato number 1, Cambridge coached by Kaylin Wren and Sam Voss, and Waikato coxed by George McIntosh. They are coming into their last 500 metres now. It will be Waikato, though, just ahead of Cambridge as they come into the last 500. So Wanganui Collegiate, though, still with a very strong lead, and they've managed to extend their lead. They've got a couple of boat lengths of clear water as they come past Rowing New Zealand. They've got about 300 metres to go in their race. And it is still very close between second and third place. Lane 3, Aramaho Wanganui, and lane 4, Whangarei. Aramaho Wanganui, though, just slipping in ahead of Whangarei. As they come into the last 250 metres of their race, there is a big push coming from lane 3, Aramaho Wanganui, taking on the scullers from Whangarei in the A final of the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls, as well as a battle for 4th place on the outside between Waikato and Cambridge in lane 7 and lane 8. But this crew from Wanganui Collegiate, Charlotte Davidson, Ashley Morton, Neve Rabbit, Harriet Douglas, coxed by Abby Shaw, they have had a dominating display of sculling, and well done to these novice scullers. They have a couple of boat lengths clear, and they will come into the last 100 metres of their race. Aramaho Wanganui up in front of Whangarei. So the two Wanganui crews here taking out the top two places of the women's novice Cox quadruple sculls. Whangarei, though, not going down without a fight. They're trying to come back on second place. It is very close between second and third. We've pretty much decided, though, who the winner is. It will be the scullers from Wanganui Collegiate as they come down to the finish line, about 20 metres to go, very comfortably in the lead. But looking at second place, will it be Aramaho Wanganui or Whangarei? Just 10 strokes to go for both boats. It is very close. Aramaho Wanganui just ahead. It's just switched to Whangarei, and it'll be right on the line, and I will not make that call, and we'll leave it up to the judges. But a great closing stages of the women's novice Coxed quadruple sculls. But looking out to the outside, it looks like the crew from Cambridge ahead of Waikato. That is the crew from St. Peter's there in lane 7. They will take 4th place. Waikato on the outside, and on the inside, St. Kentigern College. St. Kentigern will finish ahead of Clifton number 2. So some very exciting racing there in the A final of the women's novice Cox quadruple sculls. As we round out that A final with the crew from West End, we look down to the girls under 16 Coxed 4 final. This event sponsored by Goldsmiths Gallery. And we have the final of the girls under 16 Cox 4. If we look down the course, they're just coming up to the last 500 metres. In lane 1, Auckland 32, that's the crew from Auckland Diocesan. Lane 2, St Paul's Collegiate. Lane 3, Whanganui Collegiate. Lane 4, Epsom Girls Grammar number 1. Lane 5, Waikato Diocesan School. Lane 6, Hamilton 21. Lane 7, Auckland 31, that's another Auckland Diocesan crew. And in lane 8, Epsom Girls Grammar. So 2 crews there from Auckland Diocesan and from Epsom Girls. And looking down, it does look to be a battle between lanes 2 and 3. Lane 2, St Paul's Collegiate. They're up with the crew from Epsom Girls Grammar in lane 4. It is St Paul's Collegiate, though, at the moment, with half a boat length on Epsom Girls Grammar, and in between them, Whanganui Collegiate coming up in that 3rd position, trying to gain that 2nd position. So St Paul's Collegiate, coached by Morgan Blind and Roy Pickard, currently in the lead as they come into the last 500 metres. You can see the orange boys there crossing over. The top 3 at the moment are St Paul's Collegiate in lane 2, Epsom Girls Grammar in lane 4, and Wanganui Collegiate in lane 3. Those 3 have clear water over the next closest competition. That's Waikato Diocesan School in lane 5, coached by Barnaby Denyer. Barnaby Denyer watching on very keenly, I'm sure, but it will be St Paul's Collegiate currently in the lead. Epsom Girls Grammar trying to come back on them. And it's St Paul's trying to push away. Little quick look across. Epsom Girls Grammar, though, they've got their bow ball on the bow person of the St Paul's boat, and they are pushing up, as well as Wanganui Collegiate. They're trying to stay up with those 2 race leaders at the moment. Waikato Diocesan just on the outside of that umpire's boat there. They're trying to hang on for 4th place, and they've got some competition from Hamilton 21 out in lane 6. So it's tight there between 3rd and 4th place, but St Paul's Collegiate coming into the final 250 of the girls under 16 Coxed 4. They hold their lead on Epsom Girls number 1 in lane 4. And they've started to push away, so they have about 3/4 of a boat length on Epsom Girls. Epsom Girls trying to come back. They now have clear water over Wanganui Collegiate in lane 3, who in turn have clear water on Waikato Diocesan in lane 5. Waikato Diocesan ahead of Hamilton 21. And we go back to the rest of the field. We have the 2 Auckland crews, Auckland Diocesan in lane 1 and in lane 7. coached by Fiona Lewis and Caspar Hammond, and out in lane 8, Epsom Girls Grammar number 2. But it's coming down to the line, and St Paul's Collegiate just trying to keep in front of Epsom Girls. Epsom giving a really big push, and it is about half a bow ball in it. It is very close. Epsom giving a push at the line, and again, I will not make that call, but a great last 100 metres from Epsom Girls Grammar there. A great push up, and we will leave it to the judges to call who won that race. Well done to Wanganui Collegiate coming down in 3rd place, and Waikato Diocesan will finish in 4th ahead of Hamilton out in lane 6. So a very exciting closing stages of the race there, and some great grunt from those Epsom Girls Grammar girls who gave a big push and came up on St Paul's Collegiate. We will wait for the judges, though, to review that. As we look down to the inside, we have Auckland Diocesan finishing down in lane 1 and Epsom Girls Grammar out in lane 8. So that was the girls under 16 Coxed 4 final, sponsored by Goldsmiths Gallery, and we will wait for the times to come through to tell you who won between St Paul's Collegiate and Epsom Girls Grammar. But coming down the course now with about 600 metres to go, we have the B final of the men's novice double sculls. This event is sponsored by Waipa District Council. And in lane 1 we have West End 21, lane 2 North Shore number 1, lane 3 St George's 11, lane 4 Clifton number 2, lane 5 Gisborne number 1, lane 6 Star Boating Club number 1, lane 7 Waikato 11, and in lane 8 Porirua number 1. And we can see on the feed that there is a very commanding lead out here from lane 2. That is the crew from North Shore. So North Shore number 1, Bruno Martinez and Samuel Wild, coached by Chris Brake. They've got clear water on St George's 11 in lane 3. St George's of Michia Petrin and Alex Fahey, coached by Alan Vesta. They are in front very clearly of the rest of the pack, so those two with clear water on 3rd and 4th place. Currently a battle though between Clifton in lane 4 and Waikato out in lane 7. But North Shore number 1, Bruno and Samuel, currently in the lead of the B final of the men's double sculls. They have about 300 metres to go, and they have a challenge from St George's on their outside. St George's trying to push up on them, however there's about a boat length of clear water that they will need to make up in the closing stages of this race. Behind St George's though, out in lane 4, Clifton number 2, Jack Hurley and Jack Fuller, coached by Gus Bergen and Jody Haskell. They are currently in 3rd place with their competition coming from the outside, Waikato 11, Ben McCarthy and Finley Taylor-Gill. So some great sculling here from these novice men. The race leaders at the moment though, North Shore number 1, they're coming through their last 250 metres of the race. And they still have clear water over St George's, although St George's trying to put the challenge on them in the closing stages here. North Shore though holding that lead, just trying to lengthen out and maintain that lead over St George's, maintain that clear water advantage. But both of these crews, a little bit of a mishap there from St George's, but he's recovered very quickly, the bowman, and they will hopefully retain their lead over Clifton in the middle there. With about 200 metres to go, those St George's boys holding on to the lead ahead of Clifton's Jack, and Clifton just ahead of Waikato 11, Ben and Finley out in lane 7. Just behind those 4 crews though, we go back to inside Waikato Star Boating Club number 1, as well as Gisborne number 1, and down on the inside West End 21, but it will be the crew from North Shore, that is the crew of Bruno Martinez and Samuel Wild, who will take the win in the men's novice double sculls. Here in the B final, they've got a few strokes to go, and well done to Bruno and Sam North Shore, winners of the B final of the men novice double sculls. Followed in second place from St George's, Mitya Petrin and Alex Fahey, a great recovery there from the bowman, getting his blades back and finishing in second place. And following them in third, the crew from Clifton, Jack Hurley and Jack Fuller, will take third place in the men's novice double sculls. Waikato on the outside, mishearing the buzzer, but still managing to come over in fourth place. And it will be Star Boating Club behind them, West End down in lane 1, and the crews from Porirua just finishing ahead of Gisborne down here in lane 5. So that was the B final of the men's novice double sculls. And we have the A final coming down very shortly, the A final just behind them. Just to confirm the result in the girls under 16 Cox 4 before, it was St Paul's Collegiate who won in a time of 8:29.85. They were 0.2 seconds in front of Epsom Girls Grammar. So well done to Epsom Girls. They really put the challenge down to St Paul's, but St Paul's Collegiate managed to hold on and take the win in the girls under 16 Cox 4. And we do have the A final of the men's novice double sculls coming down now. Lane 1, West End 22. Lane 2, Cambridge 21. Lane 3, Clifton number 1. Lane 4, Aramaho Wanganui number 1. Lane 5, Aramaho Wanganui number 2. Lane 6, Takapuna Grammar number 1. Lane 7, Star Boating Club 31. And in Lane 8, Tauranga Boys College number 1. But the crew out here in lane 3, that is Clifton number 1, Jasper and Oliver, they are currently in the lead in the A final of the men's novice double sculls. Jasper and Oliver there with clear water over their closest competition. Coming from the outside, Aramaho Wanganui number 1, that is Kynan and Achilles. So it is Clifton number 1 in lane 3, followed by Aramaho Wanganui in lane 4, and on the inside of them from Cambridge 21, that is Dennis and Max from St. Peter's, coached by Chris Thorson, currently in third place. But a commanding lead here from the scullers in lane 3 from Clifton as they come into the last 300 metres of their race. They are hoping to extend their lead there, and they can see their closest competition from the outside. We're tacking and driving a little bit within the lanes, but they are still maintaining that lead over Kynan and Achilles from Aramaho Wanganui. And the crew in the third place currently still Dennis Mao and Max Fielder from Cambridge. Dennis and Max, though, they're under pressure from the Aramaho Wanganui crew. The second crew, Jordan Helen and Christian Kiriona, out in lane 5. Dennis and Max, though, still holding the lead against them. So at the moment it is Clifton, Aramaho Wanganui number 1, Cambridge 21 and Aramaho Wanganui number 2 as your top 4. Down in lane 1 though, West End 22, they are ahead of lane 8's Tauranga Boys College, and the rest of the field behind them is lane 7 Star Boating Club and in lane 6 Takapuna Grammar. But the crew from Clifton, Jasper and Oliver, coming down into the last 100 metres of their race, they have a very commanding lead on the A final of the men's novice double sculls, sponsored by Waipa District Council, and the crowd is getting up and cheering for them. So, a very dominating display of sculling here from these novice men. Well done to Jasper and Oliver from Clifton. They will take out the A final of the men's novice double sculls, and it is the crew from Aramaho Wanganui in lane 4 on their outside, Kynan and Achilles, who will come second, and the crew from Cambridge in lane 2, Dennis Mao and Max Fielder, who will cross the line in third place. Following them, though, the crew in lane 5, Aramaho Wanganui number 2, and the crew in lane 1, West End 22. They will be the next two crews over the line, followed by Tauranga Boys College. Takapuna Grammar have gotten ahead of Star Boating Club down there in lane 7, and they have about 150 metres to go. So Takapuna hoping to stay ahead of Star Boating Club there, but it will be Tauranga Boys in lane 8 ahead of them. Big cheer from the crowd down there as the final of the men's novice double sculls comes to a close. Tauranga boys crossing the line, and they will cross over in front of Takapuna Grammar, who will cross over in front of Star Boating Club 31. So that was the A final of the men's novice double sculls. And we now have the B final of the women's intermediate single sculls, sponsored by SL Racing. SL Racing with their tent up, set up on the bank just below the cafe. And looking down the track now, the B final of the women's intermediate single sculls. In lane 1, Hauraki Plains number 2, lane 2, Porirua number 1, lane 3, Bay of Plenty Coast number 1, lane 4, Whakatane number 2, lane 5, Waikato number 1, lane 6, Whangarei number 2, lane 7, Hauraki Plains number 1, and in lane 8, North Shore number 1. So looking down the course now, it is the sculler out in lane 4, from Whakatane. So that is Grace Iamonga, coached by Chick Hammond, currently in the lead of the women's intermediate single sculls. She's got competition from her outside though from Waikato number 1. So she's got about 3/4 of a boat length on that, and they both have clear water on third. Third place currently is Bay of Plenty Coast number 1, Anahera Hawk, who's under a bit of pressure from the lane 2 sculler from Porirua, Layla Mackay. Layla just doing a push-up now on her and trying to get that third place. Both crews trying to extend their lead over lane 1's Hauraki Plains, Cape Bond. So there's a bit of a battle there between third place as well as first and second place. But it is currently the sculler in lane 4 from Whakatane. That is the sculler Grace Iamonga, as we come down to the last 400 metres of the women's intermediate single sculls. So the sculler from Porirua in lane 2, Layla Mackay, she's taken third place and she is making a big push for second. So keep an eye on lane 2. Lane 2 currently making a push out on lane 4s and lane 5. Lane 4 and 5 though pushing back. The crew in lane 5, that is Edie Crouchley from Waikato, trying to put the pressure on the sculler from Whakatane. And there's about half a canvas in it now between those two scullers out in front. Layla Mackay from Porirua, though, putting her legs down nice and quickly, pushing away from that 4th place. That is Bay of Plenty Coast's Anahera Hawk, and making a big push on those race leaders out in lanes 4 and lane 5. So they're coming into the last 250 metres, and it is very tight across the mark. Lane 5 though, lane 5's made a big push. The Waikato sculler Edie Crouchley has taken the lead. Edie currently ahead of Whakatane's Grace Iamonga and Porirua's Layla Mackay as they come into the last 250 metres. And it does look like this single sculler from Porirua, Layla, she has claimed second place. So it is now Waikato in lane 5, Edie Crouchley, currently leading the race with about 200 metres to go, followed by Porirua's Layla Mackay, and currently in third place, Whakatane's Grace Iamonga. Those are your top 3, but there is pressure on 4th place, Bay of Plenty Coast, number 1, Anahera Hawk. She's not out of the race yet, and she's trying to push up on that 3rd place, as well as Hauraki Plains, number 2, Cape Bond in lane 1. So as they come into the last 100 metres, it will be the single sculler from Waikato out in lane 5, Edie Crouchley in the lead. A big challenge though from Porirua's Layla Mackay. Layla's bringing the rating up in the closing stages of the B final of the women's intermediate single sculls. Currently Waikato ahead of Porirua, but Porirua putting a very big push in down in lane 2. Layla really going for it. It may come down to the line, or Waikato's Edie Crouchley looks like she's done enough, and Edie Crouchley will take out the B final of the women's intermediate single sculls. Great race from Layla Mackay from Porirua in lane 2, and it will be Whakatane's Grace Ayamonga in 3rd place, followed by Bay of Plenty Coast Anaheda Hawk, and then looking down into the inside, lane 1 from Hauraki Plains, Kate Bond, followed by Whangarei's Henewai Baltus. So some very exciting racing in the last 250 metres here. So we close out at the B final. We have North Shore's Alicia Stratford and Hauraki Plains' Ruby Van Helmond finishing the B final of the women's intermediate single sculls, with the A final not too far behind them, about just over halfway through their race. And in lane 1 we have Rotorua number 3, lane 2 Aramaho Wanganui number 2, lane 3 West End number 1, lane 4 Cambridge number 1, lane 5 Waitemata number 1, lane 6 Rotorua number 1, lane 7 St George's 31, and in lane 8 Whakatane number 1. So looking into the A final of the women's intermediate single sculls, currently the crew out in lane 5 from Waitemata, Rose Hinton in the lead. Rose Hinton with clear water over second place. Second place is very tight in between her outside competitor, the competitor from Rotorua, and inside in lane 3 and lane 4, West End and Cambridge. But Rose Hinton from Waitemata looking very comfortable out there in the lead in the A final of the women's intermediate single sculls. Currently in second place, and it is changing with every stroke. It is the crew out in lane 6, Frances Hazeldine from Rotorua, but very closely behind her is the crew from West End, Milan, Tainakore. So those 3 crews are your current race leaders. As Rose Hinton crosses into the last 500 metres now, it will be Milan from West End just ahead of Rotorua's Frances Hazeldine, but there's less than half a canvas in them, and then just behind them, the single sculler from Cambridge, that is Senga Hickson. She is currently sitting in 4th place and trying to push up on that 3rd place. But some very relaxed looking sculling from the Waitemata single sculler, Rose Hinton out in lane 5. Rose with about 3 boat lengths of clear water on the rest of the field, with West End's Milan Tainakore trying to extend her lead on 3rd places from Rotorua, Frances Hazeldine. And Frances just staying ahead of 4th place, which is currently Senga Hickson from Cambridge in lane 4. So lane 3, West End, half a boat length lead on Rotorua out in lane 6, but as we come into the last 250 metres, it is still Waitemata's Rose Hinton in lane 5, looking nice and relaxed in the A final of the women's intermediate single scull. So Rose has a very clear view on the rest of the field. She can see lane 3's Milan Tainakore coming up, giving a big push in through the last 250. Milan has managed to get some clear water over Frances from Rotorua, trying to put the pressure on that 1st place, but she may run out of water to do so. Currently in 4th place still is Senga Hickson from Cambridge. She's got a bit of pressure from lane 1, Rotorua number 3, Sarah O'Driscoll. And behind Sarah is Whakatane out in lane 8, and Aramaho Wanganui down in lane 2, and St George's in lane 7 just behind them. But the Waitemata sculler, she has had a very clear lead for the whole race, and she comes very comfortably into the last 75 metres of her race. Rose Hinton from Waitemata looks like she will take out the A final of the women's intermediate single sculls. West End's Milan Taina Kore, though, up in second place, has managed to get clear water over Rotorua's Frances Hazeldine, but it's not enough to catch Rose Hinton from Waitemata, so congratulations to Rose, who takes out the A final of the women's intermediate single scull. Milan Taina Kore down in lane 3, she will take second place. And looking like lane 6's Frances Hazeldine from Rotorua will cross in third. Cambridge's Signa Hickson from in lane 4, and Sarah O'Driscoll in lane 1 from Rotorua. Out on the outside though, Whakatane number 1 crossing over now, as well as Aramaho Wanganui number 2. That is Ayla Rowe and Abigail Roy. They will finish the A final, and the St George's sculler Hannah Strang will also close out this race, sponsored by SL Racing. So very quickly behind them is the final of the men's club Cox's pair. Lane 1 St George's, lane 2 Auckland, lane 3 Tauranga, lane 4 St George's, lane 5 Wellington, lane 6 West End, lane 7 Auckland, and in lane 8 North Shore. We're already in the closing stages of this race with about 200 metres to go for most of them, but it is the crew from Wellington in lane 5, Tom Bone and Max Newton, who are ahead of Auckland Rowing Club down in lane 2. That is Thaddeus Cryer and Freddie Eadie. They've got a bit of a challenge from lane 1 St George's, Liam Cassidy and Xiang Yu Chow, but it is the crew from Wellington who are just lengthening out their strokes now as they come into the last 50 metres of the men's club Cox's pairs. So some very smooth rowing here from the boys from Wellington. They will finish with clear water over Auckland Rowing Club, so well done to Tom and Max from Wellington. Taking out the men's club Cox's pair oars, Thaddeus and Freddie from Auckland will come over in second place, and Xiang Yu Chow from St George's and Liam Cassidy in lane 1 will be third. Another St George's crew, though, not too far behind them, that is Frank Eisen and Zane Cook. They cross over now, and they cross over ahead of lane 6's West End, and just behind them is Tauranga number 1. So a very quick race there from the men's club Cox's pairs as North Shore finished their race as well. And we have another pairs race coming down. They're about 500 metres or 750 through their race, and that is the final of the girls under 17 Coxless pairs. And we have the final of the girls under 17 Cox's pairs, sponsored by Laszlo Boats. In lane 1, West End 12, lane 2, West End 32, lane 3, Star Boating Club number 1, lane 4, West End number 1, lane 5, West End 31, lane 6, Hawke's Bay number 1, lane 7, West End number 2, and in lane 8, Onslow College. So these under 17 pairs are about halfway through their race, but it's currently the pair in lane 5 from West End looks to be the pair of Emma Curnow and Lila Martin. So they are currently up, as well as the crew on their inside, also from West End, Millie Bauer and Esther Meechin. So these two crews in the middle here, they have clear water over the rest of the field. Lane 1 though, West End, another West End crew, West End 12, trying to push up on them, holding that third place ahead of Lane 2, West End 32. So a lot of West End crews in this race. They will be from a few different schools though, and also a club crew. So lane 1, they have taken about half a boat length from lane 3 there. But it is the West End crew out in lane 5, Emma Curnow and Lila Martin, ahead of West End number 1 crew in lane 4, Millie Bauer and Esther Meechin. So if you're watching the live stream, you'll see those boats are very close together, both hugging that buoy line. Hopefully no collisions there with the blades. But the crew in lane 1 from West End, Lucia and Kate, they're trying to come up and close the gap on that clear water there. So we see a little bit of steering issues here from these pairs as we see the wind pick up a little bit through the middle of the course. Some of the crews have blades or their boats in the buoy lines there, which will make things a little bit more difficult for them. The crew from Star Boating Club, though, Star Boating Club in lane 3, they're not out of the mix. But it is the crews in the middle there. From West End, we do have 3 West End crews currently in those top 3 positions. The crew in lane 1 making up some water on the crews in the middle, lane 4 and lane 5. But the crew in lane 4 seem to have the lead over lane 5, so that is Millie Bauer and Esther Meechin, just ahead of Emma Curnow and Lila Martin in lane 5. And a big push down here in lane 1 from West End, number 12, Lucia and Kate. They are your front runners for the girls under 17 Cox pair at the moment. Emma and Kate in lane 1 pushing away from, Lucia and Kate in lane 1 pushing away from Star Boating Club's Emma and Helena in lane 3. They've got clear water on them now, but still in the lead as they come into the last 300 metres is the crew in lane 4. West End number 1, Millie Bauer and Esther Meechin, coached by Chris Everett. They are currently winning the final of the girls under 17 Cox's pairs. Little bit of pressure from the outside though. West End 31's Emma Curnow and Lila Martin, coached by Hassan Pathan. They are currently sitting in second place, and West End 12, Lucia and Kate, coached by John Squires and Tanya Doniani. They're doing a big push. They're pushing up onto second place, and they've got their bow ball on the stroke of second place. As they come into the last 250, it is still West End in lane 4. They have just a boat length. There is a little bit of contact between lane 4 and lane 5, just with that bow and that stern there, and lane 1 really trying to push up. So it looks like it will be a West End 1, 2, 3, with Star Boating Club just behind them, and Hawke's Bay out in lane 6, just behind Star. We can see the crew though, there is a little bit of a steering issue, and hopefully there's no crew impediment. Hopefully the crew in lane 4 can stay ahead, and the crew in lane 1 can turn back into their lane, but we currently have 2 West End crews competing in the same lane. As they come into the last 100 metres, the crew in lane 4 desperately trying to push away and make sure a collision doesn't happen, while the West End crew in lane 1 also rose in lane 4, trying to get ahead of the West End crew in lane 5. It is very close here though as they come into the last 30 metres. The crew in lane 4 just looking for that line, hoping this race will end. The crew in lane 4, that is the West End crew of Millie and Esther, they will take out the under-17 pairs ahead of lane 5's Emma Curnow and Lila Martin, and lane 1 finishing in lane 5, Lucia and Kate will be in third place, so those three West End crews will be your top three in the girls under-17 Cox's pair. Who will be in fourth place, though? It does look like it is Hawke's Bay from lane 6, Aisling and Lucy, ahead of Star Boating Club's Emma and Helena. And following them, we do have another West End crew in lane 2 as well as lane 7. So a very West End heavy field in the final of the girls under 17 Cox's pairs. And then the crew from Onslow College as well will help round out this final. But not too far behind them, we've got some more pairs, but this time it is the boys under 17 Cox's pairs. In lane 1, we have Sacred Heart number 1, lane 2, King's College number 2, lane 3, King's College number 1, lane 4, St George's 31, lane 5, North Shore 11, lane 6, Whanganui Collegiate number 1, lane 7, Star Boating Club 31, and lane 8, Onslow College number 1. But it is currently the crew in lane 4, St George's 31. That is Preston, Blair and Finlay Christensen, coached by Leo Strode-Penny. They are currently in the lead in the final of the boys under 17 Cox's pairs. They are ahead of King's College in lane 2. That is Ben Mota and Samuel Cleary, coached by Mike Hasselback. And on their outside, in lane 3, their teammates from King's College, Fergus Meredith and Alex Broughton, also coached by Mike Hasselback, are currently in third place. So it looks to be like the crews that row on the Tamaki Estuary up in Auckland, currently in 1, 2 and 3 as they come into the last 250 metres of the boys under 17 Cox pair. The St George's crew of Preston and Finlay, though, with clear water over King's College's Ben and Sam, as well as the King's College crew in lane 3, Fergus and Alex. Next to Fergus and Alex, though, it is a battle between Whanganui Collegiate and North Shore 11 in the middle there. North Shore's Toby and Lucas and Wanganui's Lachlan and John T going for fourth place, but it is North Shore that are slightly ahead of Wanganui as they cross into the lane next to them. So hopefully we don't see a clash of blades here. It's making for a very exciting final. But well done to the St George's under 17 pair. St George's Preston Blair and Finlay Christensen with a very commanding win in the boys under 17 Coxless pairs. So they will cross the line in first. Well done to those two. Second behind them is King's College number 2, Ben and Sam. They will cross ahead of their teammates, also from King's College, Fergus and Alex. And we've just managed to have a bit of a course correction there from North Shore. So North Shore's Toby and Lucas will have about half a canvas in front of Wanganui Collegiate's Lachlan and John T. And then we look back to Star Boating Club, Hamish and Fraser. They cross the line now ahead of Sacred Heart down here in lane 1 and Onslow College out in lane 8. So that was the final of the boys under 17 Cox's pair, sponsored by Laszlo Boats. And looking down the course now, the final for the men's intermediate single sculls, sponsored by SL Racing. In lane 1, Star Boating Club number 1, lane 2, North Shore number 1, lane 3, Waikato 11, lane 4, Waikato number 1, lane 5, Wellington number 1, lane 6, Cambridge number 1, lane 7, St George's 11, and lane 8, West End number 1. Currently in the lead though, Matthew Kavanagh from Star Boating Club down in lane 1. As they come into the last 600 metres of the men's intermediate single sculls, Matthew Kavanagh there with a lead over Waikato's Caleb Blind in lane 4 out in the green boat. So Matthew and Caleb currently in first and second, with looks like Wellington in lane 5, Guy Curry Stanton currently in third place, but Matthew Kavanagh, he will cross into the last 500 metres now. Matthew with just a bit of clear water over Waikato's Caleb Blind. Caleb with clear water though over Wellington, but we do also have a change of angle, which means that North Shore number 1, Cameron Elliott, it looks like he is also in the mix in third place, and he is currently just ahead of Guy Curry Stanton there. But Matthew Kavanagh with a clear lead in the final of the men's intermediate single sculls. Caleb Blind just trying to push up as they come into the last 500 here, and Wellington's Guy Curry Stanton looks to be just about half a canvas in front of North Shore's Cameron Elliott with about 300 metres to go. Little bit of pressure though from Cambridge in lane 6, Josh Hutton. Josh just on Wellington's outside there in lane 6. He's putting some pressure on and trying to get into one of those top 3 positions. Currently though, it is Star Boating Club in lane 1, Waikato in lane 4, Wellington in lane 5, and North Shore in lane 2. So Matthew Kavanagh, last 250 metres, he's been leading the second half of this race, and he will maintain that lead. Caleb Blind though in lane 4, also with a clear lead over the rest of the field, so both of those crews have clear water, and it is a battle for third and fourth here. Little bit of a move there from Cameron Elliott though from North Shore in lane 2. Cameron seems to be just ahead of Josh Hutton from Cambridge out in lane 6. Both of those crews seem to have gotten a little bit of an advantage over Wellington. But well done to Matthew Kavanagh, Star Boating Club, lane 1, as he comes into the last 100 metres of his race, looking nice and relaxed ahead of Caleb Blind, also who's looking relaxed, even though there's a little bit of pressure from lane 2, Cameron Elliott. Cameron Elliott really going for it as they come into the last 100 metres. And he's got 100 metres to try and catch Waikato's Caleb, but he may run out of water. It is clear who the winner is though here in the men's intermediate single sculls. Matthew Kavanagh from Star Boating Club, congratulations. He will cross the line ahead of Waikato's Caleb Blind. Cameron Elliott, a big push in the last 250. He will take third place over Cambridge's Josh Hutton. And down in lane 3, Mason Smith from Waikato. He will cross over the line ahead of Wellington's Guy Curry Stanton, and on the outside, West End number 1 and St George's 11 down in lane 7. And the final for the girls under 18 Cox Quadruple Sculls, sponsored by Moricom. They've got about 750 metres to go, and in lane 1 we have Aramaho Wanganui number 1, lane 2 Star Boating Club number 1, lane 3 Canberra Girls Grammar number 1, lane 4 Hawke's Bay number 1, lane 5 Wanganui Collegiate number 1, lane 6 Cambridge 21, lane 7 Commercial number 1, and in lane 8, Auckland 31. But looking onto the screen now and onto the course, it is the crew in lane 3, Canberra Girls Grammar, coached by Caroline Pipers. They currently have clear water over the rest of the field. So the crew over from Canberra, currently winning the girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. They've got some competition though from the inside, Hawke's Bay number 1, as well as, sorry, on the outside, Cambridge in lane 6, Cambridge 21. But Canberra out with a clear lead. Coming into the last 500 now, it will be Canberra, the crew from Cambridge and Hawke's Bay very closely behind them, as well as Aramaho Wanganui down in lane 1, and Commercial in lane 7, also over from Australia, making a bit of a push as they come into the last 500 metres here. So you can see, if you're watching the live stream, some great movement, everyone moving together in lane 3 of the Canberra Girls Grammar boat. They currently have clear water. Cambridge on the outside though, Cambridge trying to push up on them, and Aramaho Wanganui down in lane 1, battling with Hawke's Bay for that 3rd place position. But coming into the last 250 metres, it will be the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar. They're currently in a St. Peter's boat. They cross into the last 250 metres now, and they just start the final part of their race, really lengthening out and trying to push away from the rest of the field. Aramaho Wanganui and St. Peter's racing under the Cambridge colours out in lane 6. They are currently sitting in 2nd and 3rd, and Hawke's Bay not too far behind in lane 4 there for the final of the girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. So there's a lot of support down there for these rowers in this final, as we have Canberra come into the last 100 metres now. They're still comfortably ahead, and the crew from Cambridge currently in 2nd place. That crew coached by Norm Charlton and Kaylin Wren. And the crew from Hawke's Bay though, they are up just ahead of Aramaho Wanganui. So Hawke's Bay down in lane 4, coached by Matt Lawson and Mike Troutvetter, my mistake. But the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar, they will take out the girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. Congratulations to them. And following them, we have the crew from St. Peter's out in lane 6. And it is very close for 3rd place here, but it is the crew from the Hawke's Bay that will cross in front of Aramaho Wanganui, followed by Wanganui Collegiate in lane 5, Commercial in lane 7, and Auckland out in lane 8. That is the crew from Auckland Diocesan, followed by the crew down in lane 2 from Star Boating Club. So some very exciting racing there from the girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. So that event is sponsored by Mobicom Limited. And we also have the final of the boys under 18 double sculls, sponsored by Croker Oars. They currently have about 750 metres to go. In lane 1, we have Hamilton number 1, lane 2, St. Paul's Collegiate number 1, lane 3, Cambridge 21, lane 4, Otago number 1, lane 5, St. George's 11, lane 6, Shaw School 1, lane 7, Hodaki Plains 1, and in lane 8, Otago number 2. Currently in the lead though, Cambridge 21 in lane 3, that is Kadir Tuikin and Josh Yeoman, coached by Chris Thorson, the crew from St. Peter's, but they have a lot of pressure from the crew on the outside. Otago number 1, that is Matthew O'Mara and Angus Lowe, coached by Dylan Davis. They currently are about half a boat length behind St. Peter's, but there is still pressure there. Those two crews have clear water on the rest of the field, with the next competition coming from lane 5, St. George's 11, James Dimmick and Logan Turrell, currently sitting in 3rd place, ahead of Shaw School's Caleb Jones and Lachlan Paris, and down in lane 1, Hamilton's Kahukura Hagi and Brian Ranginui. So 300 metres to go, and it is still the crew from St. Peter's, Kadir Tukin and Josh Yeoman, that are in the lead. Still some pressure though from Otago's Matthew O'Mara and Angus Lowe, but St. Peter's have managed to hold a half a boat length lead as they come into the last 250 metres of the boys under 18 double sculls. Out there though, there is still St. George's, Shaw School and Hamilton going for that third place. It is still St. George's though, they definitely have it over those other two crews, and behind them the crew in lane 2, St. Paul's Collegiate, and on the outside Otago number 2 and Hodaki Plains number 1 to close off the field. But the under 18 double scullers here going for a push in the last 150 metres. The boys from Cambridge 21, that is the crew from St. Peter's, they've brought their rating up as they come into their last 100 metres, and the boys from Otago are trying to match them. St. Peter's pulling away though, they're through the last 100, Otago's through now, they both have clear water on the rest of the field, but it will be Kadir and Joshua from Cambridge to take out the boys under 18 double sculls. They've managed to extend their lead to a boat length, and they finish nice and strong ahead of Otago's Matthew and Angus. So well done to those two crews on taking out first and second in the boys under 18 double sculls. Hamilton and St. George's going for third place. It will be St. George's though, James Dimmock and Logan Turrell, who will finish in third ahead of Hamilton's Kahukura and Brian. And it is very close between lane 2 and lane 6. Lane 2, St. Paul's Collegiate, and lane 6, Shaw School. I think lane 2 might have just got there ahead of them though. And then on the outside, Otago number 2 in lane 8 and Hodaki Plains in lane 7. And that is your boys under 18 double sculls final. Coming up to the 1,000 metres, we have the final of the men's senior single sculls in lane 1, Hamilton number 1, lane 2, Hamilton number 2, lane 3, Waikato number 1, lane 4, Tauranga Boys College number 1, lane 5, Auckland number 1, lane 6, Star Boating Club number 1, lane 7, Tauranga number 3, and lane 8, Waikato number 4. But as they come through the 1,000 metres, it looks to be the crew in lane 1, that is Justin Smythe from Hamilton, who is in the lead as they are halfway through this race. Bit of pressure though from lane 3 and lane 5, that is Waikato's Jack Henry and Auckland's Ryan Gass, as they come into the second stage of the final of the men's senior single scull. Ryan Gass ahead of Jack Henry though. Those are your top three at the moment, with Jack Clark in lane 2, not too far behind. So Justin in lane 1 and Jack in lane 2, both members of the men's under 19 quadruple sculls that represented New Zealand this year at the World Championships over in Paris. So those two in lanes next to each other, with Jack Henry and Ryan Gass, but it is Justin still ahead of Ryan Gass by about half a boat length. Jack Henry not too far behind them though, and the crew on Ryan's outside, that is the crew from Star Boating Club, Ari Magasiva, he is ahead of Jack Clark there. So he has pushed up into the leaders and is going to try and take a podium spot. But it is Justin Smythe in lane 1 currently ahead of Ryan Gass. Ryan Gass ahead of Jack Henry. So Hamilton, Auckland and Waikato currently sitting in 1, 2, 3 in the final of the men's senior single sculls, sponsored by Crew Room. We look down and we see there is about 550 metres to go for these crews. Ryan Gass trying to push up on Justin Smythe. Ryan Gass in the middle there, Justin Smythe in lane 1 and Jack Henry in between both of those crews. Ryan making a push now on Justin. It is quite even between those two crews as they come up to the last 500. Ryan maybe just ahead of Justin. And as they come through the 500, it is very close. Ryan maybe just ahead though. Jack Henry coming through the last 500 now. Jack Clark coming over now, and Ari Magasiva in lane 6, just behind Jack there, followed by Tauranga James Hollard and Max Kossel from Waikato out in lane 8. But there is 300 metres to go. Justin's managed to hold on to Ryan, but Ryan is now in the lead. Ryan making a big push in the closing stages of the senior single sculls. Ryan Gass from Auckland Rowing Club, coached by Peter Mills. He has about a boat length in front, so he's made a massive push in this last 250 metres. Justin Smythe holding on, he's in second place, and Jack Henry not too far behind him from Waikato. So Ryan Gass will approach the last 250 metres. And Ryan will go through now. Just behind him, Justin going through the last 250 now. Jack Henry, he's through the last 250. Jack Clark, he's through now as well, and Ari Magasiva is going through that last 250 now. So Justin just trying to come up on Ryan out here in the middle. Ryan Gass from Auckland Rowing Club currently in the lead in the men's senior single sculls as he comes into the last 100 metres of the race. Justin Smythe in lane 1, not too far behind him, but it will be Ryan Gass coming into the last 100 metres now. He's brought his rating up and he is really sending his boat to the finish line. Justin Smythe down in lane 1. He goes with him. Jack Henry in lane 3 from Waikato. He's not too far behind them, followed by Jack and Ari as well as James from Tauranga. But congratulations to Ryan Gass, who will take out the men's senior single sculls. Justin Smythe will cross over in second place, and in lane 3 from Waikato, Jack Henry will take third. Jack Clark in lane 2 from Hamilton. He crosses over ahead of Ari Magasiva from Star Boating Club, and a last push for James Hollard there in lane 7 from Tauranga. And then to round out the final of the men's senior single scull, sponsored by Crew Room, we have Max Kossel from Waikato, as well as Tauranga Boys College's Jameson McConaughey. That is the final of the men's senior single sculls. We also have the final of the women's senior single sculls, sponsored by Takapoto Estate. They are over halfway through their race and coming down the track now. In lane 1, Aramaho Wanganui. Lane 2, Epsom Girls Grammar. Lane 3, West End. Lane 4, Waikato. Lane 5, another Waikato crew. Lane 6, Clifton. Lane 7, Star Boating Club. And in lane 8, Bay of Plenty Coast. But if you look to lanes 3, 4 and 5, those are your top 3 at the moment. The crew in lane 3 from West End, that's Holly Chafe. Holly Chafe currently in the lead. She's just ahead of Waikato's Charlize Tutbury, coached by Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn. They come through to the last 500 metres now. It is very close between these two, and actually I think it might be Charlize over Holly from West End. So it's very close there between Charlize from Waikato and Holly Chafe from West End. Just behind them though, we have Emma Averill, Waikato as well. She's in lane 5. And she is ahead of Clifton's Madison Neal. So your front runners at the moment, we have Charlize Tutbury from Waikato, Holly Chafe from West End, and Emma Averill also from Waikato as they come into the last 300 metres of the women's senior single sculls. Holly Chafe though has made a move and has taken the lead from Charlize Tutbury. Holly Chafe from West End has about half a boat length lead against Charlize, who has clear water over Emma Averill, her Waikato teammate, and they come into the last 250 metres. They've got about 5 strokes to go before they cross into that, past that last marker buoy, and it will be Holly Chafe from West End, ahead of Charlize Tutbury from Waikato, who is just ahead of Emma Averill, also from Waikato. Behind them we have the single sculler from Clifton, Madison Neal, as well as the singles in lane 1 and lane 2, Mila Graham and Stevie Maybe from Aramaho Wanganui and Epsom Girls Grammar. And we go to the outside, Emma Baggery from Star Boating Club. But Holly Chafe has brought her rating up and she is holding that lead over Charlize Tutbury as she comes into the last 100 metres. And they both have clear water over Waikato's Emma Averill, but it will be Holly crossing into that last 100 metres first. Holly coming down and is looking like she will take out this final of the women's senior single sculls. Charlize Tutbury behind her, but Holly now has a clear water lead over her. So Holly has made a big push in the last 300 metres of this race to take out the final of the women's senior single sculls. Congratulations to West End's Holly Chafe. And in second place we have Waikato's Charlize Tutbury crossing over now in lane 4. They both have a good lead over Waikato's Emma Averill in lane 5. And we have Madison Neal from Clifton in lane 6, who will cross over behind them. Down here in lane 1 and lane 2 though, it is very tight between Stevie Maybe and Mila Graham from Aramaho Wanganui, but Emma Baggery from Star Boating Club out in lane 7, she is ahead of them. She takes a quick look across and only has a few strokes to go. Emma Baggery will cross over the line now in front of Epsom Girls Grammar's Stevie Maybe and Mila Graham from Aramaho Wanganui. Following them is Jemima Glahome from Bay of Plenty Coast. And that was your Women's Senior Single Sculls Final, sponsored by Takapoto Estate. We can see now the final of the girls under 15 Coxed 8. In lane 1, North Shore number 1, lane 2, West End number 1, lane 3, Auckland 31, lane 4, Waikato Diocesan School number 1, lane 5, Hamilton Girls High School number 1, lane 6, Gisborne number 1, lane 7, Cambridge High School number 1, and in lane 8, Auckland 33. So if you're watching on the live stream, you'll see that the wind has picked up through the middle of the course. There's a few ripples in the water, but looking out to the race leaders at the moment, it is the crew in lane 4, Waikato Diocesan School, coached by Barnaby Denyer. They are currently in the lead ahead of Hamilton Girls High School on their outside, and behind them is the crew in lane 3, Auckland 31. Those are your top 3 at the moment. And so Waikato Diocesan cross into the 1,000 metres now. Hamilton Girls High School go now as well. And my mistake, sorry, that is West End coming in lane 2. They are in 3rd place currently. So they are ahead of North Shore number 1. That is the crew from Westlake Girls, followed by Auckland 31 in lane 3. But Waikato Diocesan with a commanding lead in the girls under 15 Coxed 8. They just have clear water on Hamilton Girls High School in lane 5 as they come down in the second half of the race of the girls under 15 Coxed 8. Crew from West End though, they're trying to put a push on Hamilton Girls High School. West End in lane 2, that is coached by Sarah Simpson, which I believe means that this could be a Barradine crew. But Waikato Diocesan still out there in the lead ahead of Georgia King's Hamilton Girls High School in lane 5. So girls under 15-8, this is sponsored by Jaron Sports, and these 8s are coming down into the last 700 metres of their race. Again, watching that live stream, that wind has picked up through the middle, so it's not as smooth. These girls are doing really well to stay nice and together. Some great movement here from the Waikato Diocesan girls. Remember, this crew is coached by Barnaby Leslie Denyer, and on their outside is Hamilton Girls High School, still holding on to 2nd place. West End trying to push up. They've got their bow ball just off the stern of Hamilton Girls High School in lane 5. And these 3 crews have clear water on the rest of the field. So some great sweeping here from these crews. As we look back to the rest of the field though, the crew in lane 1, North Shore number 1, that is Westlake Girls High School. They are just behind in 4th place, as well as Auckland 31 there. And on the outside, we have Gisborne number 1 as well. So they come into the last 500 metres, still Waikato Diocesan with the lead. Waikato Diocesan School, they are through first ahead of Hamilton Girls High School, followed by West End number 1. Behind them with the rest of the field, we have North Shore, that is the crew from Westlake Girls High School. They come into the last 500 metres. But they are challenged by Gisborne as well as Cambridge High School. Sorry, it does look like Cambridge High School is actually in lane 6 and Gisborne in lane 7, which is the opposite of what I have in my sheet, so that is my mistake. But it is Cambridge just behind them in lane 6, with Gisborne out in lane 7 and Auckland Diocesan out in lane 8. But they're coming up to the last 250 metres of their race. The crew from Waikato Diocesan, they will cross over first. They have held this lead. Hamilton Girls High School not managed to climb up any seats in their boat, and they are through to the last 250. Hamilton Girls High School crossing through now, and West End in lane 2 also coming through. Cambridge High School though out in lane 6. Cambridge High School and Westlake Girls going for that 4th place, with Auckland Diocesan rowing under the Auckland Rowing Club colours in lane 3. So Waikato Diocesan coming into the last 100 metres. They have had a dominating performance in this race, and they hold their lead in the final of the girls under 15 Coxed 8. They are ahead of Hamilton Girls High School, coached by Georgia King. So they have kept the pressure on, but not managed to topple Waikato Diocesan as they come down to the last 5 strokes of their race. Congratulations to Barnaby Denyer and the Waikato Diocesan coaching team, as well as Georgia King. They come over in second place, and in lane 2, coach Sarah Simpson from West End. Those 3 crews are your top 3 for the girls under 15 Cox State. But looking down to 4th place, we have Cambridge High School out in lane 7 and North Shore in lane 1. That is Westlake girls. It will be Cambridge High School though, who have lane 7 on their bow but are rowing in lane 6. They will cross over in front of Westlake Girls High School and Auckland Diocesan in lane 3. Just behind Auckland Diocesan, we have the crew from Gisborne wearing some very exciting Christmas apparel, and the other crew from Auckland Diocesan in lane 8 wearing the Auckland Rowing Club colours. So also coming up quite quickly behind the girls under 15 Cox 8 is the final of the boys under 15 Coxed 4. Lane 1, North Shore 14, Lane 2, North Shore 13, Lane 3, King's College number 1, Lane 4, Hamilton Boys High School number 2, Lane 5, Hamilton Boys High School number 1, Lane 6, Sacred Heart Auckland number 1, Lane 7, North Shore 11, and in Lane 8, North Shore number 12. But looking down now, it is the crew from Sacred Heart Auckland out in lane 6. Sorry, the crew in lane 7, North Shore 11. So the crew from North Shore, currently in the lead of the boys under 15 Cox 4, they are ahead of the Hamilton Boys High School crew in lane 5 in the last 400 metres of the boys under 15 Cox 4. So the North Shore crew, Samuel Bird, Harrison Jones, Joshua McGill, Charlie Farrack and Sam Heron, believe they are from Westlake Boys. They are currently winning with 300 metres to go in the Boys Under 15 Cox 4 final, sponsored by Goldsmiths Gallery. Hamilton Boys High School though, behind them, the Hamilton Boys High School crew in lane 5. So that is coached by Robin Clark and Isabel Knight. Those are your 2 front runners, and the crew in between them, that is the crew from Sacred Heart Auckland. They are currently in 3rd place. So coming into the last 250 now, that is North Shore 11 currently winning. They have a very commanding lead over Hamilton Boys, but both crews have a lot of clear water over the rest of the field. Sacred Heart Auckland in lane 6 though, they are ahead of King's College in lane 3. King's College number 1 crew, who in turn are ahead of their closest competition. The other North Shore crew on the outside, North Shore 12 as well as North Shore 13 on their inside. So a lot of North Shore crews in this race, but it will be the crew in lane 7, North Shore 11, who will take out the boys under 15, Coxed 4, with clear water over Hamilton Boys lane 5. So well done to North Shore 11. A very commanding performance there from these under 15 boys. They've crossed over the line now with Hamilton Boys with not far to go in their race. Sacred Heart trying to make a big push and get clear water over King's College down here in lane 3. And the 2 North Shore crews behind them down in lane 2 and out in lane 8. Going against each other, trying to one-up each other. Behind them is Hamilton Boys in lane 4. That is the Hamilton Boys number 2 crew. And in lane 1, North Shore 14. So well done. We have Sacred Heart about to cross the line here in the final of the boys under 15 Cox 4. They finished the race in front of King's College in lane 3, coached by Harry Malloy and Mike Clemen, and out in lane 8, North Shore 12, coxed by Ethan Bowen. They will finish ahead over the other North Shore crew in lane 2, coxed by Max Lewis. And finally, we have Hamilton Boys High School number 2 and North Shore 14 to finish the final of the boys under 15 Cox 4. So we have the final of the girls under 17 double sculls, sponsored by Croker Oars, coming into the last 750 metres of their race there. In lane 1, Cambridge number 1, lane 2, Tauranga number 1, lane 3, Commercial number 1, lane 4, St Paul's Collegiate number 2, lane 5, Hamilton Girls High School number 1, lane 6, Auckland 31, lane 7, Hamilton number 1, and in lane 8, Cambridge 21. But it is the crew out in lane 3, the crew from Australia, Commercial, that is Lila Meredith and Poppy Yarsky. They are currently in the lead of the girls under 17 double sculls, but not too far behind them in second place is the crew from Auckland. Oh, no, sorry, that is my mistake. So we do have the crew from Commercial in the lead, and the crew out in lane 2, Tauranga number 1, Amelia Ellis and Zoe Hume. Sorry, that was my mistake. They are down there ahead of Auckland Rowing Club in lane 6. That is the crew from Diocesan School for Girls. Those are your top 3 leaders at the moment, but the crew from Commercial with a decent lead. They've got a lot of clear water over Tauranga's Amelia and Zoe, who in turn have about a canvas ahead of Auckland Diocesan Susie Finlayson and Emma Young. So as these crews approach the last 250 metres, the crew from Commercial, though, still with a very commanding lead. Lila Meredith and Poppy Yarsky, coached by David Vandis, they will come into the last 250 now. They're ahead of Tauranga's Amelia and Zoe, who in turn are ahead of Auckland's Susie and Emma. Just behind them, though, we have the crew in lane 1 from Cambridge, Annalise and Sienna, as well as the crew in lane 4 from St Paul's Collegiate, Olive and Amber. I am extremely sorry to Hamilton Girls High School. It appears I've been calling Hamilton Girls as Auckland, and that is completely my mistake. It is Hamilton Girls High School in 3rd place, so my apologies to Zoe Middlemiss and Sophia Todd. They are currently in 3rd place behind Tauranga Rowing Club, but it is Commercial in the last 100 metres of their race. Commercial Rowing Club from Australia, they are currently in the lead of the girls under 17 double sculls, ahead of Tauranga's Amelia and Zoe, and out in lane 5, again, apologies to Hamilton Girls High School and Zoe Middlemiss and Sophia Todd. They are in 3rd place. Well done to Commercial, though. They will cross over the line to take the title of the girls under 17 double sculls. The crew from Tauranga crosses over now. Well done to Amelia and Zoe, and Hamilton Girls High School's Zoe and Sophia. St Paul's Collegiate, though, they will come over in 4th place. That is Olive and Amber. With the last push from the inside, Cambridge's Annalise and Sienna, who will follow just behind them. Auckland Rowing Club going a little bit off course there, but they will finish the race. And just behind them, the crew from Hamilton Club and Cambridge 21 on the outside. There is a very fast race though behind them. Already in their last 250 metres, the boys under 17 Cox Quadruple Skulls, lane 1 Hodaki Plains, lane 2 St George's 11, lane 3 Whakatane currently in the lead, lane 4 Whanganui Collegiate, lane 5 Aramaho Wanganui, lane 6 Sacred Heart Auckland, lane 7 St Paul's Collegiate, and in lane 8 Cambridge number 1. But coming into the last 100 metres, it is the crew from Whakatane in lane 3, coached by Graham Watt. They have a few boat lengths of clear water in the final of the boys under 17 Cox Quadruple Skulls, sponsored by Fresh Choice Supermarket in Leamington, and they will take the lead and they will take the win of the boys under 17 Cox Quad. So well done to the crew from Whakatane, Ash, Leon, Travis and Alex, coxed by Hamish. They win the boys under 17 Cox Quadruple Skulls with Whanganui Collegiate not too far behind. That is the crew coached by Tyler Scott and Dan McSweeney. They will take second place over Aramaho Wanganui's crew out in lane 5. And the crew out in lane 8 from Cambridge, coached by Josh Toer and Kerry Wilkins, cross over the line just behind them. Following on is the crew from St Paul's Collegiate, coached by Martine Simonselli and Bruce Jones. And the crew in lane 2 from St George's, coached by Alan Vester. That is the crew from Maclean's College. They will cross the line ahead of Hodaki Plains lane 1. So not a lot of coverage of that one because they came up so quickly behind the girls under 17 double, but well done to those boys under 17 Cox Quadruple Skulls. That was the final for them, and that event was sponsored by Fresh Choice Leamington. Looking down the coast though, we do have a little bit of a break as the girls under 16 double sculls are at the 1,000 metres. They're currently, looks like the crew's in the middle out in lane 5, that is Aramaho Wanganui in the lead, but in lane 1 we have Canberra Girls Grammar, lane 2 Hodaki Plains 1, lane 3 Hodaki Plains 2, lane 4 Star Boating Club 1, lane 5 Aramaho Wanganui 1, lane 6 Counties Manukau 1, lane 7 Star Boating Club 3, and in lane 8 Tauranga number 1. So looking down there, we do have a few interesting courses from these doubles. The wind is pushing them round a bit and they're trying to get away from the buoy lines. But it is the crew in lane 5 from Aramaho Wanganui. So that is Ava and Tiatakura. They are in the lead. Just behind them in lane 4, Star Boating Club, Imogen and Billy. And behind them in lane 3, Hodaki Plains number 2. So those are currently first, second and third place. It is lane 5, Aramaho Wanganui, lane 4, Star Boating Club, and lane 3, Hodaki Plains number 2. Just behind them though, in lane 6, Counties Manukau number 1, Lucy and Lucy. They are ahead of Star Boating Club in lane 7, Sylvie and Natasha. And the crews in lane 1 and lane 8, that is Canberra Girls Grammar and Tauranga number 1, are just ahead of Hodaki Plains number 1 in lane 2. So as they approach the last 500 metres in the B final of the girls under 16 double sculls, it is still the crew from Aramaho Wanganui in lane 5 with a considerable lead over their closest competitors from Star Boating Club in lane 4. Star Boating Club still up on lane 3 from Hodaki Plains. That is Poppy Balm and Taylor Gibbs. Quick look around to see where the rest of the field is, and there is some competition from lane 6. Both Lucy Robinson and Lucy Cottier from Counties Manukau. But it is Aramaho Wanganui with about 2 boat lengths of clear water in front of Star Boating Club there as they come into the last 300 in 50 metres of the B final of the girls under 16 double sculls. So we've seen a few course corrections there as the wind affects the direction of the boats a bit, but this Aramaho crew, they've managed to stay nice and steady and straight. They are out in the lead, and it looks like the crew from Hauraki Plains on the inside are trying to make a big push up, and the crew on the outside in the yellow boat from Counties Manukau also trying to make a push, but it is still Star Boating Club in second place. Star Boating Club holding off Hauraki Plains in lane 3, who in turn are holding off Counties Manukau out in lane 6. But the race leaders, Aramaho Wanganui, that is Ava and Te Atakura in lane 5, they come into the last 250 metres of their race, and they can see the rest of the field behind them. They just slowly bring the rating up a little bit to finish off their race, but they have quite a lead ahead of Star Boating Club. Star Boating Club, though, they quick turn of the head there. They're currently sitting in second place, and they're under a little bit of pressure from Hauraki Plains, but Hauraki Plains probably running out of water to catch them. Hauraki ahead of Counties Manukau in the yellow boat in lane 6. There's another yellow boat, which is another Star Boating Club crew on their outside, and then following them is Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 1. But Ava and Te Atakura from Aramaho Wanganui in lane 5, they have had a commanding lead all race, and they will cruise over the line to take out the B final of the girls under 16 double sculls with just a few strokes to go. Well done to Aramaho Wanganui. They've taken out the B final. Star Boating Club, a few boat lengths behind them in lane 4. Imogen and Billy, coached by Oliver Fahey and Bianca Martin, they come over in second place. Counties Manukau with a bit of a challenge from Hauraki in lane 3, but it will be Counties Manukau in lane 6. That is Lucy and Lucy. They cross over now ahead of Hauraki Plains in lane 3, followed by Star Boating Club in lane 7. That is Sylvie Lucas and Natasha Stewart. And Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 1, Olivia and Meg will cross over ahead of lane 8's Tauranga, Portia and Catherine. Following them is the crew from Hauraki Plains, Kate and Ruby, and that closes out the B final of the girls under 16 double sculls, with the A final not too far behind. The crew currently in lane 2 from Commercial in the lead, but we'll go through the lanes. Lane 1, Wanganui Collegiate number 1, lane 2, Commercial number 1, lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate number 1, lane 4, Onslow College number 1, lane 5, Cambridge number 1, lane 6, Hawke's Bay number 1, lane 7, Whangarei number 1, and in lane 8, Aramaho Wanganui number 2. But it is the crew in lane 2 from Commercial, Summer Phillips and Sienna Becker, currently in the lead in the A final of the girls under 16 double sculls. They've got some competition from lane 5 from Cambridge, Mackenzie Lawton and Annika Iman, coached by Carl Manson and Joel Clayton Green. They're currently sitting in second place. So Commercial still in the lead. Cambridge in second place with a bit of pressure from their outside from the Hawke's Bay. That is Sarah and Megan Ritchie out in lane 6. Those are your top 3 at the moment, with Onslow College, Olivia Martin and Abby Stewart not too far behind them, as well as lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate, Georgia Roberts and Zara Brangwyn. So it's quite tight between those 3. We also have a crew out from Whangarei in lane 7 and Aramaho Wanganui number 2 in lane 8, with a Whanganui Collegiate crew in lane 1. But it is still the girls from Commercial Rowing Club over in Australia who are currently in the lead. They've got about 200 metres to go. The crew from Cambridge, Mackenzie Lawton and Annika, they're behind them. And the crew on their outside from the Hawke's Bay, Sarah and Megan Ritchie, they're putting a bit of pressure on as they come into the closing stages of the A final of the girls under 16 double sculls. So we see St Paul's here trying to make a push on Onslow College, but lanes 2 and lane 3. Commercial though coming in with about 50 metres to go in their race.
They've been leading this whole race, and they will finish with Clearwater ahead of Cambridge out in lane 5. Cambridge with about half a boat length, 3/4 of a boat length on Hawke's Bay in lane 6. Congratulations to the girls from Commercial, Summer Phillips and Sienna Becker. They will take out the girls under 16 double sculls. Cambridge's Mackenzie and Annika in second, and followed very closely by Hawke's Bay, Sarah and Megan Ritchie. But in fourth place we have St. Paul's Collegiate, Georgia and Zara. They're currently ahead of Onslow College by about half a canvas. St. Paul's Cross now ahead of Onslow. Whangarei just pushing up ahead of Aramaho, and it will be on the line. It will be Whangarei, Aramaho and Whanganui Collegiate down in lane 1. Some tight racing at the end there, and that was the A final of the girls under 16 double sculls, sponsored by SL Racing. Coming down now, we have the B final of the boys under 16 single scull, sponsored by Goldsmiths Gallery. Lane 1, Mercer number 1. Lane 2, Onslow College number 1. Lane 3, Porirua number 1. Lane 4, West End 31. Lane 5, Aramaho Wanganui number 1. Lane 6, Hawke's Bay number 2. Lane 7, Clifton number 2. And in lane 8, Star Boating Club 32. But it is the crews in lanes 2, 4 and 6 currently in the lead. So the crew in lane 2, that is Onslow College's Sam Harford himself, and the crew out in lane 7 from Clifton. So that is Noah Prendergast. They are currently in first and second place, and the crew in the middle from West End in the blue and yellow boat, Joshua Murphy. Those are your top 3 at the moment. As they come into the last 500 metres, it will be lane 2, Onslow College, Sam Harford, just behind Clifton's Noah Prendergast. So Noah crosses over now, Onslow crosses over now, and West End just behind them. So Clifton on the outside, Noah Prendergast currently in the lead in the B final of the boys under 16 single sculls. Sam Harford from lane 2, he's from Onslow College and he's trying to put the pressure on. He's got about half a canvas to make up on Noah from Clifton. And the West End single sculler Joshua Murphy, he's hanging in there trying to climb up to that second place. They have clear water on the rest of the field, but just behind them is Quinn Vivian from Aramaho Wanganui. He's currently in 4th place. Behind him is the crew in lane 1 from Mercer, Vaughan Cameron, as well as the Hawke's Bay single sculler in lane 6, and the Star Boating Club single sculler out in lane 8. It is still between Noah Prendergast from Clifton and Sam Harford from Onslow, though, in the B final. Noah's still just ahead of Sam from Onslow, but it is very close as they come into the last 250 metres of the race. Less than half a canvas in it, and Noah Prendergast from Clifton is trying to push away, but Onslow's Sam Harford He's trying to hold on, and it may come down to the line in the B final of the boys under 16 single sculls. It is the crew, though, the sculler, Sam Harford from Onslow. He has taken the lead from Clifton's Noah Prendergast in the closing stages of this B final. Sam looks across, he's extending that lead. He's got about half a boat length now. And he needs to do a little bit of a course correction. There he goes, he's straightening up. He is now in lane 1, but he crosses into the last 100 metres ahead of Clifton's Noah Prendergast. So Sam Harford in the last 250, taking the lead, needing to take a couple of strokes on that stroke side though to stay within the course. Sam Harford nearly running out of Lake Tarawan, but he is ahead of Clifton's Noah Prendergast. And it will be Sam Harford from Onslow. He crosses over the line in front of Clifton's Noah Prendergast, and behind them we have Joshua Murphy from West End. Joshua Murphy crossing over in front of Aramaho's Quinn Vivian in lane 5, and behind them the crew from Mercer in lane 1, Star Boating Club in lane 8, and Hawke's Bay in lane 6. So we look down to the A final of the boys under 16 single sculls. In lane 1, Cambridge 1, lane 2, St George's 11, lane 3, Tauranga 1, lane 4, Takapuna Grammar 1, lane 5, Star Boating Club 31, lane 6, Aramaho Wanganui 1, lane 7, Cambridge number 2, and lane 8, Whanganui Collegiate number 1. But it is a bit of a battle out there between Aramaho Wanganui, Star Boating Club and Cambridge down in lane 1 for those top 3 spots. Currently battling for that first place though, Aramaho Wanganui with the crew of Bryn Morgan and Star Boating Club's Harry Kavanagh out in the middle there. Benjamin Klein though in lane 1. Also up with those top 3, and those 3 have clear water over the rest of the field. Coming in behind them is the sculler from St George's, Ben High in lane 2, as well as the sculler out in lane 7 from Cambridge, Dylan Jackson McClutchy. But they come into the last 500 metres, and it is the the rower in the yellow boat, so that is Aramaho Wanganui's Bryn Morgan. He is ahead of Star Boating Club's Harry Kavanagh, and behind them is Benjamin Klein. So that is your 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Aramaho Wanganui's Bryn Morgan trying to push further away from Harry Kavanagh there. Harry Kavanagh, though, just half a boat length behind them as they come into the last 300 metres of the A final of the boys under 16 single sculls. Benjamin Klein in lane 1 from Cambridge, still holding on to that third place. Those 3 have clear water. The next competitor comes from St George's 11 in lane 2, Ben High, as well as Cambridge's Dylan Jackson McClutchy in lane 7. but it is still between Aramaho Wanganui and Star Boating Club as they come into the last 250 metres. Bryn Morgan still holding off Harry Kavanagh from his inside, still half a boat length in it as they come into the closing stages of the A final here. We see a little bit of a push there from Aramaho Wanganui, trying to extend that lead and get a little bit more. Those two boats, though, have pushed away from Benjamin Klein in lane 1, both of them trying to get one up on each other. But it does look to still be the Aramaho Wanganui single sculler Bryn Morgan ahead of Star Boating Club's Harry Kavanagh. Aramaho crosses into the last 100 metres now, just ahead of Star Boating Club. This is the A final of the boys under 16 single sculls, and it looks like it will be Bryn Morgan from Aramaho Wanganui who will take the win ahead of Harry Kavanagh from Star Boating Club. Congratulations to Bryn. Out in lane 6, he crosses the line. He's managed to extend his lead over Harry in lane 5. Harry crosses over in second place. So that is Aramaho and Star 1 and 2, and Benjamin Klein from Cambridge in lane 1. But the single sculler in lane 2, Ben High, he is putting the challenge down on Cambridge's Dylan Jackson McClutchy. It is very close between the two of it, and it is very close on the line. St George's could have got there, but we'll let the judges decide and we'll see the times come up soon. Just behind them, though, from Tauranga in lane 3, Patrick Nellis finishes ahead of Wanganui Collegiate's George Wells out in lane 8, and behind them is Leonardo Bacchus from Takapuna Grammar School. So that was the boys under 16 single scull sponsored by Goldsmiths Gallery, and that was our last race of today. So thank you everyone for coming, and Merry Christmas and have a safe holidays.